Welcome back to the Realistic Cattle Ranch Challenge on Sunshine Forest. I'm BP, and it's time to get to work. It is a sunny afternoon in August, guys. We have the new case. I keep calling it the case. The New Holland harvester in the field, getting the wheat up. We are getting ready for our very first empty with the new harvester, getting all set up for that. We've got a bunch of things to do today. Let's see, right here. Come on out, guy. There we go. Got a bunch of things to do today. Getting these fields done, getting some cattle sold. Have a lot of straw work to do to keep things moving, so will be a busy day. Almost full. Not even really sure what the capacity on this is. Let's see. So it must be just about 9,400 liters. Now, with the New Holland on the field, I am going to go grab the... Yeah, see, it struggles on the straw that we have on the field already. So I'm going to go grab the Fiat and get the baler hooked up, and let's get some square bales popped out and off the field so the New Holland can run its course and not have to fight all that straw. So did get the animals taken care of this morning. We had a big shift this morning. I think 34 animals came out of our birthing barn. Definitely getting up in the capacity as far as animals go. Just a ton. It looks like our breeding barn went through almost 100,000 liters of hay since we put it in. Now, I thought we put it in last episode. I may be misremembering, but we are definitely heavy on the hay use right now. We may need to consider either expanding a grass field or putting in a third grass field to make sure we can keep our animals fed and happy. So let's grab some straw, just trying to knock out the majority of this strip so that when the New Holland backs up, it doesn't get stuck, which is what I think is happening up there. For some reason, it's not dumping very much straw behind it as it harvests, and then when it stops, a huge pile comes up behind it, and that is causing it to struggle. No, I think it actually thinks it's full is what's going on this time, so that's not a bad thing. We'll take the baler around the outside, and when we get to the JCB, we will grab it and go empty the New Holland. That will be nice and easy. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to get that strip of straw where the New Holland pulled into the crop back here. Otherwise, it's going to get stuck when it goes to cut this next pass. So let's just make the majority of that disappear. We won't get every last one. Maybe we'll do a second loop and try to get all of it. Try to stay out of the actual crop. All right, not too shabby. Got a little bit of straw baled up. Hopefully that makes it easier for the New Holland to maneuver. I am thinking I might just try to grab a little bit from actually behind it. Not too bad. As I said earlier in another episode, John Deere has a really nice pickup with nothing crazy, nothing unrealistic, but just makes getting the actual product off the field very, very reasonable, which I appreciate. All right, almost back to the JCB. Very, very nice. So, we'll leave that guy there. Take the JCB. Run back over. Get some more wheat out of the New Holland. It's funny, this tractor and trailer combination does not register in course play for emptying the combine. I thought I'd be able to set it up on a worker, do a little time-lapse type action, but not the case. So no big deal, but this trailer, I think because it has tension straps in it, registers as a bale trailer for course play. So it just thinks that we want to bale everything. I don't know that I have my settings correct on the New Holland. It should be stopping to unload, so let's maybe jump over here, head into course play settings, and let's see. Lower tool, return starting point, full tool, combine settings, stop when unloaded, activated. We don't want it running away from us when it's full. But for right now, maybe we'll try to catch it on the straightaway and we'll do an unload on the fly. Nope, it is full again. We can take care of that. Excellent. All right, while that is running, I think we go and grab, I would say grab the bale trailer, but we don't have another tractor, so I think we're going to have to use the TLX and the step deck, which feels a little bit unnecessary just based on how many bales I think we're going to get and how big this field is. But it is the piece of equipment we have remaining. So disconnect from our cow or livestock trailer. Grab the step deck. Bale mode activated. Just try to get these bales up out of the way. The New Holland doesn't get high centered on anything. And like I said, we have a decent amount of need for straw right now. We've got several pens that could use topped off, and our TMR mixer is out of straw as well. I think it also needs some hay, but without both ingredients, it really doesn't make much of a difference. So no point in putting hay in it until we have straw ready to go in as well. All right, so that is good to go. Get back to the baling. I did get last night after we got the camera turned off, I did go through and produce the planks, the long planks, and the beams that we're going to need, well, we assume we're going to need, based on the storage capacity of the cabin. So the storage capacity for all three of those things is maxed out. It was able to take an additional 3 pallets of cement bags. So I got those made overnight, and they're up at the cement factory waiting for us to pick them up. Oh boy, are we gonna be able to get a little bit of this before the New Holland hits us? Try to get that knocked down just a little bit. Doesn't have a huge bump to go over. Head around the outside one more time. I think we're in pretty good shape baling-wise. There's only a couple little piles of straw that might be a problem. I think they're far enough off the main drag at this point that they will not interfere with the rest of the harvest. Right. Corners are always a bit of fun. Grab this little bit here from our field entry. pick up the rest of that. I'm not sure where the New Holland's going. Maybe we should head down there and take a quick look and see what his plan is. He's set up for 2 headlands, so he should be on the ups and downs at this point, which I thought this was the first up and down row here. Might be claiming that he is full. Let's get the rest of the straw out from in front of him. We don't have an issue with that later. And then we can go grab the JCB and get him emptied again. I am really liking our little green, what is it, crystal trailer over there. Just works so well. $45,000 capacity, triaxle, tipper. Just again, just a nice piece of equipment. Also has straps in it, so if we needed to bring something home from the yard, we could. Or from the store, I guess I say we could. Yeah, hopper's pretty full, you can see in there. Got green and yellow and red and yellow. All of our mismatched equipment. Be just about done. There we are. Get the JCB out of the way off the field so it's not causing any problems. New Holland is back at it. I do want to grab the TLX. There's one bale down here at the end that I worry is going to be in the way. Yeah, this one down here. I worry if it turns around down here, it might get caught on it. Alright, that one's all picked up. Must be a good wheat crop because we are filling up that New Holland awfully fast. Which again, great news, not complaining. Alright, there we go. Have all of our bales. Get right back to baling. We're going to be wrapping up the baling just as soon as we get this field done. Now we probably should look at a mulcher. And we do have a roller to buy when it comes time to plant the wheat back in this field. I found one I like. I think they have it up at the shop. Just got to go buy it and pick it up. So, plans for the rest of the day. We need to go check the cabin, I guess. We haven't done that to see what we need. And AI Worker D, full grain tank. That is a pass up and down the field, guys. That is a 9,000 liter capacity harvester. That is not a small piece of equipment. And it is absolutely getting filled up. Must have had a really good crop in here this year, which is great news. Don't think we need him to back up anymore. So let's get the New Holland emptied again. Yeah, didn't even get 2 passes up and down the field before it was full. That is craziness. While that guy's running, we can actually turn him off. He'll be fine there. At least I assume he'll be fine there. And we'll be back here ready to go with the square baler for when the New Holland takes off. After this, we'll head over and we'll get the other field worked on, get that one started. We got to sell the cows, got to go pick up the cement bags up at the production. Like I said, we should go check on the cabin. Need to just verify where we are in the selling process for our dairy products. I think September should be the month to sell our cheese and our buffalo milk. I did collect the milk this morning. We had like 16,000 liters again. Not a double batch. We definitely picked it up last episode. So we are getting quite a bit of milk out of our ranch as well. So before we head down this row, let's jump into time-saving stock check and just check cheese, best in October. And buffalo mozzarella, best in October. Anything that we should be selling now? Nothing really. Nothing that's worth anything. So, yeah, our cheese is going to be worth 161,000. Buffalo mozzarella will be worth almost 30K. And we're actively producing that stuff as we go. So, that will be ready next month to be sold. Something very relaxing about baling up straw or grass when it's in nice rows like this. Just nice and easy. Back and forth. Reminds me of mowing the lawn, I guess. We're not going to make that turn. We'll loop. Not a problem. Alright, heading on down. Either the New Holland is full or it's reached the end of the field. Looks like it might be full again. Guys, this is craziness. I did not anticipate that filling up as much as it has. And we got to be getting close to a full load over here. This holds 45, so we only have room for 8,000 more liters before we have to go to the silo. Good problems to be having. And once again, we've got the... There we go. Once again, we've got everything lined up. I'm actually going to take over for this guy. Because we are not going to get all of this out anyways, and I want to go pick up that little tiny corner over there that we missed. Almost full. There we go. Full on the trailer. This quick hit over here. All right. Oh, we didn't get that bit. Okay. Color me surprised. Maybe we don't own this corner of the field. Is that what's going on here? Nope, just didn't get it. That's just on me. All right, I think it's going to be easier to start harvesting this field from over here. I think we'll get the New Holland set up. It's going to get full right off the rip coming right down its first pass, which will be fine. And then we're probably just going to leave it in the field because we're not going to finish this harvest on camera. Too much going on. We'll get him started, get cut into the field over there, run back and get everyone else going. Our grass will be ready to mow next month, which will give us more hay, which will be good. As I said, we are going through an absolute ton of hay. So let's get this wheat into the silo. Probably, as I said, top off the chicken coop, and then we're probably just going to sell the rest of the wheat we have. We're going to have well over 100,000 liters, which we're just not going through with the chicken coop at this stage. So Let's see here. We're adding 45,000 and we have 41. Yeah, the capacity is only 75. We're not even going to be able to empty this whole thing. And we are having a problem with the wheat. There's too much of it. So maybe when this is empty, we'll run over, top off the chicken coop, and hope that we can get the rest of the wheat off of that field with the capacity we have. Because I really don't want to spend another 10 or so grand on a silo, because we'd just be storing the wheat to sell it. Probably should have managed that better and got the old wheat sold before we harvested this batch, so we had room in the, oh boy, that went around hard. So we had room in the silo to store it until the price was best. I think there was a little bit of a lip going between here and the chicken coop, and the trailer's getting high centered and floating a little bit on me. Yeah, see how it swings around there? Okay, still got the trigger. Let's get it emptied out. Maybe? There's the trigger. It is struggling to stay in the trigger here, guys. Oh, we had it there for a second again. It did not have this kind of trouble last time we were filling it up. We were using the pipe on the New Holland. Well, look at that, almost all the way around the outside. I am surprised it has made it that far. Okay, well, we got wheat in the chicken coop, so our trailer is empty, which is great news. I think the New Holland is complaining about being full, so let's see if we can get it emptied before it does its crazy side cut to let us into the field. We just don't need it. Yep, go on. Nope, we don't want the side cut. Don't cut into the field. You don't need to do it. Nope, you don't need to do it. I'm right here. Well, we tried. You can see this nice expansion area we have for our field cutout. Worked on last episode, so that'll be a nice addition when the time comes. Yeah, we got some of the wheat out before it stopped. I wish that was one thing Courseplay did, was I wish it knew it was on the outside of the field. And I know why, because maybe the outside of the field has a fence or a tree. But I wish it was a setting that you could set up so that if you knew you were going around with the pipe on the outside, it didn't do this little cut into the field to empty on the headland. Just let it run and stop where it is, and I'll come get it if need be. But not a big deal either way. Alright, so it seems like we'll be able to get the headlands done, and then we're probably just going to pause the harvest at that point. Got all the doors on the JCB open. Alright, let's see where we are. Need to get the rest of this straw up and get these bales collected. We are getting a decent amount of straw, but I still think we're just probably going to have to buy some straw, because Cattle Ranch needs more straw. Alrighty, grab every little bit here we can. Finish this up. Try to get rid of these bales. And New Holland is just tearing that field up. It's doing a great job. Here I was worried about how it was going to do, and it's just happily working away. And I'm going to run around the outside of this field real quick and just get the corners where the big piles are, so we're prepped and ready for next time. Yeah, you can see those big stones in the corners of the field there. Definitely excited to get the stone picker in this field when the time comes. get a mulcher, get a roller, run the stone picker, and get the yield up and the wear on our equipment down on this field. Probably also going to throw an expansion on this field where we cut all those trees down, so be a nice little addition to harvest next year to have a little bit more wheat. And again, we're not doing it for the wheat, we're doing it for the straw. Okay, we're going to leave this guy here. Oh, we got the Massey blocked in. We are going to need him eventually. Okay, one more empty, and then we're leaving it. Keep saying we're going to stop. We got to just stop. Just enjoying the harvest process. Don't get to do this very much on this series. Liking the setup we have. Like all the equipment we have for it. Just makes it a lot of fun. Okay, so back to the TLX. Grab our bales, and then I think we're going to run up to, well, we should stop by the cabin and double check we have what we need, and then we're going to run the cattle up, and we'll get the cement bags, and I think I bought some seed, maybe, in the sale last night. It was either seed or fertilizer. Something came up when I bought it because it was on sale. We're going to need to buy some seed and buy some fertilizer for planting season because we don't have that much in our fields. Have definitely gotten bigger. Let's do one quick trip around the outside, pick up any bales, make sure we haven't left anything on the field that the New Hollands can get tripped up on. That might be it. Oh, there's one in the corner here. All right. Nice looking stack of straw bales. Glad to have them. Probably need some more, but that's no big deal. Grab our trailer. We have a couple of bowls to sell, and I keep getting it on the bumper. Don't want the trailer on the bumper. There we go. Couple of bulls to sell, a number of cows. I'm starting to figure out the value of the water buffalo is not good. I don't know if that is an offset based on the fact that buffalo mozzarella is worth so much more than, say, you know, cheese or butter. But, you know, we have, and I'll show you guys when we pick them up here, we have some water buffalo that are very close in age to the cows that we have, and they're worth just so much less. Okay, guys, we gotta, the trigger on this thing is just a challenge. Can we get it? Nope. Okay. Well, what we're gonna do, we're gonna loop around. Instead of trying to back it up, we're just gonna come around at it from the front side where we can get a good angle. Just clip our truck a little bit. It's going really well, guys. Nothing to see here. There we are. And the vehicle glided past the trigger. Okay, so any full-size bulls you're getting sold. I think we have a couple, not a lot. Several adolescent. Yeah, we're gonna have some new bulls to sell soon. So that should be all the full-size animals. It is. So now let's take a quick look at the cows we have to sell as compared to the water buffalo. Oh, we don't have any water buffalo to sell. I swear we. Oh no, that's the trailer. Okay, we do. So Queen is 49 months old and worth $4,700. Silver is 48 months old and worth $5,900. So, you know, basically $5,000 and $6,000. The water buffalo, 49 months, which is the exact same age as the Angus Queen and is worth $1,800. Mackenzie is 53 months, which is even older than silver and is worth 20 or 2013. You know, granted, I mean, they're decent animals. They're not quite as good, but it does seem like they're not half as good. You know, you look at Queen, who's worth 47.20. You know, she overall is very good, has very high and high rankings. And you look at, say, Mackenzie, who is slightly older, but is very good, very high, and an extremely high, which Queen doesn't have, and is worth less than half. So it certainly looks like water buffalo are not worth nearly as much as cows when it comes to resale. And like I said, I'm not sure if that's an offset based on their production value. When you get buffalo milk, it's worth more than milk, and buffalo mozzarella is worth more than cheese. I don't know if it's meant to offset their value, so their value is in their production. You know, or how that works. Now, granted, you know, as an example, you know, Queen in there was an Angus, so she's a meat cow, so she is supposed to be worth more, you know, overall at the end, because that's what she's bred for. The other one, I think, was, we have, what, Limousine in there? Okay, guys, we're doing the trailer on the bridge game today. You know what, I don't know why it's doing this, and quite frankly, without any explanation, we're just going to get the truck off the bridge. I've tried smoothing it out. Not real sure what that's about. Certainly this is a lower trailer. We know we're going to have a challenge when we get to the train tracks up here, but don't know why it continues to hit and catch on our bridge. Been an ongoing problem since the beginning, but neither here nor there. So we're going to get up here, we'll get the animals sold. I will grab a new round of 32 new cows to add to the farm, get them down and delivered. I'll probably just meet you guys back down at the farm when the time comes. I'm going to try to hit this at an angle and see if that makes a difference. It did not. And the thing is, the collision is like it's on something that's invisible. There's just nothing there to hit. Anyways, I'll get these guys sold. I will grab our 32 new cows, get them delivered, and then we'll probably wrap up with the International coming back up here, grabbing the cement pallets and some seed and some fertilizer to get us set up for planting season. Get the cabin up into the next step and call it a day. That was a lot of harvesting. It was a ton of fun. Enjoyed the New Holland quite a bit. Definitely happy to have that on the ranch. But we'll get that wrapped up between episodes as well. So I will see you guys in a minute when we are back with the cement pallets and the planting supplies. Pulling back onto the farm with our supply run from the shop. We have seed, we have fertilizer, we have lime, and we have our 3 pallets of cement. Definitely a full load for this truck and trailer, but it all fit. It all is working out. So we're going to run up and drop off the cement bags and check on our cabin. Then we'll come down and get the rest of the stuff unloaded, and that'll probably be about it for August, guys. Excited for September when we get some time to sell. Wow, I had not been up here today, guys. We have a roof on our cabin. Look at that. That looks really, really sharp. Okay, so I have my spare supplies stacked up over here that we didn't use. Okay, we need prefabbed walls and furniture, which we don't even have the capacity to build. So I know what I'll be doing between episodes, figuring out how we're going to get that stuff produced. But for right now, let's... Actually, I should double check. Do we still need the roof shingles? Cement bags. Yeah, it says up to 8,000 of them. So we are actually going to need even more than we have here. So let's just swing on through, get these guys unloaded. All right, get the straps back on so nothing takes a dive. Man, did you get a peek inside the cabin there when we turned the corner? I mean, this is Look at this, guys. Furniture. I mean, this is nice. Gonna have a bed to sleep in. Got a kitchen. Upstairs. Man, look at this. Paintings on the wall. We are getting there, guys. We are very, very close. Man, so many bedrooms. Just little old me. Alright, well, I got to work on prefab walls and furniture in order to get that finished up. So I will work on that. But for now, let's head down. We'll get this stuff, or I'll get this stuff put away. I'm going to wrap up the harvest, the wheat harvest, get all that stuff cleaned up. And I will see you guys next episode in September. So thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you want to support my content further. And channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for today. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to the Realistic Cattle Ranch Challenge on Sunshine Forest. I'm BP, and it's time to get to work. So as you guys can see, we just got the plowing done on our wheat field. I got a whole bunch more of the trees cleared out over here to expand this field. So for right now, we're just gonna set this guy off. I do wanna widen this field just a little bit right here. It feels like we didn't quite get cut out far enough. We cut it in. There we go. That's better. All right, so let's get this guy set up on a worker. We have an absolute boatload of work to get done today. We've got to get wheat in the ground. We got to get fields expanded. We have so much to do. So need to get right after it. So first and foremost, let's grab the TLX, and we need to go over and pick up the dump trailer to make sure we get that emptied. We're going to need it today to get some manure up to the shop, and we have a bunch of wheat in it that will not fit anywhere else. So real quick before we take it up, we will run over to the chicken coop and just try to top it off. As you guys can see, it is a rainy morning here in September. So let's head over here and just see about getting a little bit more wheat in here. It's definitely not the right time to be selling wheat, so we're getting rid of it only because our silo is full, and our chicken coop is going to be full, and we need the trailer. There's just nowhere else to put it, so we're going to go ahead and get it sold. So we're going to head up to the shop with this. At the end of last episode, we did discover that we needed prefab walls and furniture. And lo and behold, a local artisan moved to town and has decided to set up shop and is willing to make us some prefab walls and make us some furniture. We have to bring him logs, and then we'll pay for the work, obviously, through the production. But he'll get it done for us. So we're going to run up there and see that real quick, get this emptied out. We should check the sale. You may notice we have $765,000. All those trees I cleared last night, I put into our industrial sawmill and had them just sell. I didn't turn them into planks or beams or long planks or anything, but I did set them to sell, which was a nice relief compared to driving them all up here on the trailer. So we did make a big chunk of change getting that wood sold. When we do go to expand that wheat field today, we are going to have to sell the sawmill. We'll probably just set it up further back into the forest for the next stage of expansion. But right up here we have our sort of carpentry craftsman shed. He got set up. He said if you bring him the logs, he'll get stuff produced for us. So we'll be working on that today. The wheat is supposed to be best at the buy-sell station. Now, see, guys, I didn't go into the BGA. I wanted to. You saw me start swerving that way. But I'm not sure. Does this fill station actually take items back? I can't remember. It might be Gaming Joy's mod does. It does. Look at that. All right, so 36,000 liters of wheat getting sold because we have nothing else to do with it. Can't store it, not turning it into flour and bread, so we're going to go ahead and get that sold and out of the way so we can get back to using the trailer. We're also using this trailer to bring the logs up to the carpenter today to start working on our prefab walls and everything else. So just over almost $22,000, so not bad at all. While we're here at the shop, let's jump in and check the sale. Can't imagine there's anything we need in here. Super chisel, a log puller, could have been helpful earlier. Bales shredder, little trailer. The live bottom, the Trout River live bottom trailer, that's a cool mod. We already have one of those. Don't need any pig food. The lizard mower mulcher. It's nice. It's so big, though. I just can't see using it on this playthrough. And the rest of the stuff is old stuff. So I'm going to head back to the farm now that the trailer is emptied. We'll probably get working on the logs in the rain while the field work goes on. I do have the Fiat over in the big grass field cutting that. It is windrowing it, or I should say swath dropping it. On that field, it will need to be tedded. We're going to use the cuts off of both grass fields to make hay today since we are burning through it. I think the big barn, the breeding barn, went through 120,000 liters of hay overnight, so we are definitely in need of getting hay on the farm. So I'll see you guys when I'm all set up to do some log gathering, and I'll check back with you in just a second. Alright guys, we're back and getting the TLX loaded up with logs. Did some quick measurements. The 5.5 meter long logs seem to fit quite well in our little trailer. So just trying to get this one in. I think we need to cut one more down to make sure we have enough wood. Have to just make sure it fits in there. The trailer is getting fairly full at this stage, so just taking our time, getting everything in there, trying to see if we can push that over a little bit, and will let us push with the bottom teeth maybe. Just a little bit. There we go. Oh, maybe we can pull that one back and have it settle down in there a little more. Let's see. Oh, it's doing it for us. There we go. Alright, I don't think we want a particularly large tree. I am going to go ahead and throw the straps on since we're getting up close to the top. And don't want to risk having a bunch of logs fall out or go flying or anything. So, what tree do we want to do? Thinking maybe this one over here. Keep working our tree line back a little bit. So hop on out, grab our chainsaw, get rid of the stump. All right. And then we got to delimit, or at least get as much of the many limbs off as we can. All right. Now the small piece of the tip we can carry. So let's get the measure back on. And let's see. There's 5.5 right there. There's another 5.5. Another 5.5. And this may be the last one. We'll have to wait and see. Let's see, does this one come down here? Where does that go? That's 5.4, so that's good to go. So the first two, the little ones we can do by hand. They don't weigh very much. So we'll go ahead. Okay, where did that one go? It was here, and then it was gone. Well, we will certainly find that branch as we go. I gotta be honest, guys, that's a weird one. It was in my hand and now it's gone. Let's see. There's the rest of the tree. Huh. Okay, well, you know, sometimes you lose the branch and sometimes you don't. Alright, so we'll get this one in. And then we should be able to use the Massey for the rest. Really, like, just perplexed by what happened with that log. But hey, you know, not a big deal. Okay. Get this one loaded up. Alright, still, even after all this, the log forks are just not... Okay, so I'm like in the middle of that one, right in the middle of the cut. That's not what we want. We want to be over here more. Even this log grab, it's just finicky. I know some people are really, really good with these. I do find if I scoop underneath, that helps. This one is not in there very well. Let's keep it fully tipped back as much as possible. Alright. Get this one placed. You may end up having to put some on the far side. Okay, not too bad. I think we got 3 more big pieces to put in there. And then we're going to run that up to the carpentry shop. Get that made into some prefab walls and some furniture. Got to get centered up more. When we were selling the logs straight up, we were cutting them at 9 meters, if I remember correctly, was the best length. So I'm used to working with slightly longer logs. The 5.5 is a bit small. There we go. No, don't go anywhere. Oh, you jerk. Ran away from me. Alright, let's try this one again. Got to sort of get the up and under on it as you're squeezing down with the clamp. So here we go. Yep, and that one didn't work either. We had good success, and now we're struggling. See if we can get pushed up a little bit. Alright, start the closing mechanism, then scoop underneath it. Lift it up. Alright. One more after this. I do have the Fiat cutting the small grass field and the JCB picking stones out of the first wheat field. It's alright, bud. You can let go. We want to let go of that one. Alright, I do think we want to put one more strap on just to be... or readjust the straps just to be safe. Alright, let's go get that last log. And then we have a full load to take up to the carpentry shop. Exciting stuff. Yeah, I don't understand why the bottom tines on this are longer than the top. It feels like that's why it slides out so much. If you look, like, see how the top part that clamps down is not as wide? Alright, so go underneath and then scoop. Oh, we got this one way on the end, too. Good thing the Massey can handle everything we throw at it. But actually, do I want to take this one to the far side? I don't think I do. I think we want to put this one in right here on the end. Okay, so let's see. This one could be a little bit tricky getting positioned. Alright, let's see. Yeah, we want it right up against it. Alright. We'll leave that there. Throw some straps on. Excellent. I am excited. Alright, I'm going to run up to the shop, or to the carpentry. I will see you guys there to drop this stuff off. See you in a minute. We are arriving at the carpentry. Let's go ahead and get these unloaded. May have to back up a little bit closer to get the last couple to be taken. This trailer is just great. Tips, dumps, straps. Only thing I'd love if they added a ramp option on the back so you could drive like a skid steer up in here. Alright, that is all of the wood. So let's just park over here out of the way real quick. Let's hop into the menu and check out our production. So, furniture from wood. That is going to take 1 wood to 1.7 furniture. That is good news. What do we have in here? Wood, we have 13,000. It's going to be tight, guys. We'll have to see. We're going to crank this one up. Try to get a couple of these done. Prefab walls, 412 wood to 100 prefab walls. That is also going to be... that's going to be tough. We may have to bring more logs up here, guys. Did not anticipate needing that many, but we'll get started and see how far we get. We have furniture and prefab walls on the way. So, I have the Fiat tedding the grass in the fields. The JCB is stone picking our old field that's going to be expanded today. Once that's done, I'll bring you guys back. We'll work on the field expansion and get to planting the wheat today. So I'll see you guys in a little bit. Just getting the last of the manure out of the calf huts. I took the suggestion from an earlier episode and went ahead and did the loading on the ramp. The suggestion was that or the comment was that the trailer tip point seems to be pretty high, and that's why, if you remember earlier on when we first got this trailer, we were having issues with the manure falling through the trailer. Well, that's not the case when we get up on the ramp. So Nice use of the ramp. Not a thing I thought we'd really want on this farm or need on this ranch was a ramp, but after we put it in, we've used it almost every episode, so it certainly seems as though it is beneficial to the ranch. So I'll get the rest of the manure collected and the slurry collected, and we'll get that up to the BGA for today. But for right now, let's go ahead and jump out, and I want to get a quick, I gotta finish doing the watering, don't I? Want to get a quick outline of our new field. So we've got all the stones picked, which is great. I'll jump in here. Got the stones picked from this field and from the other field. You can see the Fiat's over there with the tedder, getting that grass turned over to hay, and I think it's actually just about done, to be honest. Oh, there's a couple little stones there. We'll get them at the end. That's all right. Stay on task. So for today, with both of our doors open, who knows why they keep opening? It's just sort of the way this playthrough's been. Those doors, the doors on the tractors do not stay closed. So here we are. Grab that. The first order of business is going to be to sell. I mean, technically we'll be moving it because we'll relocate it, but we're just going to sell the sawmill real quick. Okay, so big. Oh, wait, I can see it. Did you guys see it there? Hold on. Right up there in the top right corner, or in the middle of the screen, is the log. Can we find it? Like right. Whoop, whoop. Oh, here it is. We're going to put that out on the road. Remember to get it, because that was definitely going to be in the way. Can't believe we saw that. That was incredible. All right, so back in. Let's get the plow opened up. And I think I'm just going to run the outline with you guys real quick, and then I'll fill it all in as I go. No need to have you guys here for the whole thing with cutting up the field. So here we are, create field, and I think we want to head right down along the cattle fence, just like so. Give us enough room that we're not right on the trees. I kept taking trees out of this corner. I just felt like this corner was going to be hard to work in. All right, so let me come over. We do have to be a little bit careful because we don't own all the way up to the road. I think that's going to be about right. Let's just see how this comes together here at the end. Yeah, I think that is really good. So, real quick here. That is the expansion. I will go ahead. That's going to be quite... Get outside and get even taller, I think. Yeah, I mean, look at that. That is... I think we're going to almost double the size of our field. That is going to be very, very nice. So I'll get the rest of that cut in. I'll bring you guys back. I was remembering it's September. I think we have to sell cheese. We do. The price is almost at the top. And buffalo mozzarella, the price is also very good. So definitely need to get that stuff loaded up. So I will check back in with you guys in a little bit when I have this field complete. And I'll get all that stuff loaded up to sell, and we will be ready to go. Couple of final passes on our field extension, guys, and we are done. Got the stones all picked. Look at this glorious extension on the field. Looking really good. Have had to clean a couple of stumps out, and I'm wondering, is this a stump or just a little bit of dirt? Just a little spot of dirt. No big deal. All right, so the stones are up. 4,776 liters of stones collected between the two fields. Oh, and I said I'd get this little bit here on my way out. Let's make sure we get that. Sorry, 4,780 liters of stones based on getting those last 3 liters of stones out of here. Alrighty, get that all closed up. We did get the tedding, the windrowing, and the baling done on the little field. And as you can see, the tedding, the windrowing, and the baling done on the big field. So we have grass to collect. The current problem is we have 92,000 liters of cheese and 3,000 liters of buffalo mozzarella on the trailer. So we need to get that up to the shop and get that sold. We are going to very quickly here get the JCB back in the field and getting some planting done while we run up to the shop. So let's grab one of these planters. I really like these, but I've been debating replacing them just from a working with standpoint and capacity. They're not huge. I think they were fine up until we expanded the field just now. I think this next field, the next time we plant this big field, it is going to be a bit of a challenge. So I know we need to get this thing topped off. So let's put out 2 pallets of seeds. Let's put out 2 pallets. Well, there's a partial pallet of solid fertilizer. Let's get that partial in here first. And then we'll pop another one out. Alright, getting some seed. There's the fertilizer. Okay, so let's grab another pallet of fertilizer. Solid fertilizer, I think we'll start with just 1. I don't really plan on using that much. But you never know. So let's head up here and get the new field planted. We are going to be bringing back the new roller with us when we come back from selling the cheese. So that will be an exciting change as well. Alright, just get that started. I think we want to do 3 headlands because this is not a wide. Yeah, and you know what? We don't have the data for it yet. So let's come over here real quick. And is it all on 13? No, actually, almost none of it is on 13. That is crazy. Okay, so 12 purchase soil information, 8,000. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of money, but that's just the way it's going to be. So, okay. Man, is 13 really? We might have to buy it. I'm not sure this is giving me an accurate description of the field. Is that really it? That doesn't look at all like the field, does it? I think we have to buy the crop data for 13. We may just be throwing money away here, guys. Purchase information, $262. I don't believe it. Okay, $260. That looks more like the field we have. So, okay, great. So now let's come back in here. All that looks good. Go ahead and start the job. All right, he is off and running. Oh, but we have a problem, guys. We don't want grass. That's what we were planting last time. Make sure we get this grass overseeded with wheat so it isn't a problem later. Got all excited there to get stuff done, and there, that looks a little different. Just hop on out and make sure. Let's see. Farmland, wheat growing. Nitrogen is bad. But nitrogen is lime, which we can add later, right? pH is good. Nitrogen is bad. Is that the way it's supposed to be? Okay, nitrogen is perfect. Oh, so we put it down for grass. Okay, got it. Yeah. We were putting it down for grass, and that didn't reapply it. So I have a little strip here that isn't great, but not the end of the world. Okay. Moving right along, heading over to the TLX. We've got to get this stuff up to the shop and get it sold. Not even sure how we're going to get turned around here. I mean, this is a massive load. 92,000 liters of cheese. 3,000 liters of buffalo milk. Absolute, just mega load of products. This is clearly and obviously the biggest production sale we've ever had. So I'll get up to the shop area, see where we're going to sell this stuff, and I'll check back in with you guys in a second. Pulling up to town, guys. Exciting news. The best sale place for both these items is the new American Farmer Market, the new building we put in, so we get to use it. So I am excited about that. We're going to have to figure out how to get this giant trailer into their parking lot, but we will figure all that out. So, coming across here. Just got to snake it in there. And guys, we will break $1 million with this sale. So here we go. $1,069,000, guys. We have surpassed the $1 million mark. Interestingly, we also have a prefab wall from our carpenter. So let's get that loaded up. Let's check out the shop, see if he's getting close on the other stuff. Man, furniture is slow. Huh. Still have 9,000 left. I gotta say, I'm surprised the furniture is so far behind. Did we not turn it up? Furniture storing 360 cycles per month. Guys, furniture is going to take a long time. That's not even 720 furniture a month. That's not even one pallet of furniture a month. So, yeah, we will be putting down another sawmill in the woods and producing planks and planks long and bringing them up here and putting those in to get the furniture going. Otherwise, we'll be here for 7 months waiting on furniture, which would be absolutely insane. So let's get turned around. Let's go grab ourselves a roller because we don't have one and we got wheat going in the ground and we are going to need it. Take the roller and the prefabbed wall back to the farm or the ranch. I did get a load of slurry and manure up here, so that is all taken care of. All right, into the shop we go. Check the sale one last time. There are definitely some cool things here, but nothing that we need to be spending our money on. So, rollers. Let's see. Spades, plows, cultivators, subsoilers. Where are the rollers? Are they higher up? I feel like I've already missed them. Let's see. Just not fine. Here we go, rollers. I knew they were close by. So here is the one, the 20-foot land roller, $15,800. Do we want a triangle on it? Yeah, sure. We'll take a triangle just for funsies. That'll be all right. I don't know if... well, I was going to use the telehandler to back this on, but I don't think the telehandler has a 3-point hitch, so I think we'll be scooping it and placing it. And that's okay, too. Put the ramps down thinking we were going to drive it up on there, but I don't think we are. All right. Not bad. Hook it by the frame. See if we can't get it pretty far over on the far side. I think we're going to have to pull it off with the tractor, or is it, oh, that's right, the 3 points on this side. So we want this side fairly close to the edge. Might be a little over the edge there on the near side. All right, the roller is on. I'll get that stuff back to the farm. I'll check in with you guys when it comes time to switch fields, and we'll get that roller put to work on our new expanded wheat fields. I'll see you guys in a minute. The wheat planting is done. We are on to our final bits of field preparation. Looking for some lime. Let's get that bag out, and I think 2 more bags should be good. Let's see if we can't get loaded out of this first one. That should finish it up. And then we have, so the JCB finished the big field, the Fiat finished the little field, and guys, those planters, as much as I want to replace them because they don't have a huge working with, they use like no seed, they take no power. That entire big field did not even finish the little case planter that we were using. Those things are just incredible. So we're gonna run over here, get this guy started, and I got the case stage to get in with the roller next. Let's just jump in here, and boom. And he is good to go. Where you going, bud? Okay, he's doing his thing. Okay, gotta let go. All right, let's get the JCB over here. I did get the prefab wall up to the cabin build, so that is in process. I feel like we've had a lot of rain the last couple of months. Not complaining, just it feels like we've had rain like every single day. All right, the land roller is out. Do we get to lift this thing? Okay, we can lift this thing. Cool. I'm excited. I've never used anything like this before. We'll see how it works. So drop it down. Okay, and we're rolled. So let's grab this. Yeah, I think 2 passes around the outside should be good. All right, I mean, that is off and running, guys. That looks really, really good. All right, so I'm gonna go up to the shop and get some cattle for today, and I'll be back, and I'll come back with you guys when I have them. Pulling back onto the farm with the cattle. We got the tractors switched on the fields. The liming is complete over here on the left, so the JCB is rolling. The rolling is complete on the right, so the Fiat is liming. So we have got our fields in really good shape. I did go up to the livestock dealer, the animal dealer, and grab some cows. I also grabbed a couple of bulls. I'm just going to start replacing bulls. I feel like we have an unreasonable number of cows that are not getting pregnant. Now, it could be a food issue. It could just be you have a bunch and they can't all get pregnant type situation. But I'm concerned that we may have some bulls that are unable to breed with the cattle because they might be related. So I want to make sure we get that done. So brown Swiss bull, he'll be added in here. We have so we have the brown Swiss bull, we got a Holstein bull, we got a Hereford bull. So, and a water buffalo bull. So we need to pull out one of each of those. So the brown Swiss will be easy because that's a baby. The Holstein is 258. The Hereford bull is 116. And the water buffalo bull is a baby as well. So move selected. Great. Exit. Now, let's look at the other bulls and let's get some of them out of here. So, the brown Swiss bull. Yeah, see, he is 35 months. Yeah, that guy will be able to breed tomorrow, so he's gone. The Holstein, so we have all these Holstein cows in here. The Holstein bull, the new one is 258. This one is 18 months old. I can't imagine that one's a problem. It hasn't even been through a full breeding cycle yet. Coming down here, we did not add an Angus bull, but we may need to. This one's 19, that one's 20 months. Again, shouldn't be bad. The Limousine bull, 30 months, not bad. Hereford bull, so we added one, that's the only one there, so that is good news. And then the Water Buffalo bull, we just added the baby. This one's 18 months, that one's 29 months. So, yep, and it has, they all say they have animals that they can get pregnant. That is 30 animals that can get pregnant, so maybe we needed a Hereford bull. Yeah, that's crazy. So all these cow bulls have, or I should say non-water buffalo bulls have 30 animals. So we're in good shape. So I think for right now, we'll just leave them. That's what we'll do. We won't mess with them, but I did add a few. So last thing for today, I want to get knocked out real quick. I'm just going to park this right here. Based on how slow, gotta go this way, how slow the production is for the furniture, I did drop a sawmill out here further into the woods where we can do another expansion on the field. So we'll just keep pushing this way until we're done with the series. So dropped it out here, fell all these trees in a big ring around it, have 3 pallets of planks, 3 pallets of long planks. I'm going to grab the International and the new trailer, come back here, grab that stuff, and I'll meet you guys up at the carpentry to end the episode. We'll drop that stuff off and get those productions going, so I'll see you up there in a sec. We are late into the evening here in September. It may have been the longest day on the farm so far. So much to do, but we have our planks and our lawn planks, and as you can see, I even got the one branch or piece of trunk that was left over when we cut up the trees and brought them up here. So we are at the carpentry looking to drop off these supplies and get the production going on furniture. Okay, so something didn't work out there, so let's pause. Yeah, the planks just came right back out. So what did we do here? So come down here. Wood planks distributing. Wood beams. Wood planks long distributing. Distributing. Okay, so maybe that does it. Let's check and see what we get here. Alright, then I think we're going to have to come around this side and pick all of these up as well again. Not a big deal. Can we snag that last one? We got the prefabbed wall, which will be great. We'll take that back with us. Okay, so it doesn't look like anything else is coming out, so we just had to get that to distributing. Perfect. So now, jump in here, come back to our production, and let's see. We want to have furniture going on both planks and planks long, and we are going to boost that all the way up because these are just so slow. So not a bad start to our 4th year on the farm. Just excited where we're at. We are over $1 million, guys, which is super exciting. A quarter of the way to our final goal of $4 million, and I feel like we're in really good shape to make that happen. So crazy episode, so much done, expanding the field, getting this new production so we can keep working on the cabin, getting cows, selling 92,000 liters of cheese. I also fed the animals. I collected all the bales, put 250,000 liters of hay into the breeding barn, got some new bowls, I got a new roller, just so much going on this episode. It was a great one. So thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for today, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to the Realistic Cattle Ranch Challenge on Sunshine Forest. I'm BP, and it's time to get to work. We are in October, but picking up right where we left off last episode, because we have a lot of changes to go over today. First and foremost, our production options up here in town have changed. I was able to finally figure out how to have these productions owned by the map, so we no longer have control over the cement factory, the BGA over here, or our woodworking shop over here. And I'll show you guys in the menu in just a second. We don't have these productions in our control anymore, which is great news because we didn't want to own them. We wanted them to be part of the map. So what we're going to have to do, because we still need the furniture and the prefab walls and the BGA and everything else, we are going to be leasing these. Which is the way it should have been from the start, and is the way it's going to be moving forward. So coming in here, let's get everything. At least I don't think we need the cement factory right now because we don't need any of that stuff for the cabin. So those two are leased. Now let's jump into the woodworking shop because, guys, we need so many things made. So let's get... we need to have furniture from planks long going. That's at 300%. Furniture from planks going. Furniture from wood going. And we need prefabbed walls as well. So all that stuff is back up and running. We did get a couple of things overnight. So we got a couple of prefab walls, as you can see, and one box of furniture in the bed of the truck. So let's head on back to the farm where there are even more and bigger changes for us to go over. Get the headlights on. It is a little dark here in the rain today in October. A balmy 45 degrees this morning. So let's get headed back over here, and I'll meet you guys back at the farm to go over those changes. Just got done dropping off those prefab walls and the furniture at the house. Let's take a look at the cabin. Let's take a look and see. Still missing 1,000 liters or 1 pallet of the prefab walls, and we still need an additional 5,000 liters of furniture. So you can hear all the work going on in there. We are getting that cabin built, but there is a lot left to do. So, big changes with the cattle this morning. We are running Realistic Livestock 1.2.0.3, which is the fix to the non-mod hub release of version 1.2.0.2, which introduced a whole bunch of new features. So we're going to go over those features. I have a video out on those as well. So we're not going to do like a how-to tutorial, but we need to decide how we're going to handle those updates here on the ranch. So I haven't done the shifting or anything today. So let's head over to the birthing barn and take a look at what changes we have. So within the menu, we have our normal buy animals, the animals we own, the animal information with a couple new features with the ability to mark animals. So you can see I can mark them here, which is going to be helpful for shifting and that kind of stuff. And then we have the ability to start artificial insemination, and then we have the disease menu where if any of our animals get sick, it will let us know. So I'm thinking we spent a lot of time last episode trying to solve the issues of having enough bulls. I'm wondering if we should bring in some artificial insemination practices to the farm as well. So let's grab the herdsman stick. Let's go through the shift together this morning and figure out how we want to handle getting these animals, what they need, where they need, and how all of that is going to happen. So, running over to the birthing barn. This is, and I may not have done this with you guys recently, this is the way I do the shift in the morning. I start in the birthing barn, I come in here, and we're looking for any of the calves that are over 2 months. So we'll grab here, and we know once we get to one that's 2 months, the rest are 2 months. Any full-grown female that is out of recovery, we want to be moving over to the breeding barn. We got to look at our bulls here real quick. A couple of 2-month-old bulls. There's a nice young Holstein. Here's a Holstein ready to go back to the breeding barn, back to the breeding barn, back to the breeding barn, back to the breeding barn. Leads me to believe that we'll have a couple of bulls, calves here that we're ready to move as well. Still in recovery. This one's ready to be moved. Still too young. 2 months. Still in recovery. Ready to go. Still in recovery. And those are too young. Onto the Hereford or the Herefords. Let's see. Recovering. Ready to move. And here we go. So let's see. Here for bull. And good to go. Wow, we have a lot of water buffalo. One of the things I'm excited about is the addition of the herdsman who can help us with getting our herd in the shape we want it to be. One of the things we've been discussing over the last couple episodes is sort of when to sell the animals, and I think we can basically automate that at this stage and have the herdsman do that for us. So let's move 23 animals onto the herdsman stick, and let's head over to the Teen Town barn. Had a great, just an excellent suggestion for this fourth pen, the open pen straight ahead. We had been calling that, we've been using that as Adult Swim, but we've been sort of keeping the older animals in there. That is now going to be, this one right in front of me is going to be the nursing home pen for the old animals who have seen their better days. So jumping in here, any animals that are ready to go, basically are full size, we're going to grab out of here. And, oh, we don't want to do that. We want to be in the pen. So grab all of these. There should be no bulls in here unless we really, really get full. So got a nice number of full-size animals. Going to move another 6 animals onto the herdsman stick. That is excellent. Let's go through and check our calf pens. I'm interested to see, with the addition of the disease functionality to realistic livestock, if we end up seeing any difference in young animals getting sick versus old animals getting sick. We'll just have to wait and see. Any animal that is sort of adolescent age, bigger than a newborn calf, is going to get moved. And then we're going to grab any of the smaller animals and put them into the calf huts where we can keep them fed and warm and taken care of. This one looks like we are good. No teen animals in there. Got a nice looking teen Holstein. Actually, 2 of them in here we can go ahead and grab. So we'll take 2 out of here, move those guys over. We're going to put 2 new young animals. We'll grab 1 here. We don't put bulls into the calving huts anymore. They go directly into the bull pen because they are going to be kept separate from the rest of the animals. And we should have, yep, we have 5 animals in there. Another adolescent animal here. At least 1. Let's see. Yep, have a nice Angus adolescent. Get that one moved. And we might be... Do we have more young non-bull calves to move? Water buffalo, they are all bulls. Hereford's a bull. Yeah, and the Holsteins are bulls. So we are done putting animals in the calf huts. This is the sort of ebb and flow of the calf hut. Seems like sometimes we're struggling to have any space at all, and then other times we're taking more animals out than we're putting in, and it balances itself out. So just a matter of sort of surviving those ups and downs. All right, let's head over to the bullpen. Since all of these bulls in the bullpen are related to our breeding stock already, they're not going to be put back into the barn. So this is where I see our first real advantage to the herdsman. So let's grab all the bulls. Make sure I'm paying attention here. Don't miss any. Limousine Hereford bulls, water buffalo, and bulls. We're going to move all of these selected. Move 7 bulls into husbandry. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So now if we come in here, and let's actually just put the herdsman stick down for a second and just come right on back in. So we moved 7 animals in. We got the history of messages. That's great. Love that. Coming into the herdsman, you know, first off, we want to sell these. We're going to enable him to sell. I think we're just going to put it at 100, mainly because we don't care. I mean, there's never going to be 100 animals in here, but I want him to be able to sell all the animals when they meet the criteria. So age, we want them to be at least 18 months. I think 2 years is going to get them the best value. Don't care about any of their features, any of their health, their meat quality, fertility. We're just raising these until they're 2 years old. Actually, let's make it 18 months, and then they're going to be sold. So he is going to take care of that for us automatically. Apply changes. Make sure you're hitting that apply button, guys, if you're using the herdsman in the realistic livestock update. I've done that several times. It's sort of like hitting C to get everything moved. Wasn't paying attention, wasn't doing early on. Same thing with the herdsman. Make sure you hit apply or your changes don't stay. So back to Teen Town here real quick. We're going to grab all of the adolescent animals and put them in here. Got a couple more. That is it. Not a lot. So we have, let's see, still 18 animals to go back in to the breeding barn. So we'll run back over here. Got to get all the way down to the breeding barn and get these animals put in. Still need to do the milk, still need to do the straw, still need to do the food, still need to do all of that stuff for the cows today. So we're going to take all of these. We know we are selecting all and moving all the husbandry, moving all 18 eligible female cows and heifers into the pen. Then we're coming over here and looking at why we have a couple of young ones over here. These must have been bought in previous episodes and just dropped off, so that's not a problem. They're aging up. So looking at our animals, want to see who is getting close to pregnancy and getting close to birth. When they hit 90% or they're old enough that we want to sell them, we are going to move them. So 13 months, all these are fine. Let's take a look. 80%, 10%. Yeah, we should be pretty good. 51 months. That is a good-looking animal, but that is not one we want. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually come in here and 51 months. We're going to mark that animal and just keep track of it for a minute. We have the bull that is aging up in here. That's fine. 36-month Swiss bull worth $4,700. He probably needs to be marked as well. So let's go ahead and get him marked. And we don't want to do artificial insemination with him. So we need to mark him. That is weird. It is showing up as being C for both commands here. So what if we come in this menu here? That is, I think we need to jump out and jump back in, guys. So you can see the mark still stayed, which is good. So come in here. Yep, so we'll have to pull them out separately. That's fine. So let's look at the rest of the animals and see anyone at 90% pregnancy ready to go or not, or an animal that is not pregnant that is significantly older, 80% pregnant, 90%. Here is one, so that's Flash. Let's come down and find Flash here. All right, Flash has got to be one that we're going to be moving over to the birthing barn. 50 months, Faye, we're going to move. We're going to move Ocean because we had Ocean marked. We're going to move Godfrey because we had Godfrey marked. All right, Vanity, 51 months. Sadie, 51 months. 18, 19, these are all animals that are aging up that we purchased. None of these are 90% or more pregnant. No suitable male animal. That is why we need to work on the artificial insemination. So we will do that next. 90% with 2 babies, no suitable male. So yeah, we have some of these that have bred through and are no longer eligible to breed with any of the males in the pen. That is a critical thing for us to know so we can keep the herd going. And the great news is with the new realistic livestock mod, we can do that with the herdsman. So not a big deal. Just getting through the rest of this. I know, guys, a lot of time in the menu, but this is what it takes when you have a herd of 300 plus animals, trying to keep them all in order. This is what I do mostly before every episode, before you guys come in, is get all the animals sorted, shifted, put where they need to be. Hoping that with some of the automation we can bring in because of the herdsman, we will be able to automate a lot of this and make it a lot easier for us. So not many animals that need to be moved out of this pen. That is all right. 90%. Gizmo is 55 months getting moved. All right, age 35 months. 35 eligible animals. That is crazy. So let's see. 12 months. Yeah, see, none of these are pregnant. We have a lot of animals that are not pregnant, which is critical to the success of the ranch, is keeping those animals pregnant. And we have a couple of bulls here. So we're going to go ahead and move selected 14 animals that are either too old and need to be removed from the breeding pool or need to be put into the birthing barn. Let's come down here. Let's look at finding some very good dominant animals to buy some straws from to add to our breeding pool. So we get 20 straws from Storm. We're going to see who else is in here. Who else? We have very good. Jacob is pretty decent. Black Angus is one that we definitely had some problems. Neptune. Let's get 20 straws as well. Coming down, very good. Xavier, we're going to do 20 straws. And we're going to hope that the combination of having a bunch of straws around and having the bulls in the pen give us the opportunity to get these animals bred more quickly and more consistently. So artificial insemination enabled, maximum number of animals per month that they can work on. I'm going to put that at 100 again. Just means we want them to be done. Mark, we want them to be marked. Don't care if they have diseases or not. Any breed, any age, any quality, if they're in here and they're eligible, we want them to be bred. So that guy will work on that. We've given the herdsman a nice battery of straws from a couple of different animals, and we'll go from there. I'm going to take these animals back to the birthing barn. The ones that are pregnant will go in. The ones that are too old are going to go to the nursing home, and we're going to set the nursing home to sell the animals that go in there as well. So we can just drop them off there and not have to worry about it. So, animals that are pregnant, let's see, 90... Yeah, we got a bunch of old stock we're going to be getting rid of here. 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, and too old. So we'll move selected. 8 of the 14 are getting moved to husbandry. The other ones are going to be moved over here. And I'm basically going to set the nursing home pen to sell these animals if they're over 36 months. And that should ensure that every animal we put in here gets sold as we go. So select all, move selected, move to husbandry. Great. We do have a bull in there. Probably need to castrate him because we don't want to risk having him breed any of the cows overnight as they're getting sold. I guess probably wouldn't be a big deal either way. But trying to integrate the new realistic livestock stuff with the herdsman into each of these pens and into the cycle to help us out, because this is a very, very labor intensive process. So selling enabled, again, we're going to put this at 100 because we don't want him to be limited. I definitely want you to mark him. Any animal, any level, doesn't matter. Age, yeah, because I guess if they're in this pen, they're going out, right? So we could put them at anything over 4 years. Because I guess we could bring... Now, let's just have them sell. Anything comes in here, I want sold. Don't want to play with that. Make sure that's applied. And escape. So, that is the new animal routine. Got a couple of things set up with the herdsman that should be very, very helpful. Let's go ahead. I want to get the animal trailer moved up out of the way. Got to collect some slurry, collect the straw, make sure the animals are fed. So let's see about getting trailer tucked in right over here. Perfect. Go ahead and disconnect. Such a great sounding semi-truck. Let's go see about grabbing the slurry out of the barns. And then we'll run it up and we'll make sure the BGA is turned on. Now that we are in full leasing mode for the BGA and the other productions, got to make sure everything is running the way we want it to. 11,000 liters of slurry coming in from the birthing barn. Wonder what we have over here in the breeding barn. This is our biggest barn, the most animals. So let's see how much we end up with here. May have a hard time getting that in the trigger. Maybe? No. I'm at the animal trigger, guys. The slurry trigger's at the front. Should know better than that. Come on. So let's actually go to where the slurry is, and then it won't be a problem, I bet. Look at this. Hey, there's the slurry. And away we go. I'm thinking we had an update to the tanker pack today, or recently, and these are all supposed to be olive green, right? Wasn't that the color for all of our tankers on the farm? Main color. Maybe they're all going to be tan. Okay, well, we had an update, and it does not look like it is taking color right now. That is an interesting... I guess that's the main color. Tank color. Let's see if that does it. Tank color. We had it on olive green is what we wanted. Okay, that works. Not sure what the main color is, but we'll make the main color black. $0, because that's the color we had this stuff beforehand. And I'm wondering... Yeah, that looks like what I remember our tanker looking like. I was trying to think about it. That doesn't look like our tanker. All right, have the slurry from the 2 barns. Still need to go get the slurry from Teen Town. Not likely going to have enough room to get all of it, but we will do our very best. Oh, 7,000. It'll be real close. Actually, be real close to full. It'll be perfect. All right, so let's go dump the tanker over here on the way out. And let's find our tipper and get it full of manure. We'll have to run up there, but before we actually do the full run up to town and get everything done, I do want to get the animals fed and get straw in the pens if we need it. Head up and make sure that the BGA is set up to take all of our goods and production. So, not sure which manure heaps are going to be full, but I like to start with this one. This one doesn't usually get a lot. We do like to keep it empty because it sticks out into the road just a little bit. Typically, we're going to hit the tree, aren't we? Oh, that was close, guys. Ooh, professional driving. Watch out. Getting by the skin of our teeth. This one tends to be quite full. I think we've been hitting this one pretty hard, getting stuff up there. Another 11,500 liters. And we've got the last manure heap up at the birthing barn. Right here in the corner. This one I think is going to have plenty. Let's see what we get out of it. Yep, 71,000 liters. Certainly more than our 45,000 liter trailer can handle. So let's get this all set up without driving in our wheat field that we just planted. And get this staged and ready to go. And then we'll go take care of feeding the animals, making sure they have straw, making sure they have water, all of the good stuff. Yeah, see, I knew the tanker was supposed to be green. It matches our trailer, is what I was thinking. Maybe. Cut it too hard. Did we lose our trailer hitch? I wonder if in the update we lost our trailer hitch. Nope. Didn't lose the trailer hitch, just can't drive. That's it. Blame the mods. So let's see. There we go. Just had to get lined up. Alright, so we're going to pull the TLX up over here off to the side, run back and get the animals taken care of. Then the last thing we'll do today is head on up to the BGA and get everything set up. So, let's go find our TMR truck. Should be parked in the birthing barn. Up out of the rain. Wonderful. Get these guys topped off. Do love the animation on this. The rotators. Oh, we stopped early. We full. Are they full? Wow, I would be surprised if they were full. 120,000 liters. They're full, guys. So let's get a full load of TMR set up for the morning. I like to leave it full. There are days when we are heavy in the birthing barn where it takes more than one truckload. 196,000 liters of TMR left. And you can see, here I'll jump out so you guys can see, this has the little scale display on it. Super cool detail. This mod just very, very neat. So, 32,000 liters of TMR in the truck, ready to go for the morning. Can't drive. Hitting the building. It's a bad thing to hit. Alright, there we go. I think it'll put just a little, yep, just a little bit of TMR in to top it off. Alright, how are we looking at the breeding barn? This is the one that burns through the food. We got 200,000 liters in here last time off the harvest, or off the hay cut. We're looking good there. Milk, 10,000, almost 11,000 liters. Still have 71,000 liters of straw and the 55,000 liters of manure. So they are good to go. How are we looking over here at Teen Town? We definitely need some food in here. Straw's okay. Not a big deal. So let's get a couple of bales out here. That's a partial hay bale. We can certainly start with that one. Don't need straw at the moment. And then let's grab 2 more here. Jump into the Massey Ferguson. Let's go ahead and drop the bucket. Can we sneak around it to grab the bale fork? We sure can. Lots of rainy weather today, and it's like September was rain, October was rain. I think we even had rain in August as well. It's been a very rainy year 4 on the ranch. I think that one is probably going to fill it up. Yep, that one filled it up, so let's snag it. Do feel like they need some more straw in there. You can see a bit of the floor. Not real keen on having those guys just existing on concrete, so let's make that situation better. I'm going to drop this right here. With these open pastures, we really have to bring these bales in. Man, this thing is spinning around. You have to bring these bales in on end to get them in. They just don't really fit too low. Maybe that's the problem. I think I had the fork touching the ground, or we had some uneven ground. So, coming back at it, and just drop it in. Perfect. Can't forget we have to water these guys too. We should not need to put much food in the nursing home because they're going to get sold, but we don't want them being without food. They have 108,000 liters. They are going to be just fine. Let's drive around and hit the calf huts. Make sure they are topped off and fed. Then we jump to the water, maybe a little bit of straw. We are always, always, always short on straw on the ranch. We could plant so much wheat we would have nothing to do with it, or barley, or anything else that gave straw, and we would have so much of it and never use it. Right, got that one filled up. This is why I use the hand cart to feed the calf huts, because as you guys see, you pull over here, have the hay, nothing, 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 and then as soon as it hits the ground and the forks are out of it, then it fills up. Whereas with the little cart over there, you take the straps off and just drive by and it just goes right on in, easy as can be. Love that cart for getting this done, but since we had the Massey out already, we had this partial bale we wanted to finish. Thought may as well do it with what we got. We are going to top off the empty calf huts, because when we get too many calves, we do end up putting them in here, and we don't want to ever start them. I think this may actually be full from last time. We don't ever want to have the calf huts half full and then overnight the brand new calves go without food. Yeah, that one's full over there to the left. I was hoping to get rid of this bale. We may have to go give it to the bullpen. We did not use a lot of it to get all of the calf huts topped off this morning. All right, well, let's go ahead and give it to the bullpen. There are plenty of animals in there. And then it is going to be watering time. And then we're going to take everything up, the manure and slurry up to the BGA, check on the progress of our prefab walls and furniture at the woodworker. I don't suspect we'll have a bunch more, but check on the progress nonetheless. Let's get the Massey put away outside or underneath the shed out of the rain. You know what we do need to do? We need to get straw. How much straw do we need here, guys? Let's take a look. They are at 20,000 of 30,000. So let's grab them 2 bales. And we'll put the bales under the shed roof, and they can be there as long as they need to be until they go into straw. We have 1 full bale. And what do we have in regards? We have 3 additional full. We have 1 partial bale, I should say, and 2 full. So let's go ahead and grab these. This is pretty much the morning routine at the ranch. Lots of little chores to do, lots of work to do, lots of animal rotation. I'm very hopeful that with the update to the realistic livestock mod, that we will have that herdsman doing some good work for us. It's a great addition because not only does it get some work done for us, but it also, the herdsman takes a wage. So we're paying a guy, you know, like we're supposed to take care of the animals. So like a hired hand on the ranch. I'm thinking that I am not paying enough attention, and the straw trigger is right over here over the fence. So let's go ahead and put it in. There we go. You can see the straw plane filling up already. Bring up the forks, and we'll leave that bale right there for them to enjoy. Time to get the Massey out of the rain. Make sure the animals have water. Get the milk, and then we're going to take everything up to town. So getting awfully close. The Fiat is the best tractor for the yard work when it comes to the tankers and everything else. Zipping around in and out of the tight areas, in and out of the barns. This thing has been with us from the beginning and is an absolute machine at getting the work done. So, head on over here. We'll grab our milk tanker. I don't think it's worth collecting buffalo milk today. Didn't look like we had enough. Try not to make extra trips every day. We can't even make a pallet or close to a pallet of buffalo mozzarella. I don't see a lot of point in dragging it all around. So we'll loop down here. Grab, I think it was what, about 11,000 liters of milk out of the breeding barn. Then we'll zip down to the other side of the birthing barn and fill up over there. Just got to get tight into this corner. There we go. Lids open. And 10,873 liters of milk. That'll make some more cheese, guys. After we sold 92 pallets of cheese. That was an insane sale to get us over $1 million. And at this stage, guys, we are just pushing for the $4 million mark. We are here to make money. That's what we want to be doing. So anything we can do. So we're going to have just about 16,000 liters of milk. Yeah, 16,465. So not a bad haul for today. Hopefully with the addition of the new bulls and the herdsman working with all those straws we purchased, we'll have a lot more pregnant female cows starting in November, which will of course increase the number of animals on the farm and help with our milk production and keep us on track. Dropping this off, then we just gotta go do the water, and that is the farm yard work for the month of October. That is a lot. We are a full production cattle ranch. As you see, it takes a bit of time to get all of this stuff in and done every single day. So just about there. You can see the milk coming out of the back of the tanker there. Love this mod too. The Universal Tanks by Alpha LSFM Innovations is a great one. If you're not familiar with it, definitely go and check it out. All right, big question of the day. Where did we leave our water tanker? I don't see it over here. Don't see it over here. Well, there it is. Found it. So it has to be around here somewhere. Missed it. Alright, let's make sure we get all of the calf huts. They don't take a lot of water and they need to be filled absolutely every single day. So we want to make sure we get all of them. And then this is, we have a little overlap with the greenhouse trigger there, so we gotta be careful. We'll come back and get the greenhouses at the end, but we really want to make sure that our calf huts are filled up with water. Got a nice pump right here. We can top off the tank. All right, let's jump in. I like to visually check and then also come in here. So, all right, nursing home, there it is. Got it labeled, guys, the nursing home pen. Calf Igloo 7, Waters 400, 8's 400. Calf Igloo 2, see, we missed one, 17. That's a problem. I'm going to have to make sure we get that one. Calf Igloo 1 is 400, 3 is 400. All the rest are 400. So Calf Igloo 2 was missed. Now, is that this one right here? Let's take a look. Let's figure out which one Calf Igloo 2 is. Shouldn't be this one. That's 8. Calf Igloo 2 right here. Yep, we missed it. Alright, let's double check. The Calf Igloo 2 is now filled up. Calf Igloo 2 is now filled up. Excellent, excellent. We can leave this guy right here, topping off the greenhouse. And when we come back, he'll be full-ish. And we'll be able to go fill up the open pastures. But to wrap up today, because that was a long one, guys, just wanted to get the new processes and the new episode, or the new mod updates into the gameplay. So we're all set on that stuff. Our productions in town are now owned by the map. We're leasing the ones we need, which I think is a much better way to do that. With the update to realistic livestock, we have made the changes in our gameplay. Got to check the animals for diseases as we're going through in the morning too. We did a little bit of that. We will be getting messages about that kind of stuff overnight, but I expect that we will be treating some of our animals for illness as well. We have the herdsman in charge of the bullpen and the nursing home in regards to selling some animals for us. Animals that we're either pulling out of rotation, or the bulls when they get old enough, we don't want to put them back in to the breeding stock of the cattle ranch because their genetics are already, it's a closed system basically at that point. And then we do have the herdsmen employed to assist in our breeding barn in an attempt to get animals pregnant. We did see, was it 2, maybe 3 animals that did not have a suitable male in the breeding barn, so our genetic pool is definitely getting pretty small. So we bought a bunch of straws from a bunch of different male animals that had good genetics, and gave those to the herdsmen to attempt to help us with that stuff. So want to make sure we have this leased, so we're not going to be selling this stuff. We do have the BGA leased. That is exactly what we want. So let's empty the slurry in here. Let's check the BGA. We're going to be activating manure. We're going to be activating slurry. And I think that is going to be it. Manure, it says they're out of, which is fine. We brought 45,000 liters with us, so that is all good. So that's going to be it for this episode, guys. Thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for this episode, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to the Realistic Cattle Ranch Challenge on Sunshine Forest. I'm BEP, and it's time to get to work. We are in November. Had to fast forward time. We had rain again this morning. That makes at least four consecutive months with rain. Just getting the animals topped off with water and food. Already did the shift this morning. Already ran to the BGA with our slurry and our manure. Lots of interesting updates today with our new hire, the herdsman. So let's get this done and jump right into it. Also have some overcrowding issues. Our bullpen is completely full. So our criteria for having the bulls sold is going to have to be adjusted, or we're going to have to get a bigger pen because we don't have any more room to store bulls. In the bullpen, I should say, I guess. I ended up putting 4 bulls into the nursing home, 4 bull calves. You can see them over there in the grass down there. So we have room, but they're not in the correct pen, which at the end of the day, it's the same food, it's the same water, they're growing just the same. But you can see our bullpen is packed full of animals. They are, we have so many bulls, guys. So while that's finishing emptying there, let's head over and grab our cart with our bale on it. Not sure if this one's gonna have enough to feed all of the animals today, but we're going to give it a try. So there we go, got the first calf hut filled up and head around the corner. Other interesting information, the herdsman seems to have done a good job marking some animals in the breeding barn for artificial insemination, which we asked him to do. What's interesting is, I haven't quite figured out the timing yet, but the herdsman's not doing things like all at once because we asked him to mark things. So for example, you look over into the nursing home pen right over here. You can see in the background there, we still have all those animals we put in October and asked him to sell. Well, we did ask him to mark those animals. Yeah, we did run out of hay. which he did, but he marked them and didn't sell them. So I'm wondering if marking the animals takes a day, and then the action, whether it's artificial insemination or selling or whatever it is, then takes place the next day. So I'm thinking that turning marking off may be the better option here, just to ensure that things happen quickly, or we leave it on and it just takes an extra day and it's not a big deal. But just an interesting fact about how the herdsman acts. I did check this morning our wages for having the herdsman work on artificial insemination in the breeding barn and work on selling the animals in the nursing home pen. Cost us $214 for the month of October, so not very expensive, and if he gets going, we'll be in good shape. So I do want to real quick check and see what some of these messages are, because we got messages in some of our pens. So we have movement messages on this pen, we have movement messages on this pen. I really just want to make sure that none of our animals are getting sick. So we have an infertile animal. You guys see this? This is brand new to me. This guy is infertile. Now, is that because he's too young? Are they all? No. So this animal should just be sold. I mean, there's no purpose in raising an animal that can't have offspring. I've never seen that before. Our very first animal that cannot get pregnant. So that is interesting. Had some movement in here. I'm thinking all of the alerts in these pens are going to be for movement. Yeah, we moved a bunch of animals in here. Let's come back over here, check for diseases. Doesn't look like anyone's sick in here. Don't even have any animals left in that pen. They all aged up and went to Teen Town. So just trying to figure out, didn't even get a message in this one. It said we had some. No diseases in here, it looks like. So far, okay, once again, no new information. Okay, so, I mean, we're just getting used to the new system. Working well, communicating with the herdsman. Do want to run down and check on our breeding barn because that's where we have the most animals. Do want to show you how they're marked for the artificial insemination. So, come down here. So this is the 15 animals I moved this morning out of the pen. Here's 15 I moved into the pen. The herdsman marked 16 animals for artificial insemination. We gave birth to one baby. Here we go. Contracted mastitis. Okay. So we have an animal here that is going to need to be treated. Great. Let's take a quick look and see. So there's not... We're going to have to do this the hard way. It ends in 017, and we can't like mark that animal or anything on this menu, can we? No. So 017, and guys, we have 244 animals in here. This might be a bit of a challenge to find this animal. This part of the menu may need a little bit more updating. We need to be able to mark animals or ping them or somehow interact with them from the message panel, I guess, so that you can track that down, because having to find this animal in here is going to be a bit of a process. Let's see. And if they got renamed, I'm not even sure if we're going to be able to find them. So trying to figure out what the best way is there. And there's nothing on the disease here. No, so we're still looking for 017 here. Man, this is, I love the enrichment, love the detail, need a better way to get to the animal. And I'm just nervous, or I'm wondering if, because we named some of these animals, if it's in the name, if it's a named animal like Umbra, and we don't see the number, do we then have to go through and search 117? That was, or 177. That was awfully close. If it's a named animal, do we then have to go through all of our named animals to find it because we can't see the number? Because I'd like to treat this animal. We're getting close to the bottom here, and I am not seeing it. So, man, this could be a bit of a challenge, guys. The new stuff, we are working our way through it, figuring it out. 116, still looking for 017. If I scrolled by it, 217, that's close. If I scrolled by it, you guys are probably going to tell me in the comments, may have missed it. Trying hard to check all of them as we go. I'm wondering if this is one of the animals that has been named and we just aren't going to be able to find it without some sort of search function. Yeah, that is tough because I don't know how to find that animal without going through all of them one by one. Yeah. That's an interesting one. Let's think on that one. The other thing that happened in this pen that I found very interesting, I'll try to find one for you guys. We still have animals that do not have, no, like this one right here. This Holstein cow 101, does not have a suitable male. Oh, and is infertile. Well, that's why they don't have a suitable male. Okay, so we need to mark this animal. So we're learning a bunch of stuff. Can we come into here? Where are the Holsteins? Yeah, this one right here. We need to mark this one. All right, so I'm going to have to figure out a process by which we're going to go through and get rid of the animals that are infertile. I was not aware that that was part of the update for the most recent release of Realistic Livestock. So learning as we go, guys. Exciting stuff. Certainly making the management of cattle on the cattle ranch very, very involved. I'm sure as we figure it out, we will get better at it and it will be less cumbersome. But for right now, we are just dealing with what comes. So first and foremost, let's come in here and grab the cattle trailer, and we need to go find some bulls and sell them because we need more room in the bullpen, and we're here to make money, and the bulls at some point are going to get sold anyways. So whether we wait a little longer and make more money or we keep feeding this many animals, we'll just have to see. But when the pens are full, animals get sold. That's how that one's going to work on the cattle ranch. So, I suppose I have not actually fed the dairy or the birthing barn yet, but we can get into that. That's not a problem. So let's swing out over here, grab that trigger. Yeah, we slid just a little bit past it, didn't we? There we are. So want to find some of the big full-grown animals. Yeah, I mean, anything that's worth... Yeah, I mean, this one is 12 months. Seems to be of good quality. Worth $2,500. 11 months. 11 months. So basically, let's see. Anything that's in here that is worth $2,000 or more. Yeah, I mean, these are good quality animals. Man, look at these. Look at these Angus. 33, 4,000, 36, 32. Yeah, we'll get rid of all those full-grown animals. Again, 35, 41, $3,200. Got some high-quality animals. We got a bunch of water buffalo bulls. I'm going to sell a bunch of those just because we have so many. So the Angus and the Limousine seem to be the big money makers, which are the meat animals to begin with. So that makes sense. Because this, so here we go. We have a Holstein bull who is 12 months old, has a couple of extremely highs, all very highs. Then we have a 14-month-old Black Angus that only has 2 extremely highs and is worth $800 more. So the meat cattle, the Limousine and the Angus, appear to be worth significantly more for the same quality animal at sale. So that is very, very interesting. I was going to say when I saw that there were animals that had no suitable male, that we'd have to pick up more bulls. But in discovering that those animals are infertile, or at least one of them is, I'll have to go back and re-look at all those animals and see if they don't have suitable males, are they just animals that should be sold? And if so, then they go into what would be, I mean, now it's currently called the nursing home. and we just sell all of them, which would involve changing the criteria. Still having that collision on the bridge. County did not put the bridge in as well as I wanted them to, but we'll make it work. So yeah, we'll have to figure out with the infertile animals how to handle that. I was thinking between episodes, you know, we have the herdsman selling the animals from the nursing home pen based on age, and we're moving them. We could skip that step altogether and just have the herdsman sell animals out of the breeding barn when they reach a certain age. So basically, we would just keep moving the animals, the cows, between the... Oh, we can do it. Come on, make it over. No train. Oh, we got lucky there. We could just keep moving the animals between, you know, the animals that age up from teen town, we can move them into the breeding barn. And the animals that have recovered, the cows have recovered in the birthing barn, could go directly back into the breeding barn. And if while they're in there, they reach an age where they are, we want to sell them, say 49 months was I think what we set last episode, they would just be sold directly from there. Not sure if a pregnant animal is worth more money, but it would make sense to me that even if they got pregnant in the birthing barn before, or the breeding barn before they sold, we would sell them anyways. And if having them pregnant means they're worth more money, then we've just increased our profits. So worst case scenario, it seems like we get the same result with doing less moving of the animals. Best case scenario, we may actually increase their value if it takes a herdsman a day or two to get them sold and they end up getting pregnant, and there could be a good option. We do need to be careful with our straws, only because we have to make sure we have enough, because if he's in there doing a lot of AI stuff, it could be challenging. So let's see, select. We have them all selected. I want to sell, guys. Okay. That's the wrong menu. That's on me. Select all, sell selected. On the wrong menu. $43,728 for our excess bulls. That is excellent. Excellent cash to have on hand. Really happy with that sale, that outcome. Do need to run back up here with some sort of trailer, because we have a number of prefab walls and I believe a couple of pallets of furniture. You can just see them tucked in over there against the house. Yeah, I think let's run over and check real quick. Yeah, so there's a pallet of furniture hidden in here, pallet of furniture around here. So 3 prefab walls and 2 pallets of furniture. Just checking the wood here. Got distracted there, guys. Sorry about that. Wood, still have 4,600 liters of wood in there. We still have planks in there, and we're still just pulling away at it. So I think we're probably good in regards to what we have stocked in the carpenter shop to get us the things we need. We are just now at the mercy of time passing. So let's head back to the farm and get set up. A couple of small projects I want to do today to keep things moving. We are in money-making mode. We are here to make money, so that is our primary focus. Loving getting into the details of the herdsman and the update to realistic livestock, but we cannot lose focus on the fact that we are out of debt, we have the cows we need, and we have 1.1, just under 1.2 million dollars, and need to get to 4 million to complete our challenge. So we are going to be putting the focus, be hyper-focused on the money-making aspect of the ranch, which is going to be our dairy productions, selling our animals like the bulls. We're going to do a little bit additional forestry work and try to find some ways to just maximize our profits and keep things moving. So let's get back to the ranch. Let's switch it up and go grab our stuff up at the shop. I do want to make a small purchase today. Nice and smooth across the bridge. Love it. Is there room in our shed for the trailer? Let's check. Our fields are looking crisp and ready. Love the fall planting. Love seeing the fields progress. Alright, that is released. I think we're going to take the step deck. We've got 3 prefab walls and 2 pallets of furniture. I was going to grab the Scout there, but I don't think that trailer is big enough anymore to take that much stuff up and back. And our small purchase won't take up much space, but will require some space on the trailer. And I am thinking that before we leave, what I want to do is, let's see, let's get the ramps unfolded. Perfect. I'm going to bring the Fiat up to the store with this. I need a 3-point to get the purchase we're going to make onto the trailer. And I'm thinking about my forklift skills and what we're going to buy. And I'm thinking that may not be the combination of equipment that I want to have up there. So let's just drag the Fiat up to the store with us. It'll be super fast and easy if we have the Fiat to just grab it and load it on. I feel like I'm making this into a big mystery. It's not, guys. Just a really cool mod you may have seen on some of the other series, been playing with, and really want to bring it into this one. So we're going to do that. Nice and easy on the loading. Let's get the ramps up. Let's get the straps on and head up to the store. I will see you guys at the store after I've loaded up our productions from the carpentry shop in just a minute. Let's get the Fiat unloaded here because I want to get the straps back on. I did grab all of our cryo containers you can see here for our straws for the AI on the cows. So figure we'll bring those back to the ranch. Why not have them there? So get the Fiat turned off. Don't need to leave that running up at the store. So jumping into the store, what I want to grab today is a tool that's going to make our forestry work quite a bit more simple, easy, and efficient. So this is the loader winch from the homemade attachment pack. This is made by a modder named Tony. Did a great job on this. A guy who's participating with the channel and just putting together some great stuff. Check out his itch.io. It is posted over in the Discord. But regardless, we want a winch so we can get some stuff over to the sawmill and start producing more and more wood products to try to boost our money and keep the shop going. So if we need it for the cabin build, that we can keep it going the way we need to. So let's grab something sort of semi-close to the colors of the Fiat to begin with. This is going to allow us to do some logging work. What I love about this mod, 1, the simplicity, 2, how well it's done. It allows us to pull 2 logs at a time, has functionality with lights and other things. Just a really, really nice quality mod that is going to help us with our forestry work. So actually, once I get the Fiat facing the right way, get hooked up, like I said, didn't need a lot of space on the trailer, but didn't want to have to worry about trying to load this thing because it is a little bit small and didn't know where the collisions were going to be to grab it with the telehandler over there. So let's get the Fiat back on the trailer. We're going to head back down to the farm. 2 more projects for today. The first of which is going to be to use this winch to get some stuff going. Oh, bumping into our furniture pallets. Get some wood into our sawmill, keep our wood production at the farm going strong. And the second is we are not producing any TMR right now because we are out of silage. When I say we're out of silage, we have a whole bunch of it, but it's sitting in this wrapped sausage bale over by the cold storage. So we got to get the Massey out and go grab that and start feeding the TMR mixer so we can have everything where we need it. So I'm going to run back to the ranch, guys. We've done this drive a couple times today. Don't need to keep you in here for this one again. Nice and slow on the corner, though, because, man, tipping this load would be bad news, bears. So I'll see you back at the ranch in a minute. We'll get into our projects and see what else we get into this episode. See you soon. We are back at the ranch. I've decided to take the TLX and the flat deck up to the cabin build. It's an idea. I'm not sure if it's a good idea or not. But we're going to try to get this stuff unloaded straight off the step deck. Man, this is going to be tight. Ooh, boy. There may be a reason why we don't do this with the big truck and trailer. We may be finding that out. Wow, got it. All right, and as far as I can tell, not even a collision with the tree. So let's real quick on our way back down, just jackknife the trailer a little bit. Let's jump out and check and see what the cabin still needs. I'm sure it needs more furniture. Yeah, we're missing another 3,000 liters of furniture and another pallet of prefab walls. We are definitely, that carpentry production is going to be up and running here for a while. I will get the cryo tanks unloaded at the breeding barn. I think I'll put them down by the milk tank on the end. There's some good storage down there, but I'll do that between episodes. But for now, let's get staged and get the Massey off the trailer, or the Massey, the Fiat off the trailer and get to work on some lumber stuff. So here we are. We have our winch attached. Go ahead and head on out to the sawmill and we'll get going on all of that stuff. May have some overlapping controls for the winch. I was trying to extend the top bar, but I think the IC controls for the Massey and the winch extension might be the same. I'm not going to bother checking the controls while I'm driving this close to our wheat field. I will end up in the wheat. And we have crop destruction on, so that would be a bad choice. Oh, just got a couple of tiny leaves there we touched. All right, so let's get into the forest. So the way this works, and I want to see if I can extend this up. Let's see if we can get some lights on too. A little bit dark here. Oh yeah, look at that, all the lights on the back. Very, very cool. I just want to see if, so that's the window. That's the roof. That's what I thought. That's the top light. That's the bottom light. Yeah. So the top bar extends, but it's overlapping. The key binds or the mouse binds are overlapping with the IC controls for the Fiat. So not a big deal. So we're going to cut down some trees, and we're going to drag them over there using the winch. Man, those lights are bright, guys. It's like we're working in the sun. Get the stumps taken out, and let's grab this one for good measure as well. This is also an area we can expand our fields into to get more crops. We could also put some other buildings back here, sheds, or even more barns if we needed to. So an opportunity to not only make some money on the wood, which will be good, but also just to have some more space. We bought this lot knowing it was wooded. We've cleared a bunch of it to get the wheat field expansion in from a couple episodes ago. And I haven't really done a lot of forestry work back here since then. Been trying to keep the mill fed a little bit, just so we're getting our productions every day, and so we can keep the carpentry going, because as you guys saw, it is slow to get us what we need at the carpentry to keep the cabin going, and I want a place to sleep. So, all right, let's call that good for the first round of trees. Let's see, maybe turn the lights down a little bit. It may be just a little bit. There we go. Not on the super bright lights. So we want to back up. We have a couple of options for the winch. So turn that off. We come back here. We grab the winch, bring it out, and find our tree. Get it attached. Lickety split, looking good. And there's our other one. So we come over here, and I should be able to attach a second tree here. Excellent. We have our 2 trees. Now, the little Fiat that could. We are shackled up to the trees. Oh, like a dream, guys. The Fiat does not care that there are big trees back there. It could care absolutely not, could not care less. All right, now, as always, when you're doing winch work, when the first tree hits the trigger, which is the one challenge with this sawmill mod, it will disconnect the other winch line as well. If we use Gaming Joy's other sawmill, which we might have to switch to here, we could certainly drag both trees in, manually disconnect, and go from there. But because we've been felling the trees into the sawmill, we've been using it on automatic. So, can we grab these 2? I'm going to try to actually grab these in reverse order. I'm going to take the line out and go jump over here and connect to the one further away, because I think it will give us a better pull. And then come back here. It's hard to see that one. There we are. And we are back in the Fiat. These are big trees, guys. Look at that one closest to the tractor. Trying not to knock over our pile of planks there. But again, the Fiat does not care, guys. Just pulling and pulling and pulling. Love it. Love having good high quality equipment. Now the other thing you do with the winch, you can also, you don't have to just drag, so you can use the actual winch functionality. So here I can winch this tree in. Yep, all it took was an inch. Winch it into the tip point on the sawmill, and away it goes. So let's find a couple more trees here to get down. I foresee this being a little bit of some of our regular work here is going to be just keeping the trees fed into the sawmill and clear this area out. Might be an opportunity to put in another field. I'm thinking maybe even a grass field. We're set up for silage, so we could do more silage, and if we don't need it for the cows, we could sell it. Silage is a good moneymaker, but it does take an absolute ton of silage to make money. We don't have a lot of big equipment to move a lot of silage, but certainly a load of bales on the bale trailer or on the step deck could be worth $10, $20, $30, or $40,000. So maybe it's worth it. We'll have to see. I'm going to get a couple more trees here. Let's do 2 more rounds, so we get 4 total trees. As you can see, we are just grabbing everything out of the forest. This thing does not care. Away we go. Let's find a couple to attach to. All right, here we are. And let's grab that one. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. All right, so now I'll try to show you guys, this will be a better example. Let's turn the Fiat on. So you can actually just winch these in. So you see the trees starting to come towards me, so it works as a winch too. And once that first one gets tight, it'll start dragging the second one with it. And so it'll drag it almost all the way over. And this is not a big tractor, the Fiat, but it is doing a bang-up job of getting these trees into the sell point. Real quick, reattach. Where'd it go? We lost it. Is it this one right here? I don't feel like it's this one. I think this is one that we already had, that we left over here to cut down later. And, oh, that is, player speed is cranked up. Okay. Rocking and rolling. Let's get those pulled in. Getting the slack out of the winch line. Maybe. Do we need to drive a little bit? We can pull. Because there's a lot of slack in that winch line. Either way, we'll get them moving. Getting the trees pulled in. Probably should have backed up a little closer. Yep, and we got the first one in. Very, very good. Alright, we should have 2 to go. I think that other one fell in. I think we might have gotten 2 for 1 in the last one, so I'm just not seeing the other one here. So, no complaints about having it work more efficiently than we expected. Alright. Last one coming in. Yeah, I don't see any more trees over here, guys, so we must have gotten 2 in that first round. I just didn't catch it, but we are well fed at the sawmill. Oh, what's over here? There is one more. Found a bonus tree. Thought we had one more. Let's get that one in there real quick, and then I'll go start getting the silage bales in. And that'll be about it for November. Gonna have to do some planning on how we want to handle our infertile animals, how we want to handle selling animals out of the... I'm actually just going to leave the Fiat here. Well, I'll come back and do more forestry work. How we want to sell our animals as they age up. Do we want to sell them straight out of the... There are ladies right there enjoying being outside in the woods. Do we want to sell our animals right out of the breeding barn, which would save us a step in moving them? Gonna have to figure out if we are having too many bulls is an ongoing long-term problem, or if that is just, you know, with like the ebb and flow. Because as you can see, we have a couple of calf huts that aren't full. So we're sort of rotating up to the older animals in general. So the question is it just, you know, is the bullpen full today because we're just in that flow of animals and when we hit the ebb it'll go away? Or is that something that is going to be a more permanent problem and we have to find a better solution for selling our bulls? I think we're going to want to move our baler. Let's see about just getting it tucked in over here. Such a cool tool. Little bale wrapper. So glad we got that one on the ranch. Alright, let's get squared up. And we gotta get the bales unwrapped. Look at that. Even remembered which key it was, guys. Did we get them all? Missed one. Alright. These are 7,500 liter silage bales. These are going to make a lot of TMR. So I think what we want to do is spear this one with the outside fork here. And then we want to come back here and get 2 together. Down to about... Alright, that's better. Then we'll get it lined up and centered. And can we handle 2 7,500 liter bales? Because these are heavy. Are we tipping? I think the back wheels might be getting light. No? They are a little light. We're going to drive these over, go put them into our TMR silo, which will kick off some TMR production as well. And keep those animals fed and happy. So, very interesting episode in November. Enjoyed discovering some new things about the realistic livestock mod. Again, we've talked about it a couple times. Gonna have to come up with some new plans, processes for managing the cattle on the ranch. I think it's going to be very exciting. I think it's good stuff overall. But we're going to have to adapt and adjust, which is part of owning the ranch anyways. So excited to do that. Got up to the store, more prefab walls, more furniture got produced, brought those back. We got the animals shifted, we got the animals fed. I can't forget to put TMR in the birthing barn. I did skip that step this morning and don't want to forget to do that overall. Bought the new winch for some forestry work with the Fiat, which is going to help not only increase our income, but also increase our available land space, which is going to be really critical as the ranch continues to grow. So great progress overall, and just wrapping up with getting some bales moved into the TMR mixer. So guys, that's going to be it for today's episode. I will get the rest of these moved over between episodes. Thank you so much for joining me. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further. Channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's it for this one, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to the Realistic Cattle Ranch Challenge on Sunshine Forest. I'm BP, and it's time to get to work. It is a beautiful December morning, a bit cool. Probably should put a jacket on. Maybe we should hop in and do that real quick. Let's get a winter coat on. It is too cold to be out here without a jacket on. So let's see. All right, let's do that. Let's get our color selected back, and yeah, good to go. All right, got our jacket on. Just wrapping up some forestry work back here that we started yesterday. I got a whole bunch of trees cut out. 1, we wanted more area. 2, we needed to feed the sawmill. And 3, I want to run a road from the farmyard out to our forested area because we have all of those production, all the planks and planks long and everything else to get to the store. So I did trim all of these trees along the fence here and make sure that we had plenty of space to get our truck down here without hitting our crops. So there's a couple I left in here, but in general we are in good shape. I think the road, yep, cut it right through here, looking good. Got to figure out how we're going to get lined up. It's going to be a bit of a tight turn coming across here, but we'll snake back out here, and then let's just get a good connection at the road here as well. Want a nice big apron, nice big runoff so we can get to the road there and make the turn, because we're going to be coming through here with the TLX. Now, I do have a confession to make. I did accidentally leave the sawmill on full bore last night after filling it up. So we have just an absolute ton of wood products. And our goal at the sawmill was never to make these products to sell, to get rich. We are a cattle ranch. We should be making our money on the cattle. So I've come up with a plan to use these. We will make some money, but it's going to take some time. We're going to take all these up to the wood shop in town, and we will turn them into furniture and prefab walls, which will use them up, and it's going to take a lot of time, and we have to continue leasing the wood shop. I've also considered we could use the sale of those products from the wood shop. Maybe we just buy the wood shop as part of our penalty for having so many wood products that we just did not intend to have. So I did run up to the store, or up to the town this morning, drop off our manure, our slurry, all that kind of stuff. Going to need to move our baler out of the way. It's not a good parking spot for it. And while I was up there, one of the things I love about our tipper trailer on this series is the fact that it does auto-loading stuff and tipping stuff, has tension belts, all of it. So I was able to, after dropping off, make sure our lights are all the way off, after dropping off the slurry maneuver, I was able to pick up the Last prefabbed wall we need, and I believe it's 2 pallets of furniture. We're still 1 short. It takes a small eternity to get, 2 things of furniture, to get furniture made up at that wood shop, and we are cranked to 300% production rate, guys. So absolutely tearing it up there, and still barely getting anything out of it. So we're going to drop the tanker off at the birthing barn, and we'll run the tipper up to the cabin build and get those things dropped off so we can have the production continue. So let's drop the tipper here. We'll come back and pick it up. Some exciting updates on the cows. It has been several episodes in a row of figuring out the new realistic livestock stuff, and I feel like we're in a really good spot. So we'll go through the updates from realistic livestock and how we're handling them and what I was not doing correctly earlier that I believe we have figured out now. But it's important to note the bullpen, despite looking exactly the same, you guys can see it over there in the background. We'll drive by it on the way back after we drop this stuff off. I replaced the bullpen with a open pen that has a much higher capacities. We went from, I think it was 57 animals to 500. Now, I don't think we're ever going to have 500 bulls in there, but it does seem like we are getting a glut of bulls from our birthing, and we want to let them age up. We need to make money on them, and I don't mind selling them early if we have to, but I really would prefer to let them age up a little bit. So not as tough delivery as last time, because we have the smaller trailer, so definitely don't want to make it look harder than it is. Don't have a crash now that you get to drive the small trailer up here. Try to take advantage when you can. Let's jump on out. Once again, check. I believe we are 1 thing of furniture away. Yep. We are missing 1 pallet of furniture. If you take a look at our productions, we go to the Ultimate Wood Shop, and we have, where are we, furniture, 792 liters of the 1,000 needed for that last pallet. So we are definitely getting closer. So again, we're still just in winter mode. It is a beautiful day on the cattle ranch. I mean, look at that view. So let's actually pull through this way. I'll put the trailer away. Here is the new identical bullpen, just a little different capacity. Got it topped up for food and water, got the animals transferred. Like I said, main reason for doing that was to make sure that we could let the bulls age up. What's so interesting was in getting the bulls in and out of there, our full-grown bulls have rings in their noses again. Now, some of the cows do as well. I think that's a breed thing, not a male or female thing. But that feature, whatever we're calling it, skin or add-on, was not loading before, and it is now. So that is exciting stuff. It looks like we need to put some grass down in that bullpen. I don't think the meadow took when we put it in. Don't hit the Fiat. It's bad to hit the tractor with the semi. All right, we are good to go. 37,000. We're going to leave that here for now, detach the trailer, and head out. So let's talk updates, but real quick, I want to put grass in the pen. I've already done the shift for today. I've already taken care of feeding and watering all the animals, so we are in good shape there. So we can get into a couple of projects, but today's mainly going to be about getting the final version of the herdsman stuff set up, because I went back and after not having the success I was expecting with the herdsman, I did what I should have done at the beginning, which was read Arrow's update on his GitHub page. There we go. I think that looks much better, having some grass in the pen. Ooh, do need to clean it up in the troughs. Do not want grass coming up through the troughs. Let's find some gravel here, and let's just get rid of that. Perfect. Excellent, excellent. All right, so the bullpen is set. So what did we learn from reading the Realistic Livestock update? Well, first and foremost, when you go into the menu and you look at the herdsman menu, if you select, let's say, sell, and you select mark, all the herdsman is going to do is mark those animals for you to sell. So when I said last episode, oh, he marked it, must be selling overnight, the animals did not sell overnight. They're still here, but you can see he's marked them for sale. And this is actually, it was a misunderstanding on my part. It makes a lot of sense the way it's set up. So when you go into the menu, let's take a look here again, guys. And, you know, we go to sell, and I set it to 100 animals because I wanted just to sell as many as there were in there. The way the mod's supposed to work is if you use mark or sell, if you don't mark, the herdsman will actually sell the animals. This number is going to be the best animals to sell. So he's going to sell the best 100 animals in the pen. Now, I wanted him just to sell all of them, which would work. But if you want to say, hey, every month I want to sell the top, you know, let's say 5 animals in this pen, the herdsman will go through and look at age and breed and quality based on your criteria down here again, and male and female, whatever you select. And they will either sell or mark, depending on what you have selected here, the best 5 animals to sell. The same thing works for the AI stuff. So if you set it to 5 here and you hit mark, and I got to hit enable, the herdsman will go through and find the best 5 animals for AI in your pen and tell you these are the ones that have the best chance, the best genetics, everything else based on your criteria and your selections down below. So a really cool way to set it up where if you only want to breed, you know, maybe the top 5 or 10% of your herd, you can do that using the herdsman and you don't have to go through and find them manually. So my misunderstanding on how that worked. So I have now enabled the herdsman to sell the animals, which we're actually going to turn off because we'll talk about that later. But all these animals should be sold as needed. We're actually going to manually sell these animals because there's another thing we have to talk about as far as the update. But before we get to that, in regards to buying and selling and the artificial insemination, I made a bunch of changes to our breeding barn. So I put the herdsman in charge of buying us some animals. So first and foremost, purchasing is enabled. He has a $15,000 budget. He can buy up to 15 animals per day, any breed. We don't want any with diseases. I only want him to buy females. I don't need him to buy males. We'll buy the bulls every year. Plus, we're using straws from some outside genetics, try to get stuff going. I only want him buying animals that are 6 months to 2 years. And realistically, I think I'm going to take it to 1 year to 2 years so that they can almost immediately be bred. All of our genetic qualities are set from high to what would be extremely high or the highest level, and he's going to start buying those animals. Now, conversely, I've also enabled the herdsman to sell animals up to 100. I don't want him marking again. We want him actually buying. Don't care if they have a disease or don't have a disease. Don't care if they're male or female. But if they are over 4 years of age and they're in this pen of any quality, I want him to sell them. So that is going to start happening now. So that's why the nursing home pen, we're not having him sell out of there anymore. We're actually going to use that pen for something totally different. And then lastly, I have the AI turned on up to 100 animals. I don't want him to mark them. I want him to actually do it. Don't care if they have a disease. Don't care what breed they are. I don't care what their quality is. If they're in here and they're able to be bred, I want him to try to breed them because we're still not getting all of our animals pregnant as quickly as I would like. So that is the changes in the breeding barn. And it is worth noting that in the update text that Arrow put out, when you set the herdsman to marking, where he just identifies the animals to sell or to AI or to anything else, that is at a lower cost. So that $214 that I told you we spent last month, and I think it was $248 this month, is for the marking. It is expected that when he actually sells them or actually does the AI, or actually does the purchasing, you're going to pay more. So I'll report back as we get that data, but we don't have that yet. So the question here is, what are the other animals in this pen? And this is, I think, one of the really interesting things that has changed and has happened here on the ranch. So we come in here, and if we look at the animals, I have just a ton of animals that came out infertile. So these ones that are 0 months, this one right here was born today. All the other ones I found going through the pen. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Got to scroll down so we can keep seeing. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 18 infertile animals. My herd is just under 400 animals right now. So with about 20 animals being infertile, we're looking at, what, 5%? Like 4.5%, 5% of the animals are being born infertile. So they cannot get pregnant, is my understanding. That's why it says no suitable male. So these animals are essentially like our bulls, where we're only raising them to increase their value. So I haven't yet decided what I want to do with raising them. My question is, and what I'm hoping to figure out through some testing with you guys, is, do infertile animals sell for less money than a comparable fertile animal? I would assume yes. But just, we're going to do some experimenting. We're going to see how that goes. But we have 18 animals in here that cannot be bred, that we were putting through our system, feeding, taking care of, giving straw and food, and putting into the breeding barn, and there was never any hope of an outcome of becoming pregnant. So a very cool mechanic, but something to look out for. Now, the last piece that I was able to sort of discern or figure out, and I still am not 100% on this, but as far as I can tell in all of my testing and all of my looking at our animals on the ranch right now, bulls cannot be infertile. I don't have a single bull here out of all the ones we own, and it is a bunch, guys, 62 bulls. No, the bullpen holds 62, not 500. I thought it held 500, so we increased it by a little bit, but that's okay. None of these are infertile. So we don't have any of them. So if we're getting 4.5 or 5% of our animals coming out as infertile, I would assume that at least a handful of bulls would be infertile as well. So lots and lots of enrichment in regards to the cattle care that we're doing on the ranch with the update to the mod. The very last thing I want to show you guys, and then we're going to get back into some actual farm work. So if you're not into the realistic livestock stuff, we're almost through it. We had a couple of notifications about animals getting sick. I had a hard time finding them last episode, and my assumption was correct. These animals, actually both animals got sick. We got 2 that contracted mastitis, one yesterday and one today, were both named animals. And I don't think that has anything to do with it, but in trying to locate them, it was very hard because I could not see their animal number. You know, this 110017 number was not showing up anywhere. So I found the best way to locate them was to just come in here, and on the right-hand side, you can see the disease and status menu, which is blank. I just literally started scrolling down on the animals until I could see one pop up, and then I'd come back and find it. So right there, boom, I saw one. I come back up, and Spoiled Ember, who is named, so we would never be able to find that 017 number. That's what we were looking for yesterday, is 6. So you find it, you come in here. Now, here's the tricky part, guys. You can't treat from this menu. You have to go to the info menu over here to treat. So I have to know that that animal is named Spoil Ember. And remember, I can't mark on this screen either. So then I have to come back here and scroll down, find Spoiled Ember. And then I can go to diseases, and I get mastitis. 1 month. The fee is $200 a month. She is now immune because I started treatment last month, and I have one other animal with the same situation. Now, the very last piece of this update, guys, I promise, I'm not certain, but I believe when I woke up this morning and was getting my financial update that you get every morning on FarmSim, I believe the animal treatment came through as an increase of cash by $200, not a decrease. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. I didn't get a chance to confirm it, but if you're playing with this and you're treating your animals, let me know down in the comments of the video. Are you noticing that your treatment is coming through as income instead of as an expense? So that is the lengthy, detailed, technical update in regards to what is going on the cattle ranch with realistic livestock. Really, really cool mod. The details and the depth are just astounding in regards to what Aero has done, and I would encourage you, if you are into husbandry stuff and farm sim and you're playing on PC, give it a try. It's fun to have something that we don't know exactly how every single detail of it works and you have to pay attention. Really brings the immersion in. So speaking of immersion, it is time to sell some oh boy, we're on the bumper hitch. That's a bad plan, guys. We've done that in the past. Let's not do that again. All right. Connect it up the right way. We need to get all of the fertile old animals out of this pen. This is the only time we're going to be doing this. I have considered also using this pen as a treatment pen. So if we get animals that are sick, we could bring them over here and watch them. So this might go from the nursing home to the hospital. We may be changing the name. Just grabbing all of the animals that are fertile but older than we want, just making sure I have all of those selected. I think we have them all. Yep, that one's good. I was surprised by how many animals we got that were not fertile on the farm. So moving 6 animals over. Excellent, great. We are going to sell some bulls this morning. Let's head on out. And what do we have? I want any of the bulls that are full grown. Don't really care. So they're full grown, 12 months. Yeah, I mean, they will go up in value, but at this point, I think it's a bit of diminishing return because we're feeding them. Obviously, we can make more money, but we are having overcrowding issues still. So just these 3 Black Angus, as we discussed last episode, what are traditionally meat animals, the Angus and the Limousin, do seem to be selling for more than their dairy counterparts as they age up for very similar quality animals. So I'm going to run up to the store, get these guys sold, because the herdsman was just set up this morning to go ahead and start buying and selling animals. We will check the sale and try to bring some animals back. I think we need to really increase the rotation of animals coming through the farm. All right, County. I don't know what we did with the bridge, but I want the bridge to be better. We will go through the animals today and just buy whatever is up there because we're going to start rotating animals through because while 300 is what we need for the challenge, I think we're going to get closer to 500 before we start producing enough money to really get to our $4 million goal. As you guys see this morning, we are at $1.4 million after the sales from our greenhouses and the income from our property, so doing well. I will see you guys at the animal dealer shortly. I'm not going to say there was nearly a cattle hauler and train incident on the tracks while you guys were gone, but I did have a moment of panic when I didn't think we were going to make it over the tracks and the train was coming. So it was a close one. You guys missed it. It was a bit terrifying. So let's select all. Let's sell selected, $32,000. Great news. Now let's look for some high quality animals. Here we go. That's a great looking animal. We want the rating to be very good or above overall. So the far right corner over here, extremely good. That's the type of animal we're looking for. This one's name is Santa. That is awesome. Unfortunately, Santa may be a very bad Santa because their overall rating is not very good. Here is a nice looking Holstein Molly. Very good is our sort of benchmark. I am picking up a couple of bulls. Really want to make sure that we are getting 51 months. Ooh, almost fell for that trap, guys. 13 months. Got to make sure the ones I selected, the other ones were really small, right? So we didn't have any other ones. Really want to make sure our animals are getting pregnant as quickly as possible so that we can, you know, with the gestation period and everything else, we need them to be getting pregnant quickly, and so we can reproduce and have the babies and make the money and get the milk. The longer it takes, the worse it is for us. So here is a great 33-month-old bull. We're just going to pick him up. He'll only get a year out of it. We'll only get a year out of him. Wow, 6,700. Maybe we won't. Let's see. 33 months. Man, I don't think we buy him. That's a nice-looking bull, but it's a bit steep price-wise. 12 months. I like this bull. Better price. All right. We can put him into... Don't need any more Angus bulls, I can tell you that much. 20-month, extremely good overall quality. You're coming with us, even though you're $4,500. Now look, the next one down, 3,400, only average condition. You gotta watch your animals. Here's another good one. Fertility is extremely high. That's what we need. Here's another good one. Just scrolling down till we find the green. How old is this one? 12 months. Man, this one must be amazing because it is... Oh, it's 11 months, so it's not a big deal. That's enough bulls. Here's a very good animal, but again, 42 months. Extremely good overall quality. 12 months. Very good. I got to figure out... We might be getting close to the limit on this trailer. Very good overall. All right, I don't think... Should we look at a Hereford bulls? Should we take a quick... Don't see any. They're jumping out at me. And, oh, there's a very good water buffalo. Water buffalo are hard to find high quality on this map. I don't know what it is. On some of the other playthroughs, I feel as though it's the Angus are hard to find. On our live stream series, the Backroads County, I feel like it's we have a hard time with the Angus. 19 animals. Okay, so we didn't fill it up. All right, and we just about broke even. I think we made about 100, or maybe $500 selling and buying the animals, but we have a much better grouping of animals to bring back, bringing some new genetics back to the ranch. I'll run these guys back and get them put away, and then we're going to get the step deck. We're going to pick up all of that wood production and bring it up here and put it into the carpentry shop, and we will use that. I think maybe that is what we'll do. When we sell the final goods out of the carpentry shop, we will have paid the lease on the carpentry shop the whole time, assuming we don't need any more goods for the cabin, which we might. But once the cabin is set, yeah, see, we had a similar issue on the way here, but at that stage, the train was right around the corner, so we had to scoot and get out of the way quick and in a hurry. But if the cabin doesn't need any more carpentry goods, then I think we let them, the carpentry run through, and then maybe we take that money from the sale and buy the carpentry, even if we don't plan on continuing to use it. And then if there's any proceeds left after that, then we would get to keep those. Because I don't want to just go sell, you know, $250,000 worth of wood products. That's not what I want to do. I am, however, going to keep feeding the sawmill, and at this point it is turned on to sell the wood, which is much less valuable than the production. So we will sell the wood, but we will not sell the productions directly and try to lessen the impact of that. So I said I'd meet you guys back at the ranch, but here we are. We made it all the way back. All of these animals are going to go directly into the breeding pen. They've all been weaned off of their mothers. If their bulls are close in age but not old enough, I don't want to mix them into our bullpen because they are fresh genetics. I don't want to lose track of them. So all of these animals go directly into the breeding pen, and when they are ready to breed, they will just do that at their own pace. So there is some collision in the middle of this trailer. You see it going over that step too. There we are. Let's select all animals. Let's move. Selected. Moving 19 animals in. Excellent. We have 266 animals in the breeding barn. So, as you can see, Herdman is marked for artificial insemination. We know that's not going to be the case because he's actually going to do it next month. We changed our settings. So let's run this trailer back to the shed and go grab the wood production stuff. I did put a couple of straw bales into the straw blower because it may be worth blowing some straw today. If not today, then definitely in January. Okay, animal trailer dropped off. Man, the TLX, I love the look of this truck, love the sound of it. It is dirty. It is putting in the work on the ranch. Looks like a ranch truck. I mean, we'll have to check and see. I don't think it's muddy on the inside. No, we're keeping it nice and clean on the inside. We're a shoes off driving kind of situation here. Let's get pulled out. Let's stay out of our crops. And let's go check our new road back to the sawmill. Oh, I'm liking this. This road turned out great. Oh, yeah. Nice and easy, wide, nothing to hit. I could find things to hit, but I'm going to try not to. This part we knew was going to be a little bit tight. You have to just turn around out here. Probably should have the sawmill facing a little bit of a different angle to come pick up all this stuff, but we will make it work. Man, we have a lot of stuff. Oh, and it's still coming, guys. Holy goodness. Is there more? I hope not. I told you, I did not mean to leave it on overnight. Woke up this morning and was like, oh, goodness, we've got so... Oh, and there's more coming. Okay. Maybe we can find a Goodwill or something and donate some of this stuff, because there is so much of it. Let's see if we can get it reorganized a little bit. Is there anything else in here? Because I turned it to selling as soon as I got out. Yeah, there's still 16 pallets of planks, 6 wood beams, and another 13 pallets of planks long. We might be in the trigger. Give it a little bit of space and see if it comes back to us. Yep, there we go. Guys, this is insanity. Can we switch unload sides? Let's see. Yep, let's make that the right side. Let's switch this to layering and see if we can't get this to, yeah, put all the big stuff across the bottom. I like that better. Well, maybe. We'll see. Too many gaps. So that's going to be a mess doing it this way, isn't it? Got to pull up because we still have stuff in the unload area. All right, let's go back to stacking and see if that neatens it up a little bit, because we had so many missed spots on there because we were layering. And it's still coming out, guys. This is crazy. Definitely glad we turned the sawmill off. All right, well, I mean, that is, I think that qualifies as a full load of wood, and we still have all of those planks. Oh my goodness. All right, well, I will see you guys up at the carpenter where we're going to put all these in and let them burn through the carpentry shop over time. See you guys in a minute. Even with the big TLX, this is a slow load to get up here, and it does not like cornering. We've got to be very careful. This thing is so tippy. All right, getting up here, let's get some items put into the carpentry shop. Okay, it's not going to take the wood beams. I thought I remembered that. So the wood beams are going to be sold. Let's just run them over. Let's check. We could go to the farmer's market. We could go to the sell-all point. We got options. Let's see. Wood beams. Where are we? Best price, Goldcrest Valley. We are not going to Goldcrest Valley. Buildable cabin, and then it is the sell everything. So let's go over to the sell everything. And I will sell these, and we will purchase the carpentry shop with the proceeds, because I still have to go get, yeah, that's $57,000. That is just so much money. So let's come in here. Let's go back to the map. Let's grab the carpentry shop. Manage. Let's see. I think what I need to do here, because we're leasing it, is I need to sell it, right? And then I can buy it back. Yep. $142,000. So we're losing money on this deal, which makes me feel good. All right, so we've lost money on the deal. That's totally fine. I will get the rest of the planks brought back up here between episodes as well and get those loaded in. But let's see. Driving and not paying attention. Crash counter right into the fence. I do want to check and see if maybe we should take a quick nap and bring back this last pallet of furniture. I bet our production has halted, because we sold it and we bought it. So let's take a look here. Now we own it. It's down here. We still have the furniture is at 909. So yeah, guys, I think we take a quick snooze. I will see you guys probably mid-afternoon when that last thing of furniture is ready, and we'll bring it back. And I am very hopeful that is going to be the final piece of the cabin build, but I have no idea, guys. Could be more. See you guys in just a minute. It does feel a little bit silly having one pallet on this giant flat deck truck, but we are back at the ranch with the last pallet of furniture that the cabin says it needs. We are going to snake our way through the yard. We're going to take the big truck and the big trailer up to the build site and see if this might potentially be the last step in our cabin build. It's starting to feel like an epic cabin build, as much time as it's taken. Crashed right into our own front porch. Would not recommend doing that. Alright, as usual, loop around. Love that it has two porches, front porch and a side porch. Got some great views down over the grass field into the ranch from here. Let's check out and see our progress. Alright, it does not claim it needs anything else. Now, technically, there's more storage in here, so there could be more steps. But we will let this one run, and maybe we'll start next episode waking up in our new cabin if it's done. If not, we'll just keep building stuff and go from there. So I think that's going to be about it for this episode, guys. I feel like we have a really good grasp of the new realistic livestock changes, a really strong plan moving forward to get the ranch where it needs to be. excited for those changes, excited for what the next couple of episodes bring. We are officially in the money-making phase of the Realistic Cattle Ranch and ready to hit our $4 million goal. Thank you guys so much for joining. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you want to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's it for this one, guys. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to the Realistic Cattle Ranch Challenge on Sunshine Forest. I'm BP, and it's time to get to work. It is a stunning, snowy January morning on the ranch. Getting water put in the greenhouses, taking care of our calves next. I got up this morning, I got the shift done, got the animals somewhat fed and somewhat watered. We're about halfway done with the process. Wanted to get you guys in here so we can go through some of the changes. So first and foremost, our bullpen all the way over there at the far end is now empty. I cannot get that pasture mod to hold the capacity it says it's supposed to hold. It's supposed to hold 500 animals. It doesn't hold 500 animals. And once again this morning we were overflowing with bulls. So it's a great problem to have. We are increasing our holdings, but gotta have a pen to put them in. So, as you guys will see in just a minute, I dropped a feedlot in the back, and we have our bulls back there. So let's just finish looping and getting these pens topped off. All good to go. And our 2 calf huts here. There's the first one. The snow on the ranch is amazing. Looks great. The Fiat loves it, just eats it up. So back over here, we put in the feedlot for our bulls. This will hold 1,000 animals. Not going to get full ever. Going to work really, really well. So jumping in, perfect. 62 animals out of 113. That other pen was only holding 57 or 59 despite what it was supposed to be holding. So much, much better. Now, I did get about 80,000 liters of hay in here. We don't have any straw in here yet, which we can have, and it will produce manure, which is going to be important for our next endeavor. So I'm thinking we're going to put the manure heap in the back. I want it away from the other barns. I don't want it overlapping because I like where we have, and when the manure heaps overlap, it tends to create all kinds of conflict. So I'm thinking maybe we take this tree down right here. And the great news is I discovered our new winch mod works with all of our trailers. You don't have to take it off. So if you look at the back here, we're hooked up and the winch is still here. So we are in good shape. So I can actually leave the water tanker here, slide on back. May need to do a little bit of smoothing there. And I can grab this tree. Now, whether I can successfully pull it all the way over to the sawmill from here is a totally different story. That's related to my skill, not related to the mod. But let's go ahead and we got the live winch line this morning. Maybe approach it from this side, sneak up on it, don't make eye contact. Got it. All right, good to go there. I do want to, yeah, I can see just a little bit of a bump there. Let's go ahead and smooth that out. Just put the feedlot down right before you guys got here. Was just tired of having all the animals not fitting where they were supposed to fit. And with the addition of the manure heap on this pen, we are going to have some good options. Just going to winch this in tight in hopes of getting it through the farmyard. We're going to have some good options as far as an additional production here on the yard. Okay, so far so good. The tree's with us. I would like to go back that way and just go directly to the sawmill, but I think cutting through the trees with another tree may result in some entanglement that we don't want. All right, definitely got to get those triggers turned back off. There it is. Now we're enjoying the beautiful snowy morning. All right, so can we sneak up through here? So far, so good. Run this tree out to the sawmill. As you guys can see over there in the distance, the sawmill, we do not have any wood productions this morning. We got them all turned off, so we are not just cranking out stuff unnecessarily. Gonna get this guy dropped off. We will probably do some more forestry work. Not sure it'll be on camera, but I'll keep working the sawmill, keeping it full, selling some logs. Had some very interesting things happen overnight. Our updates to the herdsmen worked really, really well. Going to go through the barns with you guys and the messages. But we had animals bought, we had animals sold, we had our animals artificially inseminated. All of the things that we wanted to have happen have happened. So that is good news. Let's head on back over. Driving in the snow is so much fun. We're going to head back, and I want to drop this manure heap in the back. Maybe even put a little gravel path back to it. Like I said, this spot back here, not the most convenient as far as being able to use it, but I really don't want to have any overlap with the rest of the manure heaps. Do we want it? Which way do we want it? Do we actually just want to do like this? So you can just back straight up to it? That's actually not a bad plan right there. So let's go back and let's see what this manure heap is connected to. Is it connected to anything other than the bullpen? Nope, it's connected to just the bullpen. Great news. That's what we wanted. We did not want any overlap. We're going to hit it with a quick soften on the edges just to make sure there's nothing there that's going to get in the way. We'll grab some gravel and just sort of gravel in here. And then we'll bring this up to size and bring a gravel path down to where we are now. So now, here we go. There's our manure heap. And we have a nice gravel path back to it. So, in regards to the other production, I want to grab our water tanks. We're going to top off. What was the nursing home may now be the fertility clinic. Not sure what to call that pen. All the animals in it currently are infertile, so we'll have to see what comes of them. But what are we going to do with the bullpen? Well, that's where I think we're going to put in our new production, because as you can see driving around here, that didn't quite get it on camera there. Hold on, back up. Look at those tires spin. That's great. That manure heap back there, right over there, is relatively full. The one straight ahead that has a trailer tipped up on edge because it's so full, it's very full. The one by Teen Town, it's not terribly full, but it has some manure in it, so we're producing an excess of manure. We're not able to get all of our manure up to the BGA every day and in, because the BGA just doesn't process that much. So while this is emptying, we're going to come in here And I have an idea of what I want to do. So we're coming here, and ooh, that is tough with the snow, isn't it? There we go. We're going to sell the old bullpen. $15,000. I've tried 3 different versions of that pen, and just none of them work. Now here's a quick pro tip for you guys doing some yard installation in the snow. Can't see at all what I'm doing, but if you soften, which really doesn't do much if your yard's pretty smooth to begin with and won't affect any of your crops if you were to accidentally go into your field, now I can see where my path is, where the grass is, all that kind of stuff. So we're going to come down here, and I found this, the fertilizer plant mod, $50,000, and it produces fertilizer from manure and slurry and digestate, and I think that's what we're going to do for our next animal production. So how do we want to place it on here? Because we have quite a bit of space. We put it this way and have it sort of facing the back of the yard. That means we got to get our vehicles back here, versus if we were to put it this way, it would be facing the front edge. I think that's going to be it right there. Let's grab another quick soften. Just make sure that that went down smooth and easy. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. So then we can pull right in there and then loop back around. So that will work. So I actually don't want to disconnect from the tank here. All right, we are full in the fertility clinic. They've got all the water they can need. And that leaves us a spot for maybe even another shed or something else if we need to expand. So that worked out really, really well. So let's do some more animal work, and let's get updated on what's going on. First and foremost, we have a bit of a critical problem this morning, and that problem is that we don't have any food in the breeding barn. We had like 120,000 liters in here just the other day, and it is absolutely gone. I am shocked that it went that quickly. So I'm thinking maybe let's try this. I want to see if this will work. We may do this a different way. You want to know what? We are going to do it a different way, because they need like 100,000 plus liters of food. So we're going to grab the TLX and the step deck and head into the barn with all those hay bales and see if we can't get them to go into the feed trigger. Because if we try, I was going to think about emptying our mixer truck and putting it all in there, but that only holds, was it 28 or 32,000 liters, and if we need to put in, you know, upwards of a couple 100,000 liters, that's going to be a tough. Ooh, the TLX is sliding. That is going to be tough to get going. We're going to be going slow in the yard with the snow and the TLX. Do not want to hit anything. All right, let's grab some bales. As you can see, we're getting down to the bottom here, guys. 25 hay bales. Let's see what we can get. Not sure what loading method I have. Ah, lovely. Layering. That's what we want. Layering is the way you want to do it unless you're doing mixed loads. Mixed loads, I like to use stacking on Autoload because it tends to group things together and they fit better. But layering is so much better when you have either all the same size stuff like pallets or bales. Keeps the center of gravity nice and low and easy. So here's 200,000 liters of hay. We're going to take it in here and see if we can get the triggers to fill up. We may have to do some creative stuff, but let's see if it's taking any of it. It is not taking any of it. That is A-okay. So what we're going to do here is throw the straps on. We're going to pull all the way back around. and get repositioned. Oh, I didn't think about this turn here with the new bullpen. That is snug. May have to take that tree out. Alright, can we set this up? Because this is not the way to approach this turn with this trailer. Oh boy. Might work. Might just work, guys. Bumping the outside wall. We're trying to get real close to the outside wall. Then we're going to come in. Alright, that feels better. Alright, we're going to come in. We're going to make sure our unloading side is to the right, which it is. And we're going to unload the bales. A bunch of them will disappear. Those that don't, we can reload. And go from there. And is the food going up? Food, they got 36,000 liters. So at least they have some food now. Let's see if we need to move up a little bit. Maybe we're not close enough to the midpoint of the trigger. There we go. See some of those bales disappearing? That's what we want. Seems like the sweet spot is right in here. Yeah, we're getting just the middle of that trigger. Alright, so they should have... Perfect. They should have 200,000 liters of food. They have 201,000 liters of food. Great news. So now we need to take a trip up to the store because we are out of straw. I don't think we have a single... Well, that's not entirely true. There are 2 bales in the straw blower. So we could go ahead and get the straw blown in, but we're going to need more than that. I do want to double check that we don't have any more straw in here. Let's see. Hay, solid fertilizer, lime, yeah, round bale net, herbicide seed, yep. No straw there. So we're going to head up to the shop. I'm going to grab some straw. We're going to bring back a whole load because we're just going to need it on the farm. We need it for the calf huts. We need it in the barns. We need it in the bullpen now. So I'll run up to the store. I'm going to grab some straw, and I will catch you guys when I'm back with the straw. Getting back to the farm, I bought 32, nope, that's not right. I bought 24 straw bales. It was just under $32,000. We have had a straw shortage on the ranch from the very beginning. We just have never produced enough straw to support our straw needs. So, gonna get this stuff loaded into the shed, at least some of it, I guess I should say. We probably should run a bunch of it down to the new bullpen. So maybe we do that real quick. What do you guys think the Massey's going to do in the snow? Could be quite a bit of fun. May not work at all. Let's take a look and see what happens with the Massey in the snow. We're sliding. Alright, so right off the bat, traction not ideal. But I think we'll be alright. Let's just take our time. Snowy chore day. Not a big deal. Yeah, we are sliding. Oh, sliding all over the place. Alright, here we go. Let's see, can we do 4? You know, why not? In the snow, slipping and sliding. Let's try 4 bales. What could possibly go wrong? Alright, so we got our 4 bales. Bring that up. Can't see anything about where we're going, but I'm concerned if I bring them any higher, it will be a problem. Alright, where is... We got to be getting close to the trigger. Oh yeah, we are in the trigger for the bullpen. Perfect. So maybe that was 4. Maybe we do 8 bales over here. Get them started. I do have some straw in the blower still. We got to go blow some straw into the calf pens, give them their straw bath for January. And then, as promised, we're going to get to the message and reports on our animals for the day. As I said, the herdsmen, I think we are rocking and rolling with the herdsmen. Feel like we know what we're doing and getting the results we want, which is perfect. So 8 bales over here, should be 36,000 liters of straw. Should definitely keep these guys going for a little bit. All right, perfect. And I will probably get the rest of this unloaded with the Massey off camera. Let's put a couple of bales in the shed. Let's do that. So actually, we may need to move the TLX to get the straw blower in the barn. So let's see. Shouldn't take too long. We'll try to be. Oh boy. Didn't remove the bales from the front. Let's not make a mess of this. Alright, there we go. Just get the bales in the shed there, guy. Don't overdo it. Perfect. If you guys have not tried this skid steer loader from Black Sheep Modding, it is incredible. It's one of the best ones in the game. Very versatile, functions really well, fun to drive. With the weight on the back, the capacity is, I'm constantly surprised at the capacity that this thing can move with the weight on the back. It's absolutely tremendous. So would definitely recommend trying it out. Comes with a full pack, forks, buckets, log grab, everything you need. And we got a couple of floater bales here. They're making a run for it on us. Oh, and I think we're just knocking them off now. We were getting them in good sets of 4, and now we're going to end up doing them all in 2s at the end. Not a big deal. We'll get this one individually. It's in the way. I think 2 more trips. We get a stack of 3 and a stack of 2, and then all of our straw is put away. Good to have straw back on the farm. Like I said, we just have never produced enough straw. Look at that skid. That's great. We have never produced enough straw on the ranch for our own needs. We've always had to bring it in. Lucky for us, unlike a lot of real-life farmers, we're not paying for hay, which is very expensive these days. Feel bad for those guys, but straw is our shortcoming here. So, last trip, if we can get turned around, get our last 2 bales so we can get the TLX out of the way. We still have to run up to the BGA, and we need to put some manure and or some slurry, depending on what we have, into our new fertilizer production. So, boom, all the straw in. Thought it was going to be a big project. Really wasn't at all. Little Massey did a great job. Even did it in the snow. Love the tracks. Look at the snow deformation. Such a cool day in the snow today. So, getting the TLX turned around. Let's see if we can do that without sliding into stuff. There we go. Got a little bit of traction there on the corner when we hit the gravel. Not going to complain about that. I almost went to the store this morning and picked up a snowblower so we could clear out part of the yard, but I think this is our first snow in 4 years on Sunshine Forest. It's actually stuck and hung around. I mean, it's 26 degrees. It's a cold day, but we have had just no snow on this series at all, so I'm so excited to have it. All right, 200,000 liters of food in here. We do need to run and get the milk today as well. These guys have no straw either. Man, I am slacking on keeping up with the breeding barn. We're going to have to just throw a couple bales in there. We don't want them not producing manure. Can we do 4? It's going to come out the wrong way. I was going to say it's not going to be a 2x2 stack, is it? And that's going to make it a bit challenging. I don't know. We put, what did we put? 8 bales into the new bullpen. We're putting 4 in here. That's 12 of the 24. So I've already used half. There's no way we're getting through the barn door like this, are we, guys? I realized the error of my decision immediately. But we've gone through half the straw bales just getting going this morning. Yeah, I'd go with this is not going to work. Let's put it down. There we go. We'll take it in. We'll take this one in. And you want to know what? There's a reason there's straw in the straw blower, guys, because this barn does not take bales. Oh, don't knock them all over. All right, we are getting stacked up on tasks. We've got to get something done here. Where is the Fiat? Perfect. You see that, guys? I think the Fiat may have slid down the hill a little bit while we were away. Let's get the straw blower. Trying to get organized here, getting distracted by how great the weather is. Not staying on task, but we are getting there. We're back. All right, straw blower connected. Can we snake in the little opening I left? We might have to bump the one straw bale. That's okay. Perfect. Now we do want to bring that down, and I'll tell you why. Well, we'll bring it back up. We'll bump this one in real quick. So we're going to load the rest of the straw in the back with the Massey. There we go. Perfect. So we're going to put this down. We're going to set that guy to keep distributing, and then we're going to come in here with the Massey and get the straw blower filled up. I'll say, as beautiful as the snow is, maybe today wasn't the day to be doing all of the refilling of the big pens. Maybe we should have planned a little bit better and done that when the weather was made it a little easier. But it's an adventure either way. Not complaining, just thinking that in real life we may have wanted to do this the easy way instead of the hard way, but hey. Not hay, but straw. Okay, that bale's going in. Let's see, can we manage a triple stack into the straw blower? How close can we get it? Even if we tip it and the top 2 fall, perfect. Because then we have the forks on the back. So that is 3 bales loaded. I think they're all going to work. Look at that glide. Got a good little spin on our Massey. Okay. Let's get the rest of this straw set out. So while we're getting the straw set out, I'm going to go ahead and let's start going through our messages here from the herdsman. So we are in January. Starting right here, the herdsman sold 6 animals for $27,540.86. So that's great news. So now we're just, if the animals come into the breeding barn and they're beyond the age we want them on the ranch anymore, the herdsman sells them. That's awesome. He then bought 5 animals that met our criteria for $6,700. So our net there, we made 20 grand today selling animals. Next, the herdsman inseminated 11 animals, and then I moved 14 to the herdsman stick and moved 13 from the herdsman stick into the barn. So great day in the breeding barn. That's what we wanted to have happen. Our herd size, I think, probably overall decreased because of the sales, but we kept the quality of the animals that we wanted. And of course, my perfectly loaded bale did not stay perfectly loaded. There you go. So, checking in on our calves, we only have them in 4 huts, I believe, maybe even 3. Yeah, animals were moved. No updates there that are important. Animals were moved. Again, no updates there that were important. Here we go. Yep, all just animal movement, which is totally fine. Just making sure no one got sick. Perfect. Coming over here, we're going to have some movement. So you can see I put 2 animals in from the herdsman stick. So that means that we had 2 animals that were born today that were infertile. Now, additionally, he sold 6 animals. So let's check and see what his selling level is. Anything over 1 year, he can sell. So any of our animals that are infertile by the time they reach a year get sold. So we allow them to get up in value a little bit and go from there. I'm sort of wondering what we think their value is. Like, what's the most expensive animal in here? $1,100, and it's 9 months. Here's a $2,000 Angus that is 11 months. But when we come and get the info, where is that Angus? Yeah, infertile. So, I mean, we're going to get $2,000 for an Angus. We'll probably get $1,300 or $1,400 for the brown Swiss. They have 98,000 liters of food and 60,000 liters of water, so they are good to go. Here is the new fertilizer production. We got to get that one going. We'll check the messages here. Maybe if we get into, there we go. So all we have is, oh, we have foot and mouth. Yikes. All right, 9.2 and 9.7. Can we find those animals quickly? I think the fastest way to do it is just to come in here, like we said, and just start scrolling until you see something pop up on the disease. So it's the first Holstein and the first Limousine. All right, so we come in here, first Holstein, diseases, foot and mouth, duration 3 months. Yikes. Start treatment, being treated, great. And then it was the first Limousine also had it. So we need to start treatment, excellent. Come back into messages. We started treatment for the 2 animals that contracted it. And then this morning, we moved 6 animals in and 3 animals out of the pen. So we had 3 animals age up that were eligible to go to the breeding barn, which is good news. All right, last barn. Checking the messages. We had 13 animals were moved out of here. 20 animals were moved into here, which is great. And then we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 birth events. All were singles except for 2 triples. So let's see, that's 10 plus 4. We had 14 calves brought on to the ranch this morning. So that herdsman update to the Realistic Livestock mod, really, really cool. Very, very helpful. Loving all the info we're getting. So I think we're finally getting caught up. So let's talk about our fertilizer production. I haven't even looked at this mod. I just thought that the barn looked like it fit on the ranch, and I've been thinking about how we need to continue to make money. Keep talking about we are putting the money making in overdrive. So what animal productions can we do? We can do fertilizer production. So let's grab the TLX. Actually, first, why don't we check and see what this production actually does and sort of get an idea. So Fertilizer from manure is 500 manure to 100 fertilizer. So it's a 5-to-1. I like that. I like it. It should definitely be reduced. That feels good. Slurry is 500-to-1 as well. Digestate is 500-to-1. So 500-to-1, that feels nice. We're not going to have that much extra manure and slurry that we're going to be producing hundreds of thousands of liters of fertilizer. So coming around here, we're going to have to figure out how we want to do this. I take 2 tipper loads, which is 90,000 liters of manure to the BGA every single day. So this manure heap right here has 116. So if we leave this, I can basically put the manure from the other manure heaps in here. I'll have 90,000 in that one we can take up to the BGA, and a little bit left over because that particular manure heap feeds the greenhouses. So we never want it to be completely empty because we want our lettuce production to continue. So coming back here, 39,000, so at 5-to-1, we're not even going to get 10,000 liters of fertilizer. We're going to be, right now, we're even under 8,000 liters for this. And that emptied that barn entirely. Let's go check and see. The Teen Town barn, I think the barn itself has a glitch with how much manure it produces, because this thing always produces the smallest amount of manure by a huge margin. So 21,000. I don't think I've emptied this one for months, like maybe 6 months. So we're getting 3,000 liters of manure a day out of all of those calves turned teens. So coming in here, I assume the trigger is going to be right in here. It sure is. And that's the last little bit of that manure. I don't feel like we need to go back and get the rest from Teen Town. I think it'll take a little while to burn through that manure anyways. So let's go top this guy off at the breeding barn manure pit, and then let's go get our slurry tanker. That holds 100,000 liters, which is about what the BGA can run through in a day. So we can fill that up and see if there's any extra to put into our new fertilizer production. So we're going to have about 25,000 liters left in here after I take my second trip. So I think that leaves us in good stead. So here we are. Got to be really careful not to slide into the field. Just going to stage. You know what I should do because of the snow. I already started attaching it. Let's reattach it. There we go. Let's get the cover on it. Great looking trailer. Alright, we're not going to slide. I guess it's grass, so it's not the end of the world. We're not going to slide into our fields. It is still snowing. So let's grab our tanker and check and see how much slurry we have today. If it makes sense to take some to the new fertilizer production or not. Cool part about this barn, it's, you know, let's see. Before I say that, let's verify. Yep. 27 degrees. The fans are off, and I didn't turn them off, guys. Very, very cool detail. All right, so we need about 100,000 liters per day up at the BGA, and we have 14,000 liters here. Don't think we're going to have a lot left over for the fertilizer production, but hey, let's not count our chickens before they hatch. Let's give it a chance. Yeah, guys, I have news for you. This tree is done. It's done. I'll drag it up to the sawmill between episodes. Get rid of the stump now. But we need this space for the truck turnaround. There we go. Gonna have to do some softening on that corner as well. Clean that up a little bit. Like I said, just put it in to bring you guys in because I was so tired of having too many bowls and it was costing us money to sell them early. So we had to put the new pen in. 8,000, so this should be about 23,000 total liters of slurry so far. Yeah, 22,365. Now, the breeding barn is traditionally our largest slurry, or amount of slurry, which makes sense because it has the most animals. All right, so 102. So we actually have a little bit that we could put in there. So when this is all said and done, we should have about 30,000 liters extra today that we could put into the fertilizer production. Let's get the fertilizer production turned on for manure because we know we have that in there. I'm going to leave it at 100%. I don't think I want to crank it up. I don't want to get too much money too quickly. Plus, at 48 cycles a day in 500, let's see, that would be 4,800 times 5. That's going to do 20,000 a day. So we may need to increase that a little bit. We'll see what we get through tomorrow, but we don't want to have a bunch of manure and slurry sitting on the farm. Now, we also should take into account that it is winter and we're not using any of the manure to fertilize our fields because it would be silly to pay to buy fertilizer when we're producing it here and we have it on the farm. And it's always going to be cheaper and faster to muck your fields than to produce fertilizer and then obviously put it down. So I think that's going to be about it for this episode, guys. Lots and lots of changes on the ranch. It's an exciting day with the snow. We put a new cattle feedlot down to hold the bulls in the back by the birthing barn, so we would stop having to sell our bulls early. I think probably over the next episode or two, we'll get the herdsman in that pen as well, sorry, I gotta say that more clearly, and have him start selling those animals automatically as they age up too. That way we know we can just dump them into the pen and the herdsman will take care of selling them for us. We sold the old bull pen and got a new fertilizer production that is going to help us reach our financial goals and stay within the confines of maintaining a cattle production only source of income. So we're using our manure and our slurry to produce that fertilizer. We bought 24 bales of straw and immediately used 12 of them. We did put 200,000 liters of hay into the breeding barn. That barn is burning through food. So may have to consider expediting our forestry work over there in the area we're expanding because we may need to use that area to put in a third grass field. I'm becoming a little bit concerned that we may not have enough grass on the ranch to keep our animals fed. And while I don't like buying straw, I think it's a bad idea to be buying hay. That's going to eat into our profits quite a bit. And since we own the land, we just need to buckle down and get that area cleared out. And then we can put in a field come spring, which if we look at the menu here real quick, we can plant grass as early as April. So we have February and March. We have the next 2 months to focus on getting that area cleared out and putting in an additional grass field if we need to. So thank you so much for joining me. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's it for this one. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to the Realistic Cattle Ranch Challenge on Sunshine Forest. I'm BP, and it's time to get to work. It is a beautiful February morning, just above freezing, 35 degrees after that great snowy day we had yesterday in January. Nice to see the ground again, just getting into the yard for the morning. The bullpen looks good. The animals are happy. Glad we got that set up. Now, last night before I went to bed, I was checking the feed and everything else and realized the bullpen produces slurry. And we didn't have a slurry pit, so I put one in last night. It was a bit snowy, so put a little loop in here. We're going to see if the TLX fits back here on our slurry loop. And we have the manure pit we placed in January as well. So that was a quick update. Didn't want to miss the slurry overnight because, as you guys know, we're starting to make fertilizer. And that is going to be part of our income. Speaking of income, $1.5 million this morning. Sold some wood, which we have an update on as well. Did sell about $2,000 worth of animals via the herdsman, but he purchased about $11,500. So net negative on the animal purchase, but heading the right direction for the ranch. This morning, looking at 4,677 liters of solid fertilizer. A nice little chunk of change for the farm when we go to sell that. We'll get to that at a later date. May even let that build up a little bit. But for this morning, let's jump right into the shift and see how this goes now that the herdsman is involved. So running down to the birthing barn, had a bunch of announcements this morning, so assume we're going to have some animals to move. Certainly look at that, a bunch of 0-month-old brown Swiss. That is a whole lot of calves coming onto the ranch. So no suitable male. And no suitable male. Now, I have noticed, guys, I've got a couple of animals here that do seem to be popping up in the wrong barns, I guess is the way to put it. It seems like every once in a while I'll find a new calf in the breeding barn, which shouldn't be there. I find an animal that is, or a cow that says it's in recovery, even though they don't go in there until they're past recovery. So not exactly sure what's going on with that, but we're going to keep an eye on it and just check and see what's going on. Maybe the animals are reverting, not exactly sure. Man, got a lot of animals to move this morning, which is exciting stuff. Yeah, 40% pregnant with 3 babies. So there should be no animals in here that are pregnant that are less than 90%. This is one of those animals, and yeah, absolutely. Could I be making some mistakes and moving animals? Absolutely, that could be happening, but it seems to be happening fairly frequently. Does a 4 look like a 9? Yeah, maybe. But it does just seem to me that there are animals ending up places that they should not be. So trying to figure out exactly, trying to track down when that's happening and maybe be able to figure out why it's happening. But for now, let's continue working on the shift. No suitable male. Perfect. So let's go ahead and move. Selected 30 animals we're moving this morning, guys. That is a lot of animals to be getting out of the barn. Let's start by just running back to the bullpen. Let's just throw the bulls into the bullpen, the bull calves. Don't need to bring them around on the herdsman stick. We can get them put in where they need to be. So, all the bulls, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 brown Swiss bulls, an Angus bull, a limousine. Man, a bunch of bulls. Certainly going to be good money makers. This is why we put the feed lot in, so we had room to keep our bulls and let them grow. It was worth the investment. Did spend some money on the feed lot. It was a little more expensive than the open pasture. Spent money on the manure heap, spent money on the slurry pit, but I think long term we're investing the right direction. So 2 animals moving out of this pen right here. Let's move 2 in. Oh, that worked perfectly. 2 brown Swiss out, 2 brown Swiss in. Like nothing ever changed in there, guys. Okay, what do we got here? No animals ready to be moved there. Our calf igloos, our calf huts are not particularly full, and we seem to be moving animals through pretty well. Again, I do attribute that to that ebb and flow of animals that we end up getting. So we have one more Holstein, one more Limousine, and a water buffalo, but I can only move, I bet I can only move 2 of those, right? I'm going to move 2 out, so I think that's all we can put back in. Yeah, so the one water buffalo calf is going to have to go. Herdsman stick must be getting heavy with all those animals on it. It's going to have to go into this one. Yeah, perfect. And there's one spot for the one remaining water buffalo. So let's move a selected. Great. Now it is worth checking to see if any of these animals are going to be infertile, but we'll have to do that at a later time, I guess, because we didn't check on the way in. So coming on over here, none of these animals should be infertile. All these teenage animals were brought out during the phase where we were checking, so those should be good to go. Let's grab any and all adult breeding ready animals out of the pen. 3 Black Angus today, that's a win. And 1 water buffalo. So let's get those animals moved. Great. So we have all breeding ready animals in here. We are not bringing any over to the infertile pen yet. We'll have to check and see what happens with that. So running down to the breeding barn. Let's get all of the eligible animals put in here and check and see what we have. This is always the biggest part of the process. Let's see. Now see, oh, they're buying them. That's right. So I was going to say, why are there teenagers in there? Because they're buying them, and that's okay. So these are all adults. This is great. Move selected. I got to select all. Select all. Move selected. 19 eligible animals we're moving into the pen. Now we got to fly through this part here. We'll get down to the animals that we're looking for. We're looking for anything 90% pregnant. Right there, there's one. Cherry Kismet, there we go. We have some babies in here. Like, I don't understand why this animal, 2 months old, is in here. We'll have to check what the herdsman's doing and see if he's eligible to buy those animals, because they shouldn't be buying animals that young. I thought we had them set to 1 year as the limit. There's a couple of 90s here. Not a lot of animals ready to give birth, but getting closer all the time. Got a lot of 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. There's an 80. Here's a 90. So this is what we talk about, the ebb and flow. Took 30 animals out of the birthing barn, and we're probably only going to take, what, 8 or 12 back? So it happens. Some months they get pregnant, some months they don't. I did hear there were some people playing with the Realistic Livestock mod that are only breeding their animals once a year, which is a very interesting take on that, on the role play aspect of breeding your animals. So I'd be very interested to see how that would work. Obviously, you need to mix in some artificial insemination and increase your odds. And I think they play in multiple day months, too, so you get more than one shot at it. But absolutely a unique way to play that. Man, so many animals in this barn. 292 animals, guys. It is just a process to get through these every single morning. Got to make sure they end up in the right place. Got a couple more 90s, but this is, I want to make sure you guys see what it takes when we talk about having, 300 plus animals on the ranch. This is what it takes to keep this process going. So move selected, yeah, 12 animals. We took 30 out, which obviously include calves, and only brought 12 back. So 292 animals in that pen. 12 are 9 months pregnant, so you're looking at what, 5%, not even 3% are at that stage. So, and move selected, 12 animals moved in. Good to go. All right, let's go put the herdsman stick back. Let's take a ride out to the forestry area because I did some work in there last night as well. Do we still have the... We do still have the winch on the back. Perfect. I'll take care of feeding the animals after the episode. Wanted to have you guys see the shift. We should go check the animal messages, but I'm excited to show you guys. We were discussing how low we are on hay and the concern with the growing ranch that we weren't going to have enough. So I cleared a pretty substantial area out here. I still want to do some more, but you guys can see, let's get zoomed way out here. I cleared a fairly substantial area out here. And I decided to make it dirt, just make it easier to see everything, check for stumps, keep the process moving. But we have a pretty sizable area. Let's cut down a couple more trees. Let's use the winch. Love using this thing. It is such a fun hand tool, or such a fun tool for the back of the tractor. So let's grab our chainsaw. Let's take 6 more trees over here real quick. Just keep the lumber mill filled. I did have to drag, and it was a process. I had to drag, I think, 6 or 7 trees from where we put the slurry pit in last night, and those had to come through the ranch, out of the forest. It was tight, and it was snowy, and it was getting dark. It was an adventure is what it was to get those over to where they need to go. So maybe we're going to do a couple more than 6, only because we're going to sort of keep the edge even. Don't want to lose any spots here. We'll zoom out and take a quick look. I know this tree's got to come down. Nice and easy. Alright, let's take a look and see. So that would push that edge back. And then I think, yeah, we're going to end up losing a couple of these here as well. Maybe just 1 or 2 more. And this one here. Oh, we got the little wedge. These things are almost impossible to get to disappear, and they do not play well with the tractor. So maybe we just... Gonna let me grab it. Run the wedge over by hand. Put that in. And remember, the sawmill is set to selling. That's all we're doing at this stage with the sawmill. Is we're selling stuff, all the wood that we cut out, so that we can get this area cleared out. We are making some money on it. We do need to run up to the store and see about getting some more furniture. I cranked the furniture production up overnight. I turned off all the other productions because our cabin still needs more furniture. So, working on that. Let's see. Yep, we'll get the first one. Alright. I have a little plan. I'm going to see if I can sneak that other tree in here. We're gonna try something here, guys. Try something just a little bit sneaky. Let's see. We're gonna grab our trees that we want. And we're gonna try to drag the trees that we want through around this one to drag this one into the trigger with them, instead of having to reattach. We're going to see if maybe we can hook it and bring it with us. Oh, well, we got closer. We got closer. We're dragging them in here. All right, now I did not keep track of how many trees we cut, so you see 3 more. Let's start with these 2 over here. What's so impressive is how well the Fiat does pulling all of this stuff. Just, this tractor does not complain, just does the job. All right, 2 lines out. Once again, we're going to try to cut around the existing trees and maybe push them in, drag them in with us. Oh, we got one, guys. Love when a plan comes together. And you can see, I mean, that's 7 trees, and we still have a sizable amount of space to clear if we're really going to expand the field much more than this. So it is a lot of tree work, a lot of forestry, getting these where they need to be. So let's go ahead. We're going to try to get inside of these. Oh, we knocked that one in. All right, can we push this one in, or should we just grab on? I think we're just going to grab on because it's not coming with us. Boom. So nice. Able to hook these up and just get to work. All right, so what do we put into the sawmill? 14,000 liters, not even 25. So not a bad little addition. Gonna keep working on that. If you guys remember, we have, let's pull up the planting chart and see. We have February, which is this month, March, which is next month, and then we can plant grass. So we have 2 more months to plant before we can plant. So we got 2 more months to pull trees out. So we jump into the menu. Let's hit it with a quick construction. Should be the dirt texture here. And all we do is once we get an area like this cleared, we make the brush a little bit bigger, and we just sort of take it out to the tree line and keep the outline of the field. Now, as you can see, that brings a couple other trees up here on this top edge, you know, right over there in pretty close. We'll have to get those done. But just keep expanding this. So far, a pretty good field. And also remember, we can't go all the way out to the edge of those trees. The mower will be caught. So we have to be a couple feet in from that. Not a big deal, but we're going to have to, we're going to lose a little bit of that space when we go to plant it as grass. So let's head in. Let's grab the milk. We haven't done that in a while. See all that's going. This cow, man, so full. Great to see all the animals on the ranch thriving. We have our chickens laying eggs. We keep throwing the eggs in the cold storage. Be one of our great big sell-offs at the end. We'll sell all the eggs. They're not going to make us a ton of money, but you know, we have the wheat, we have the barley, we have the cereal crops to feed them. Whatever it is we plant or going to plant, so really not a big deal to keep the chickens on the farm. Excited to get to harvest the expanded wheat field with the New Holland this spring. That will be such a pleasure. Have a nice big harvester to get that work done. So what do we have back here for milk? Let's take a look. Buffalo milk, 604, not worth grabbing. Almost 18,000 liters of cow's milk, though, guys. That is a good haul for us. And we are full. We're going to have to come back and get it. That is where we want to be with the milk. Getting a lot of it, putting it into our dairy. Let's run this milk over. We'll loop through the birthing barn end on our way back and see how much is in there. But it is great to have milk on the farm in quantity for us to be making our dairy products. We may even have to consider cranking up our production just a little bit to get all that done. So let's see what we've got in the dairy. Sneak in here. We've got a couple pallets of cheese. We have 32,000 liters of cheese. So 32 pallets plus those 2 is 34. Another 3 pallets of buffalo mozzarella. Over in the cold storage, just have 8 pallets of eggs. So that's our entire capacity right here. Not a big deal. That stuff's going to be best in the fall, but let's just double check. 1982, it's best in October. We have cheese to sell right now, guys. It's at a good price, so we should run up and get cheese sold today. What is the buffalo mozzarella selling for? Is that also going to get us 8,200? Yeah, buffalo mozzarella is also going to get us a great price. So let's get the rest of this milk gathered up. Let's go sell some cheese, bring some money in, Was not expecting to do that in February, but hey, if they're going to pay us for it, we're not going to complain. So, we also have to do our VGA run, and whatever's left over we can stick into the fertilizer plant. Let's see how much milk we have over here. I may even bump time up a couple bumps just to see about getting some extra cheese made before we head out. 13,000 over here. We have a ton of milk today, guys. I'm wondering if I forgot to collect it last episode. Maybe I did. Well, either way, head down here. Really like how the farmyard is coming together. Like our little paths through the trees. Like that a lot of this is still forested. Has that good ranch feel to it. Can we even get the rest of it in here? Oh, no more milk. Perfect. Even better. We did get it all last time. It was just really, really close. So let's get this put into the dairy. And maybe we give it a couple minutes. Maybe I'll go do a slurry and manure run. And let this go through the production and produce some more cheese. Because this production is pretty quick to get stuff done. Let's check and see. Come back here to our small dairy. And we have the cheese. You know, let's just for the purposes of this episode and getting stuff done, let's crank that up to 300%. We'll bump time up to 10x. So we're getting through to the afternoon. You got almost all of the milk in there. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let that process for a couple minutes while we run slurry and manure up to the VGA where we can check on our furniture production, because I don't know how much came out last night. I set it to maximum. I turned everything else off so we weren't dividing our efforts. So I'm hoping all good things. So let's come on down here. Our liquid tanker holds 100,000 liters of slurry, which is as much as we can process in a day up at the BGA. So there's really no point in taking more than that up there. We are not currently producing fertilizer from the slurry, which we may end up doing now that we have the bullpen on slurry as well, because the previous version did not have slurry. Oh, this is actually pretty good, guys. Look at this. It's tight. I think it's going to work well. Yeah, look at that. Are we not close enough to the trigger? I feel like we should be. There we are. Another 9,000 here. We know our big pickup is always the breeding barn. That was 9,000 liters of slurry we were not getting previously because we didn't have the bullpen on slurry. So, again, the investment to the feed lot has been a good one, and I think we're going to see the dividends from that very, very soon. Got a whole new route to come through the yard as well now that we're looping back to the bullpen. So this is exciting. I've done the old one for so long. Used to every turn and everything else. That was new and exciting. All right. How much is going to be in the breeding barn? We got room for about 58,000 more liters. Take a full load up there. Oh, 113. Yeah, we got plenty. Absolutely plenty. So we'll get this guy filled up. We'll fill up the trailer and run up to the BGA and get all of that emptied and taken care of. Can we loop around? I think we can loop around and get the trailer without having to detach. It little bit tight over there, but I think we can get around and flip. Let's see. 100,000 liters of slurry. Excellent. I'm thinking we come in tight along here. We have the grass field as a buffer. Don't even think we needed it, guys. Look at that. Love this tanker, and I love how it's a little bit shorter, too. Gets us in and out of our yard nice and easy. That was not a good setup to get that trailer. Let's go ahead and try. Nope, gonna have to straighten up and try her again. Alright. Expert driving here on the Realistic Cattle Ranch series. Not going to work this time either. Now we're too far the other way. Just needed to kick over a little bit. Oh yeah, here we go. And 119,000 liters of manure. We are going to be putting manure into the fertilizer production today, which is great for our future income. I'm going to run this stuff up to the BGA, and I will catch you guys when I get back, and we will go sell some cheese. See you guys in a minute. We are back on the ranch. Went to the BGA, got our delivery done. Have a little surprise under the tarp. We got 2 pallets of furniture. We're going to run those up to the cabin now. I think we need 4 total, so we're not out of the woods yet on the cabin build. It has been a process. I did not think it was going to take this long, but hey, we're in it till the end, so we're just going to stick with it and go from there. So let's head back over. Let's grab our trailer and head up to the cabin, get that delivered. I did spend some time while the TLX was running back and forth to the BGA getting the cheese out. We did get through all of the milk that we put in this morning, so we have, I think, over 40,000 liters of cheese and the 2 or 3 pallets of buffalo mozzarella, so not a bad sale today. Get all that stuff done. Then we got to come back and just check our animal messages, and that's going to be about it for February, guys. It is, we are in the routine. We are just taking care of the animals on the ranch. You got to take the pallets, guy. Well, let's double check. Maybe I misread what we need. Sure thought it said we needed 2 furniture pallets, and those are definitely 2 furniture pallets. So let's see what's going on here. Alright, let's get the trigger turned on, take a look. See what we have going here. Oh, we're done. Guys, we're done. I misread. That's it. We own the cabin. Oh, that is awesome. I thought it was still going because the doors were still open. All right, let's turn off the truck so I can listen to the truck. This is exciting. Turn off the truck. The cabin is done. That is absolutely incredible. Let's go take a look inside, see what we have. So we got a nice front porch with the sleep trigger. We have our living room. Look at the couches. Guys, I'm turning on the controls just to see if there's anything in here we can turn on or turn off. Here is the bedroom. Look at that view out the window into the forest. That is nice. Coming back further, we have like a study, an office, a den. Love it. Have our kitchen, have our bathroom, have another little writing desk. Look at all that stuff. Here's our kitchen. Look at that. Look at that fridge. That is great. Out the back side, we have another porch. Upstairs, another bedroom. Look how big the bedroom is. Look at that ceiling. That's crazy. Another bedroom, so that's 3 bedrooms. A bathroom. And another living room. So it's a 3-bedroom. That is nice. Look at that, the couch. You can overlook the loft. So cool. I really thought we had more to deliver, guys. I must have misread it this morning. That is super, super exciting. Well, it means all of these wood products can go up and get sold. So let's leave this trailer up here, and we'll get the other pallets of wood products loaded up to sell next episode. And now we can start producing stuff at the carpenter shop to sell. So that will help. Alright, so heading back down to the yard. I'm so excited the cabin's done. That is really, really exciting news. Alright, markers are off. Let's grab the step deck. And we'll head over to... I got all the cheese that said unloaded from the dairy with the Scout. And our little trailer, it took 3 or 4 loads. So I don't want to have you guys waiting while 2 pallets are coming out at a time. So I staged it all back behind the fertilizer plant. Now, getting out of here is going to prove to be a bit tricky. Definitely want to head towards the grass fields. If we hit anything, it's grass, not our wheat. Then I think we swing wide so we can come in. Yeah, there's the Scout. And here is the Great Wall of Cheese. Alright, what is our stacking method? Let's start with that. Stacking method is layer. We want that to be, yeah, we want layer, not, what's the other option? Stack. Yeah, we definitely want layer. So we'll start at the front because the buffalo is going to be a different size. I'm excited to see how much we have. I don't even know how much we have because it was still producing as I was pulling it out, so I didn't have a full count. So that's 42,000 liters of cheese. Wow, look at that. 55,000 liters of cheese, so 55 pallets, and 3,000 liters of buffalo mozzarella, another 3 pallets. So not as big as the 92 we had last time we sold the cheese, but that was in October, and we're in February. We have another 8 months before the cheese is supposed to be at its best price to sell this. So we're selling half of it only a couple months after we just sold it. So that is incredible. I will see you guys up at the shop. I'll bring you in for the sale so you can see how much money we make. I'll see you in just a minute. We made it up to the store, guys. Look at all those wood products we have over there as well. I think some of that's even another pallet of furniture came out while we were waiting. Hidden the Sell Everything XL here in town. $154,000 thanks to the environmental score, guys. A $20,000 bonus due to the environmental score. That is huge. Takes us to $1.7 million. So let's pick up our wood products while we're here. And I actually, just for the sake of, because I don't really do a lot of stuff with the carpentry, let's just turn everything on in the carpentry that we can, right? I mean, let's just produce everything. I don't even know what some of these take, so we're not going to do that because that's from wood. Yep, wood from wood beams, wood, okay. Paper rolls, we apparently need wood, so we're not going to do those. Cartons, we need wood, so we'll turn those off. So we're going to make barrels, bathtubs, buckets, and furniture. So where is this stuff best? We could just go sell some now just for fun. Furniture, sell everything. How is the price? Not great, to be honest. And let's see. Carton rolls, they're good at Goldcrest Valley, but we're not putting stuff on the train. Yeah, this is, so the buckets are good at the Sell Everything. Bathtubs are best at the storage bay. Barrels are best at the storage bay. So, do we just sell everything at the storage bay? Try a different sell point, mix it up. And we have wood chips on here too, which I'm not entirely sure what we're going to do with wood chips, which is a byproduct of all of the carpentry stuff we've done. So let's take a look and see. I don't think the wood chips sell. They'll sell to sell everything, that's for sure. So I believe the sell point is right here. Sure is. Took everything. 8,000 bucks or 8,000 bucks. That's not bad. All right, well, I'm going to get back to the ranch. We have got to get through the messages from the herdsman and make sure we don't have any animals that need treating. But other than that, I'm going to take care of the feeding and the watering off screen. Keep that process going. We had a good shift this morning. Had a surprise sale of the cheese and the buffalo mozzarella. We did end up adding a slurry pit to our feed lot for our bullpen after I discovered last night that pen will produce slurry. It was a surprise to me, a pleasant surprise. So I got that done. But the big news, guys, the big surprise of the episode, the cabin is done in February. Did not see that coming. Thought for sure we had more to do. It had more storage capacities for things. And I swear when I woke up, it needed some more furniture. But maybe it just was fully ready to go and the doors were open, which is how it had looked the whole time. So I assumed it was not done. But so excited to have the cabin on the homestead here on the ranch here. Got a place to sleep. No longer sleeping in the barn. We are real cattle ranchers now with a real cattle ranch cabin for our needs. So let's get pulled into the trailer shed. Love the sound of that Jake. And we'll detach. All right. Thought we turned you off, bud. So let's check messages real quick on our way out. Don't expect to have much in here. Sold one animal for $22,800. Yep, they were all moved. Okay, that's all old news. Nothing big going on there. And let's see what we have here with Teen Town as far as messages go. 5 animals moved, 4, that's me. All right, so we got someone with hoof and mouth. We started treatment on the other 2, so that happened today. So we have an animal in here with hoof and mouth disease. So once again, the way we do this is we just start scrolling, watching the disease menu. There it is, 0146. It is a brown Swiss. So we come back over to the other menu, 0146 diseases, hoof and mouth, start treatment, done. And done. That animal is treated. We're getting pretty good at this, guys. Can't imagine any of these animals. One died due to an accident. Well, that's a shame. Did not see that message this morning. Lost a calf, guys. That's sad news. Moved with a herdsman stick. Nothing to see here. Most of the calf messages have been just movement. So, yep, there's more movement. And more movement. Perfect. Let's go check over here. And what are our messages? Yep, 30 animals out, 12 in. We got 1 contracted mastitis, and then we had all of these babies today, guys. Look at that. So many calves on the farm. So we have an animal that contracted mastitis. Let's go back. We know the process. Get where we can see the disease, and we just scroll. Wow, we have a bunch. See that, guys? Infertile. Wow, there it is. Mastitis, the last spoiled ember, the last brown Swiss. Pop back over here. Grab this head disease. Let's get her treated. Oh, she already had it. So no, this is not the animal that contracted it. There is a different animal in here. Okay, so this is immune 3 months. Okay, so we're looking for one that isn't immune. See, learning new stuff still. I wish there was a way. When did they contract mastitis? Let's see. February, yeah, this month. 020. Seems like we should be able to find this animal. Okay, so that's not it. Immune. Well, it's not showing up in here. You want to know what it is? It contracted it and I moved it. So that is an important lesson learned, guys. That animal has mastitis and we don't know where it went. It probably went in here if I had to guess. So let's see. Moved. Hers been inseminated 15 animals. Hers been bought 8 animals. Successful. Gave birth. Died due to an accident. That's terrible. Contracted mastitis. So we have another animal in here that contracted mastitis. Another successful. Another died due to an accident. 2 animals dying to accidents, guys. That is frightening. All right, so there's at least 1 animal, possibly more in here that have mastitis. I think we probably moved a cow from the birthing barn into here that had mastitis. We got to try to check and see if we can find it. Not seeing any animals with diseases so far, but we have 280 animals to check. Again, it'd be great if we could check or search by animal number and just have them pulled up so we could check and get them fixed. But we will get through it regardless. There it is. Snowball has mastitis. Snowball is a, what are we talking, limousine? Yep, so Snowball the limousine. So now we got to scroll down over here. Where is Snowball? Come on, Snowball. We know you're here. There's Snowball. Disease. Treat. Now, we think there's at least 1 more animal in here with mastitis. So let's see. Start here. We know we got to get... Snowball should pop up here. Okay, there's Snowball. Getting through the rest of the animals. We do need some menu interaction with some searchability to be able to click on the message and go to the animal in question. I might be missing it. Wild Eye, the water buffalo. And Wild Eye is towards the bottom. All right, so let's go check on Wild Eye. Just got to keep going until we find them. Wild Eye right here. Start treatment. And lastly, let's scroll down until we get to Wild Eye or thereabouts. And there might be a 3rd one in here. So there's, oh, Snowflake has it as well. Oh, no, just Wild Eye. Is there another animal in here with the disease? Nope. So we got all the animals we can find. May have misplaced one, but we will look for them later. But that was a good February episode, guys. Still need to feed the animals. I'll get that done. Tons and tons done. Excited for our new setup with the bullpen and going to help get everything into the fertilizer production. We're going to get more inputs into the fertilizer production, which will be great. Surprise cheese sale and the biggest win of the day. Let's go take one more look at it, guys, on the way out. The cabin is done. Up on the hill, overlooking the ranch. Let's check out the view from the front porch. Got the trailer in the way, but I mean, look at that, guys. That looks really, really nice. So thank you so much for joining me. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for this one. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to the Realistic Cattle Ranch series on Sunshine Forest. I'm VP, and it's time to get to work. Well, guys, a nice, sunny, almost warm March morning here on the cattle ranch, and we are at the end of our supplies from winter. I put out the last of the hay. This is going to be the last of the straw. We are definitely running out of supplies. The good news is our 2 grass fields are in stage 3 of 4, so we'll get hay tomorrow, next month in April off of those. We're still a bit away from getting more straw though, so the hay will get figured out. The straw, we may have to buy some. I'm gonna have to watch and see how that goes. We know we've had a straw challenge on this farm from the very beginning. It is just, we've never had enough. All right, let's see. Lights off. That's a little bit better. I think we're going to try to take this last bale and put it in the bullpen to keep their manure production up. Manure itself is not very valuable, but as a product for us, it definitely helps. So we got to keep all the manure heaps going. Oh, that's all we had left was a tiny little bit. So let's loop back around and get situated for the day. It is time officially to head out to the woods in that clearing we've made and make that a grass field. Today is the first day we are eligible to plant grass, and I think we want to get ahead of the curve. As we just discussed, running out of hay has happened here on the ranch. So I did get the shift done this morning. I did get the animals fed and watered. Update on that: this episode is being recorded right after the recent Giants Pact, which has sort of wreaked havoc with a lot of players, and I've had some problems with my game saves too, but lost my water supplies on the ranch inexplicably. The mods just did not load in, so we've upgraded to a water distribution system. Feels like with $1.8 million we could afford to have that plumbed in. So we have this distribution system here. It is up and running, and it will basically distribute water to the greenhouses and to the animals, which will take that off of my plate in our morning routine and give us more time to focus on other activities. So heading on out, I want to see, we pulled a couple of trees down last episode. Want to check and see if we are ready to just sort of put the grass field in. Do we want to pull any more down? I mean, obviously more is always better, but we could spend, you know, hours and hours cutting down trees. So I sort of like the fact that this grass field is secluded back here in the trees. I don't want to clear cut it by any means. I am thinking maybe we'll take some out along the back edge, particularly over here. So let's sort of make a plan for what that's going to look like. I think this tree, this one's got to go. It's already in the dirt. So we know that's going to be in the way. And then I'm thinking that corner over there opposite us, I'm thinking this area right here, like maybe we want to pull this out further. So we can do this. I think we want to sort of straighten this edge. So maybe the better plan is to come in here and get the construction menu, and let's find, is it dirt that we're spreading? Yeah, it is. It's dirt. So let's zoom out. Yeah, see how this is sort of pinched here? I'm thinking like maybe bring this up and out and then bring it over. We're not worried about being square or anything, but just want to have a better, wider field and maximize our return. So maybe just come out just a little bit further here and go from there. So I think if we get everything that is in the dirt now, I think that's going to be adequate for what we're planning on doing with the grass. So I will throw the rest of this forestry work on a time lapse, and get everything loaded up, and then we'll come back. We'll get the sawmill emptied. We'll move the sawmill, get the plow out, get the plow into the ground. Then we got to worry about stone picking, and then we can finally get to some planting. So I will see you guys in a minute when this is all done. Took a little bit of doing, but we got it done. We are just before the 9 o'clock hour. I think in the interest of keeping things moving, I know we weren't going to sell wood, but I think we will just turn on the selling of wood for right now, just to get that cleared out. That should clear out in the next minute and a half. So that'll be good news. We'll make a little bit of money, but then we'll be able to sell the sawmill and move it. While we're waiting for the wood to clear out, let's run back and get the plow, and then we can plow up that field and get it where we need to be. So other than that, it's going to be a relatively quiet month of March. There isn't a lot to do with the animals. I did get the herdsman on selling the chickens if they're sick. With the realistic livestock mod, obviously animals get sick. I am just not of the opinion that treating chickens is a financially viable option. I haven't looked at it. That's not like an official statement about the mod, but just doesn't make sense to me to treat sick chickens. I imagine in the real world they would either be culled or treated and sold, or if you had a big group, I guess, but we don't have that many chickens, and you know, the eggs we get aren't worth all that much money, so I don't see putting a bunch of money into getting all those animals treated. So, you know what we could do, what we haven't driven in a bit, guys, is the JCB. Now, you guys see that on screen? That's been happening since the update. I don't know what those two bars are. I also get the visual glitch in the sky, like some sort of outline of something. If you're getting that too, drop me a note down below. Did you figure out how to fix it? Is it self-correcting? I don't seem to have it on all playthroughs. I do seem to have it a lot when I'm looking this direction on this map. But yeah, just sort of an odd visual glitch since the update. It does seem like we've heard a lot of people struggling with the most recent patch. There it is again. See those two bars coming down? No idea what that's about. Couldn't tell you, but we'll try to keep looking this way and avoid getting those on the screen for you guys. Now I'm distracted talking about the visual glitches and not getting lined up with the plow. Third attempt's a charm. You can do it. Let's get that lifted up. We do still have a BGA run to make today. we can put the excess cow byproducts into the solid fertilizer production, which is going to be a good source of money for us. As you can see there, the birthing barn, or the breeding barn, manure heap there is quite full. So, all right, I believe if we timed everything correctly, the wood should be out of the sawmill at this stage. Let's jump out and take a look. Wood delivery missing. Okay, so there we go. So it all sold, and we must have made some money. We can even check here. Finances. Sold wood. We made 0. Well, that's interesting. Where did the wood go? Wood delivery selling. Should have sold all of our wood. Yeah. Couldn't tell you, but it's not here anymore. So that is A-okay. So we'll pull this out. We will replace it. Let's see. We'll pull it out of this field. Let's go figure out where do we want to put this sawmill when we put it back in. I think we want to start clearing out this area back behind the bullpen. So maybe we'll tuck it in like right in here. Perfect. That'll give us another area to expand. So with that in mind, it is field creation time, which is always exciting. I do recommend, I'll do it here for you guys, if you're going to be creating fields or placing a bunch of objects, always start with a game save. Never a bad plan. So we're here. We're going to lower down. We're going to turn on create field. We are going to do the lights because with the darker shadows shader pack I run, it is definitely a little challenging to see the edges in the dark. So we want to leave just a touch of the dirt skirt around the outside, not a bunch, but the idea is to let that define the outside edge of the field and keep our grass separate from the forest. Doing a decent job here, not a great job. Have a little bit of a dirt skirt going around the outside. Like here, we're not going to have very much. Want to be just a little further in, doing too good of a job being right on the edge there. Particularly with these trees, we want to give them a little bit of berth so that when we bring the mower out here, we're not running into problems. Alright, that's not too shabby. Just sort of keep this little spot out here and then bring it back in and away we go. So that is not bad looking at all. The goal now is going to be just to get this all plowed up so we can get it planted. And hopefully, because we have the herdsman buying animals for us and our cattle herd is expanding every single month. It was interesting. I took 18 animals out of the birthing barn. So that's calves and cows. Cows that are ready to go back into the breeding pen and calves that are at least 2 months old or are bulls. I took 18 of them out, which meant I think we had about 6. No, it had to be more than that. I think we had 7 calves and 11 cows that were coming out of the barn. And I put 18 pregnant animals in. So those 18 are going to turn into 36, 45, or even 50 animals, depending on how many calves they're going to have. So we are going to see an increase. We're entering the glut stage of the breeding process, where we are going to be putting more animals into the birthing barn and having a significant increase in our herd size through birthing, rather than sort of the stability we've seen over the winter months. Don't know if that has anything to do with the realistic livestock mod, if breeding percentage chances happen at a greater rate at a certain time of year that leads to this, or if that's just the way our cycle is going based on initially when we bought the cows and how often they get pregnant and frequently, and then what we sold and what we bought. I just don't know, but it's always interesting to see. You know, we don't have a stable number of cows giving birth or calves in the barns at any one time, and that's totally fine. It changes, and that is totally fine. Just Very, very interesting. Now, I'm intrigued. Unless my eyes deceive me here, guys, I don't think we got stones. So, can we go right to planting? That would be huge. Okay, I mean, we got 3 down here and 2 up top. So, I mean, we'll pick them because we can, but that's great that we didn't get stones. That's great news all around. Yeah, see how nice and wide the dirt skirt is on this field? We probably need to widen it a little bit. I may end up pulling a few additional trees. The beauty of it being a grass field is that we can certainly pull more trees out because we can just drag them straight across. We don't have any crop destruction with grass, which is always good news. JCB, we don't put a lot of hours on it. Only 52 miles and 26 hours. I think we bought it used with some hours on it too, didn't we? So, you know, not putting a lot on there, but when we need a bigger tractor than the Fiat, you guys saw the little Fiat, which has been such a great workhorse on the farm. When it's pulling 2 big trees, it was definitely, it wasn't thrilled. It got the job done. It didn't really complain, but it thought maybe we needed a bigger tractor out there pulling the trees, but it got it done. So we have our giant Elo Scorpion extended reach stone picker to go pick up the 5 stones that are on the field over there. So this will make very, very short work of this stone work on that field, but a necessary step regardless. Like to have our grass fields maximized as best possible because we are going to, you don't replant grass, so always a good idea. Oh, that's going to hit. Oh, we got lucky. It did not. Okay, I think we probably got the 3 at this end. And then the other 2 were up here at the other corner. Making good progress yet. There's 1. Just check the map real quick and make sure we got everything. Alright, so we missed 1 at the midpoint over here. I don't know how you make stones more visible. It just seems like you're always having to check the map to make sure you got them. And you probably shouldn't be able to see stones in the field from, you know, 100 yards away, but they can be a bit tricky. So there we go. Double check our work. Yep. All the stones are off, guys. That was a crazy amount of stone picking. Sorry we spent most of the episode doing that. Try to be more efficient next time. Now I'm thinking we probably should go with a lime spread next, followed by seeding and then rolling. So let's get the stone picker put away from its hard day of work. Also need to get some silage bales going here as well. The stone picker lives outside the shed because the arms have extensions on them, or have collisions on them, I'm sorry, and they don't fit under this shed, which is too bad. And that, I mean, makes sense. They're taller than the shed. They shouldn't fit underneath. I was just sort of hopeful that maybe there wasn't a collision on the top. A lot of the extended reach stuff, they remove the collision. So 4,900 liters of lime. I'm hoping that is going to be enough. This is one of the silliest little lime spreaders, but we don't have a lot of liming needs, so we'll just head up there and get it done real quick. Oh, we still have wood products on our flat deck. I gotta remember that. So we should lime, then we will fertilize when we plant, and then roll, and we should have the maximum yield possible. There was no mulching available prior to plowing, so that's not a big deal. Do we need to unfold? All right. Let's see how quickly we can keep moving here. I always feel like when you're distributing lime, you got to drive fast because you go through it so quickly, even though I know it's based on how much ground you're covering regardless, right? It has nothing to do with you can drive fast, it just puts more down, but it always feels like you're racing when you're putting down lime, trying to be as fast as possible. Don't want to go back and fill up, and I don't think it makes the least bit of difference, but it is always funny to feel that way. Alright, another loop around. Liming on the grass field, I'm not worried about being perfect. We will likely, I mean, we're going to have to lime every 2 or 3 cuts regardless. Just knowing that this initial application is going to make a notable difference because the ground has no initial lime state on it. So it will help quite a bit with our yield on our first cut. Getting it done, we are just about halfway. Actually, we're under halfway. Oh no, we're at 50% capacity, so we're in decent shape. Still racing. Still trying to get everything done here, but before we run out, a couple of passes this way. I'll do some ups and downs. Try to catch these corners and square them up a little bit. That's going to be a tree. That's not the Fiat. The Fiat could have made that corner. The JCB, a little bigger wheelbase, a little bit bigger tires. It was not up for making that corner for sure. All right, here we go. I think we got this, guys. I'm calling it right now. We're going to get this done without having to refill, which is going to make me happy. We're at 30%. Woo, snuck by that tree. Got to hit it with speed on the field entry, right? Like we keep saying, I know it doesn't make any difference how fast you go, but I always just feel like you want to go it fast. Okay, down to 22%. I don't think this is one pass. I think the middle is going to be too wide. The trick is not to leave a strip of shame on both sides. That will waste a bunch of lime. 17% heading back around. We'll go around to the outside and just do some quick hits on the areas we might not have been wide enough on the outside. So let's see, there's a little strip here. That's done. This whole section looks pretty good. See those shadows? I love how dark the shadows are, but it is tough to see in those shadows. Get that little section, get this little section, and this little bit over here. Okay. Done and done. The liming is complete. Our new grass field is taking shape. We're making good progress. I wonder if we have more lime in the shed to see. What we're going to have to do, we're going to have to buy soil data for that field. And I just limed it. I wasn't thinking. I was just thinking we didn't need it, but I think we might. Are those bags of lime in the back? It sure looks like it. Solid fertilizer, lime. Let's put 2 of those out. We won't use both, but we'll be full because this thing holds 40. Actually, we might use both. I bet we will, actually. See if there's another bag in here. Is there a partial bag of lime, maybe? No? Doesn't look like it. Lots of individual or small pallets of seeds, but nothing. There we go. All right, excellent. Just give that a nudge back in. Let's go get the lime spreader put away. These paths were so clearly cut when we had the Fiat. Nice and narrow, winding. The JCB is just a touch too big to make those easy. And I think even though that's a decent-sized field we cut in for the grass, I still think we're going to do it with just one planter, one seeder. Pulling both of them rarely makes it easier. I mean, the JCB can certainly do it. Should we give it a try? Should we try to do both? I feel like it's just faster to do it with one. Alright, let's see. We're good on solid fertilizer. We're good to plant grass. Now, before we go any further, we need to buy soil data. Let's get precision farming. There we go. And purchase soil information, $1,300. Yes, okay, so that is great. 1,300 bucks is like nothing. Ooh, that's going to be tight coming through here. I bet it's going to be tight over here on the other field as well. Ooh, getting the planter down here could be an adventure. That tree. Ooh. Oh, yeah, we're killing a little bit to get through. Ooh, that is not good, guys. Well, I can tell you, I think this cedar is going to live out here until we're done. We're not going to risk losing more crop, and we're not going to use it till that crop's up, so may as well leave it out here. So now precision farming is getting the job done. Let's pull up the little map. Yeah, you can see grass does not require a lot of nitrogen, so it is just touching it up to get where we need to be. Always try to get the outside edge. I feel like we left a decent margin for the trees. It's not perfect, but it is decent. We can get the cedar in here, and that's usually a good indicator that we're not too tight. Not that it's a huge cedar by any stretch of the imagination. We're going to just grab this little corner that I missed earlier. There we go. Beauty of the JCB. You can just sort of bully the cedar wherever you want it. And that's the type of thing you have a hard time doing any backing up when you got both cedars attached. That's why I like to do just one. We bought two thinking it was going to really increase our seeding rate. And in the sense that we can run two tractors, it has absolutely helped in getting multiple projects done. But I just don't see running the two of them together. And at this stage on the cattle ranch, I mean, we need basically $1.1 million. I'm sorry, $2.1 million. And we're about done. So I don't think there's a big reason to spend a bunch more money on a big cedar. I think the value, the time saved is going to be less than the money spent that we have to recoup. So if we were really getting into arable and we were going to add, you know, a whole bunch of fields, then maybe. I still do think we'll add one more potential arable field down behind the cold storage area. And just because there's an open field there to begin with, or at least semi-open, so we wouldn't have to be doing all of the forestry work. I'm going to clean up these two corners here. Missed a couple of spots, and I just don't like when the corners are wider than the straights. So, there we are. Let that guy just sort of run out there and try to straighten this up a little bit. We are getting to the point where the corners are getting a little too narrow for the JCB. We'll do some outside in turns on the squared up ends. And I think we're over 50% of the way done. The outside's always bigger than the inside when you're doing it this way. And it always seems like you're barely making progress, but you'll be just fine. Just got to stick with it. So after this, we got to do some rolling on this field just to make sure that we get everything, you know, maximized. We don't want to be cutting more grass than we have to. And, you know, every cut takes time and fuel and energy. But we need to make sure we have enough to get us through the winter, since we have more animals than we did last winter. It is only spring, but we will have more animals than last winter. And we, as I said, we ran out of food today. Like, that was the end of it. We have no straw, no hay. Most of the pens and pastures have enough in them that they'll go for a day or so. Not going to be a big deal. Did get the igloos all topped off and made sure that was done first. But tomorrow, it's going to be a challenge when we get to April. So I imagine next episode begins with a time lapse of me doing a bunch of grass cutting. And the episode is spent turning it into hay to get the animals fed that are out. Because those calf igloos, as you guys know, we have to fill those up every day. They will not go 2 days before they empty. And the calves start to lose value and get sick and could even die if they're not fed. So it will be a matter of getting that grass cut and turned into hay and baled up and dropped off at the igloos pretty quick in the morning. Don't want to leave those little baby cows out suffering without any food. I'm thinking 3 more passes here. This is part of the reason I continue to be frustrated with precision farming. Looking at the mini-map, which I'll make just a little bit bigger for you guys, you know, we have not skipped or missed a bunch of spots, and there are a bunch of red polka dots there indicating that the nitrogen did not get fully updated to where it needs to be. I just don't know how to fix that. I mean, this planter has everything we need. We have the soil data. There's no reason that those areas should not have received the adequate or appropriate amount of fertilizer. So just ongoing disappointment in precision farming in FS25. Loved it in 22. Just feel like it's incredibly inconsistent in 25. Does not add much to the gameplay. Alright, now we're leaving the cedar here because we killed a little bit of our crop coming down here where it got narrow. Yep, see, there it is, man. That is disappointing. We were so careful all winter not to go into the crop and then lost it there. But I'm thinking our roller is even bigger, and I don't want to lose more, so we might be going on a bit of a walkabout to get this done. Let's see. Actually, can we lift it? Ooh, I forgot. This might be the liftable roller. It doesn't have a tow bar, so we might not be dragging it. Oh, let's see. Can we get it up off the ground? Oh, okay. The roller for the win, guys. I like this roller. If you've got a small, medium-sized farm, this thing works really, really well. Really good working with. Okay, got to keep the tractor out of the crop and the roller from hitting the fence or the trees. Got to focus here. But yeah, the working with on this roller is great. Does not require a ton of power. And if I remember correctly, it was like cheap. So, alright, are we getting a ground texture change, or do I have to turn it on? I think, hard to tell. I think it looks much darker in front and lighter in the back. Let's jump into the PDA and check. Okay, so yes, it is. We're getting our little strip is already done that does not need additional rolling. So we'll continue to work on that. And let's get the lights turned off. We'll just focus on the back, making sure we didn't miss anything. Alright, so after this, we're going to do our BGA manure slurry runs and to the fertilizer production, to the BGA, get that stuff done. I looked, there's really nothing to sell this month. There are a couple things that have a decent price, but we don't have enough quantity. We got a couple items coming out of the carpentry shop up in town that if we had even a couple of pallets might be worth selling, but at their current quantity, it's really not very valuable. Let those things just sort of build up over time. Maybe we'll have one big sell-off here at the very end. Like I said, we're 2.1 million, just a little more away from our goal. So we're making really good progress. I think the cheese sales are going to continue to fund us. The solid fertilizer, I'm hoping, is going to kick in and be a fairly significant source of income for us as well. You know, we don't put that much in because it's just residual, because we have our contract with the local BGA. We have to fill it up every month. We have a certain amount we have to deliver, so we can't just put all of it into solid fertilizer, which I think may be more valuable in the end. But for right now, we are fine with the way we are progressing. So get that stuff done. Keep the money coming in. You know, the herdsman is buying animals for us. Man, guys, that is hard to see with the darker shadows. Yeah, there we go. I think we got it. I think we're good there. The headlights make it hard to see the lighter areas, but make it possible to see the darker areas. So we may have to it's just a trade-off at this point. All right, another outside in turn. JCB's not making tight 90s with an implement on the back. I think we missed the tiniest bit of the corner up there. We'll have to see. Maybe we'll loop back and get it on the next pass. Should be right through here. I mean, guys, if you can see this, man, up here I can see it. In that corner, in those shadows of those trees, man, oh man, is it tough to see where we've rolled. We will be checking the map for sure when we're done. Okay, we're almost done. So basically, we did this whole field today. We did the rest of the tree trimming, or the rest of the tree clearing. We got the sawmill filled and emptied and sold. We got the plowing done, which resulted in almost no stones, which was a very pleasant surprise. Then we brought our giant stone picker over to pick the 5 stones that were here. Not really a very productive use of the stone picker, but wanted the field maximized and the wear on our machinery minimized, so that's okay. Then we got it planted, and now we're getting it rolled. Oh, and we did liming too in the middle there, so it's been fertilized, it's been limed. We bought the field data. We have really done all the things we can do to make this field everything it can be. Excited to have more grass on the farm. So let's get this wrapped up, and then I will probably just meet you guys up at the BGA with the slurry and manure. We'll see. Maybe we'll collect it. Maybe we'll collect it before we take a quick break while I drive up there. The drive up there is not very interesting, but I'm intrigued to see how much manure and slurry we have, because the cows are, we have a bunch of them, and they are producing. Okay, last little strip here that we know we need to do. Now let's check and see if the map agrees. Look at that, guys. Missed none of it. I would not have called that. There were parts of that that were very, very hard to see. All right, time to put the JCB and the roller away. Try to stay out of the field and away from the trees. All right, the rest of this is pretty straightforward. Just got to be paying attention. All right. Okay, and we're home free, away from crops. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe we put a big arable field down here in this area. I have to see how far our land goes, but maybe we just plow up a huge area and put in one last really big field of wheat or barley or something of that nature, just to sort of fund the end of it and give us a little bit of extra straw. Okay, well, let's collect the milk, and then I guess I'll do the BGA run after the episode. How about that? So we'll grab the milk. Now here's my thought. I want to check something. There's those 2 black bars again. Sorry guys, try to get those off the screen. Here is my thought. Let's take a look at the barns real quick. So the birthing barn has 6,000 liters of milk, 550 of buffalo. The bullpen obviously is not going to have any milk. Teen Town, none. Nursing home will have none. The calf igloos. Where's the breeding barn? The breeding barn has 11,000 liters of milk. So we have our LFSM universal tank. Love this thing. Love the mods. But we've had to make multiple trips because I'm trying to remember what the capacity is on it. Let me take a quick look. Let's look in the shop and see what our capacities are on our barrels. So it's this one right here. This one holds 18,000 liters. Okay, well that'll work. I was thinking because we're not doing water and this one holds 24, maybe we want to sell this one and use the old water tank, because we upgraded. This was our water tank when we had the smallest LFSM tank for milk. Then we outgrew that and we got a bigger water tank, so we got a bigger milk tank. But if we're not going to fill it up, then maybe we'll keep using it. But if this one becomes small enough that we need to take multiple trips, then I'm thinking we just sell it and use our water tank that we're not going to be using anymore now that we have water distribution turned on. and go from there. All right, 11,000 liters of milk coming in. Man, whatever that is on the screen, that is a nuisance. I almost feel like it's something like, is it in cab? Is it like reflecting something that we're supposed to be seeing from in cab? I don't know. It's bizarre. All right, let's run over here and grab the milk. And I think we're going to have, we might actually fill this thing after I said we weren't going to. We had, what, 7,000 in this barn? Is that accurate? I have to check and see. Also love that the lid opens up when you're in the trigger, so you don't have to guess. Yeah, okay, 95%. So that is just about as much as we could expect to get in here. So if we get more milk, yeah, there are those 2 bars again. Something, it's not just in cab or out of cab. There's something there. It's the way we're looking. There's something that direction on the old map. So, not a bad haul for milk. Let's get over here and avoid hitting the building. Alright, let's dump the milk out. Check on our dairy production. Small dairy. We've got a couple liters of cheese, nothing big, not enough buffalo, or I would say buffalo mozzarella, buffalo milk to be producing buffalo mozzarella. We have 11 pallets of eggs, and I do think there are a couple over here that we can bring over to put in. At least one. Oh, there are 2. Perfect. So let's get those into cold storage. Nice and easy while the milk is emptying. Oh, didn't want to close the garage door. Easy there, guys. Okay, last pallet of eggs. Nice and easy. And while we're here, I do want to check and see. Yeah, we're still at 75,000 liters of wheat, so we still have no ability to store more wheat. So, not a bad episode. One last thing to check before we head out. I will get the BGA run done after the episode, but I am thinking I did not fill the TMR mixer this morning. So these guys have 106,000 liters of food. That's not bad, but like I said, we did put a bunch more animals back in here than we took out. Well, at least we took 18 out, but some were calves. And we put 17 in. They were all pregnant females. So there's going to be a lot more eating going on in that barn than there was last month. So let's just give it topped off. Has 120,000 in there just about. I don't think that's going to run out, but it's probably our most critical barn when it comes to animal health and getting us started off on the right foot. So we'll get this done. Just a little bit of manure in that heap over there. Alright, here you go, ladies. Enjoy some tasty, tasty TMR. Alright, guys, well, that's going to be it for this episode. Thank you so much for joining me. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further. And channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for this one, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Sunshine Forest. I'm BP, and it's time to get to work. Good morning from April. Just got the big field mowed. Gonna go ahead and get the small field knocked out while we go through our updates for today. As you guys remember from last episode, we are out of hay on the farm or on the ranch. So the animals have not been shifted. They have not been fed, because we need this grass to get them fed this morning. So the grass we're cutting now will actually go to silage. Our small field over here we bring over to the sausage wrapper once we bale it up with our round baler and stick it in there. And then the big field we're going to have to ted and then bale and get back to the animals. Now we are doing the mowing with the JCB, which is our normal mode of operation. JCB just pulls the old Batwing mower a bit better than the Fiat. But the update on the Fiat is we had some breakage between episodes. Not sure what's going on with it yet. Wouldn't start this morning, so it is up at the dealership and they are taking a look at it. But for the time being, we are down to one tractor on the ranch, which I think really won't be much of a challenge. We don't frequently need two tractors. Planting season, definitely helpful to have a second tractor. Since we have the two seeders, we can get in there and get more done. But generally speaking, the JCB is here because it has the power, and the Fiat was here because it's easy to get in and out of the barns. So might struggle a little bit getting the JCB in and out of our tight ranch farmyard, but hopefully it's a temporary problem, and hopefully we have an update from the guys at the dealership sometime today, hopefully this afternoon, and we can sort of figure out what's going on there. So with that in mind, let's get this last little bit. That is going to be not very neat and not great for picking up with the baler, but we'll get it done either way. Then we've got this one little strip of shame here in the middle. All right, excellent. All done. I think before we even take the mower back, let's get the round baling done. I mean, we're right here with the tractor. No point in driving across the yard just to come back in a few minutes. So get these baled up, and we will leave these on the field. Probably should get them into the wrapper relatively quick. I know our TMR mixer is generally full. Let's take a quick look at our TMR mixer here. Fermenter pig silo. Silage, yeah, we still have 68,000 liters of silage. And in order to make TMR, we need silage, hay, and straw. Straw, we have 116,000. So it is hay that is the limiting factor. I guess, man, that's a tough decision. Should we just do this all as hay? Maybe we should. Huh. Hadn't really thought that one through yet. So yeah, I think we have tedding to do. I think we ted both fields. And the hay from this small field we just mowed will go into the TMR mixer and allow us to produce more TMR, while the hay from the big field will be put into the barn to finish its drying and be used to feed the animals as needed. So yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the best plan we've got. Where is our tedder? We are pulling back onto the farm. I gotta tell you guys, I swear we owned a tedder, and there's even a spot under the shed for it, and I know I lost a couple of things with the most recent patch. So I may have to go back and check some previous episodes, but we had a tedder at one point. Maybe I sold it, maybe I didn't. But we went and we got a new tedder up at the store. I did refund the cash because it sure seems like something that we should have owned. Got the new prototype Colossus with the swath dropping as well. So excited to see how this goes. And I think we even will have to see, I think we have a course. I loaded the course that I thought was from the previous one. So I'm pretty sure this is the one we had. So let's see what happens here. Alrighty. We are tedding and windrowing. And that's great. So now maybe we get rid of our windrower. That's an option. Let's see. Okay, well, we're going to let this guy work and pay one of the locals to get the tedding done since we have a lot to get done today. We'll run down. We can go through the shift and check the food and maybe even do a BGA run. I don't think that big tedder is going to take very long to get that field done, so probably just get the shift done and call it quits. So head on over to the birthing barn. Let's see what we've got here this morning. Now what we have here is a dropped herdsman stick. And then now we're going to fight the door. Okay, so let's see. In the barn, looking for animals over 2 months old. Those all get transferred out. Wow, quite a few. That is great news. Recovering, no suitable animal. All the bulls come out with us when they're born. We're not waiting on those guys. They do not need to be fed TMR at this age. So they come out as soon as they are ready, as soon as they're born. No suitable male. No suitable male. Recovering. No suitable male. All right. Another bull. Some limousines. Grab these ones that are ready to go back into. And then here we have one at 60% with 3 babies. Yeah, I don't know why that one's here. It must have grabbed the wrong one on a previous trip. That's quite all right. We can move them back. Man, getting lots and lots. Wow, look at this, guys. This is crazy how many animals we have to move today. We talk about the ebb and the flow of the, the birthing on the farm and the ranch and sort of, when we buy animals, how long it takes them to get pregnant. And we end up with these gluts of animals. We took 18 animals out of this barn last month, and we are going to take 31 this month. That is craziness. So great news all around. Just throwing around 31 animals here. That's not very nice. Let's see if we can hold on to this a little bit better. All right, let's head over to the calf huts. Let's get that done. I still see a little bit of food in here, which is good news. We got 3 animals ready to go to Teen Town. Great news. As they progress through, it's so helpful. Put 3 in here. And still need to do move selected. There we are. Perfect. And we'll have to come around and get these guys fed and watered once we have the hay in order. 2 animals ready to come out here. We'll put 2 more in. Have all of the brown Swiss calves moved. That is good all around. I think at the end here, as we're getting close to reaching our financial goals, and you can see that one needs to be emptied of manure. As we get close to our financial goals, I'm wondering if we are going to end up selling some cattle. I suspect that we have, I know we have more than 300 animals. So it's really just a matter of, which ones do we sell? Man, any more all bulls? A couple of water buffalo. That should take it back up to 5. Yes, it did. Herdsman stick is very slippery today. Having a heck of a time holding on to it. Maybe I need a pair of gloves or something. Let's see. No animals ready to move up there. We do have one more water buffalo to put in. It'd be great if one of these pens either had an opening or a teenage animal so we could get them moved. Perfect. This will take care of it. Water buffalo, move selected. Okay, that is going well. Now, the only thing we didn't check was if any of our animals are infertile, but we will have to look at that. Then they go into the nursing home over here to get sold. Otherwise, these animals go over to Teen Town. All right, teenage animals. Let's see what we got. No bulls, please and thank you. Okay, no bulls. Limousine. We have a couple of teenage water buffalo. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Done. How many are we going to take out of here? That is the question. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Just 3? That's very interesting. So that tells you, you know, how much it varies pen to pen and animal to animal in regards to, you know, when we're having babies and when we're not. Definitely keeps it interesting. It means that with the 31 animals we pulled out of the birthing barn today, we are going to be having a pretty significant increase in herd size in the 10 to 14 month range when those animals age up and are put into the breeding pen. So we don't really see that on the ranch until they reach that age, but it is a good start to a long process. A couple of bulls here, another bull here, a couple of bulls here, another bull here. So we had 10 of our 31 calves were bulls, or 10 of our 31 animals we moved out of the birthing barn were bulls. So bulls are definitely a good moneymaker. If we sold each of those for $2,500, we'd make 25 grand once they've been fed. So just the cost of fuel to do it. So I think, yeah, we're at the stage now where we select all moves. We're putting 17 animals in. Now, one of those is pregnant. Remember that. One of those was pregnant to start with. And then these are, we still have these teen animals that must be being bought by the herdsmen. So we're looking for any animal with a 90% pregnancy rate. I thought we had a bunch of 80s yesterday, so I anticipate a notable amount of animals coming this way. I do wish there was a way to sort them by their pregnancy, how pregnant they are. Excuse me, so we could just have them all in a row and make it nice and easy. But as we've discussed numerous times and gotten the same feedback from a lot of people, the realistic animal or realistic livestock mod offers some great game enrichment. The menu navigation is still being worked on, and Arrow's done a great job of, as he updates, sort of backtracking into the menus and making the processes more streamlined. I don't know if he's getting that feedback directly and taking care of it or what, but the menus do get better. We're just at the stage where with the latest update that I've downloaded, these were all new features, and therefore, you know, we're sort of just getting through the growing pains of getting into the new features of realistic livestock. So, getting close. Let's see. Bunch of 80s. Here's a couple of 90s. Another 90. Another 90. Another 80. A couple more 90s. Man, these limousines seem to be our prolific breeders. They seem to be more. We have more of those than any other type of animal on the farm. They seem, I don't know if we just bought more of them or what, but they seem to be, they breed well, they breed quickly, and they produce a good number. I think a lot of our limousines have multiple offspring when the time comes. So, all right, let's get down into the water buffalo. Thought we had a couple in here, maybe 2. Yep, here 1, 2 from last month. And bunch of 80s. Man, we are going to have a lot of offspring. I'm glad we are in good shape. So then we're going to hit move selected. 26 animals going back to the barn. So again, on that ebb and flow of animals, we took 31 animals out. Of those, we know 10 were bulls, so there's only 21 potential calves and cows. We're putting 26 pregnant cows back in. We are definitely having some major increase in our herd size. So exciting stuff. All right, the shift is done. Let's put the herdsman stick down. Let's go back and check on the JCB. We're down to one tractor. It'd be nice to be running the JCB on the field and then having our Fiat, but they still haven't called me about parts on that yet. All right, so my guess is we're sitting up here at the top of the field waiting to do headlands. Makes sense. That is the typical spot the workers get caught on. So let's go ahead and let's pop that up and see where he's supposed to be going. And get down. And I think if we just bump it right there, away we go, rocking and rolling. Just about done here. We're going to have so much hay. I'm excited. This is great news for the ranch all around. I said we still have to feed the animals. I'm wondering, should we grab the... I don't think the Massey has a trailer hitch. You know what does have a trailer hitch is the truck, which is parked right here. So let me jump out here without getting run over by the tedder. Whew, barely escaped. And we'll grab the truck. And I'm thinking we'll use the truck to do water. So, oh, do we have to do water? Guys, remember, we put in the watering system last month. Look at that. Let's check and see how we did. All right, this barn does not require water. The bullpen does not require water. Teen Town doesn't require water. All right, this one does. Water has 58,000. The calf igloo has 31. This one has 0 water. Okay, so the watering system is not filling up the calf igloos, which it said it would for animals. So I almost wonder if the calf igloos are a different, like, pen type or something, or they're not recognized. So let's start by making sure that our calves have water. That's pretty critical. Want to make sure they are well taken care of. All right, get them topped off. They don't hold a whole lot, so I'm wondering if we can make it work with what we have in here. This is always the tough one to get. We got to swing out. Let's see. Great, got it. Cut back out to this one. Okay. And this guy. Perfect. Calves have water. That is good news. Don't let the calves be in that water. Just got notification that the guy finished. Can we get water out of this? Such a great question. Let's see. Don't think we can. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, now it's just filling up the greenhouse. Did we have that set to distributing? Did I maybe not turn it on? Would that be part of the problem? No, it seems certainly seems to be on. It has 208,000 liters of water to distribute, so maybe we'll change the productivity up to 300% and just see if that makes a difference. With 208,000 liters of water, it really shouldn't be making a difference. I do want to, before we pull the trailer up over here, how much water do these guys have? 58,000 out of 60. They could be getting water. They might not be, though, so should be at least be filling up the greenhouses if it has that much water in it. So let's check our greenhouse production and see where that is. 79,212. Yeah, so that's certainly, and there's the one we drove by and a little bit fell out of the trailer and topped it off. So yeah, so it is filling the greenhouses, which was our #1 water user. A little disappointing that we didn't get the calf igloos and the animal pens to top off from the water distribution center, but probably more realistic that we'd plumb the greenhouses and leave the calf igloos. Those could be a little harder to do as they're outside and the animals get engaged with them and everything else, so not the end of the world. Let's run out here, grab the tedder. I think we'll ted the small field manually, and then I think we'll probably set the JCB off on a worker to bale and see how that goes. I'm remembering from some experience recently, it might have been over on 555 on Judith Plains, that the swathing on this Colossus makes it really, there's a ton of grass, and that might be a little bit hard on the baler. So we'll set the JCB loose with the baler and a worker and see how all of that plays out, and see if that is something that we may need to come back and work over manually in the end, but we will see. So this should be quick and easy. I think if we just generally stay on the middle track, we should be pretty good as far as getting all of this dragged over and tedded. Yeah, we are all but done with the outside. Wow, that is so fast with the Colossus. Okay. And then one pass down the middle, perhaps. I think we can get away with one. Just drag all of this into one line, even getting a little bit on the outside, too. Yeah, there's a couple little pieces from the corner there. I'm not overly worried about that. Okay, that's it. That is one headland and one strip down the middle, and that field is done. Man, that thing makes short work of it. Excited to have all this hay on the field. May do all square bales. We'll have to see how that works out, because we could do the small field on square bales and just toss them into the TMR mixer. Wouldn't be a big deal. So, yep, and here's the spot for the tedder. This is where I remember I thought it was maybe the mower was in this spot and the tedder was next to it. We had things, like to leave things in the order we use them, so we just zip over and grab the next piece of equipment. So it makes sense that we had a tedder at some point. So I'm sure someone will leave me a comment about the tedder, whether we had one, we didn't have one, but I know I lost some things with the most recent updates, so we will see. I'm also going to check and make sure we're on 240 liter bales. We are. We don't need any extra bales because we're doing small bales here at all. Let's see the baler get unfolded here. Ooh. Okay, no, I think we're okay. That's because the outside, the headland passes on the end, pulled this strip out. Let's just hang out and see. Let's make sure that we are getting what we need out of this, but I think this is not a problem. We'll just have to see what the next turn brings. All right, moment of truth. Yep, I think we're good. Think we are good. All right, and 11 miles an hour may be the perfect speed, because those are huge, huge windrows of hay. So, cool. Well, let's grab the Massey Ferguson, the workhorse on the ranch. This thing is such a beast. And let's go grab some bales manually, and let's get these animals fed. I'm not sure who needs to be fed this morning, as in who's run out. Obviously, Teen Town has a straw bale and a hay bale in their feeder, so they're okay. The calves will take a bale, maybe a bale and a little bit more of a second. They usually don't even take a full bale, but you don't want them to be without food either. So come on out here. Don't mind us driving through the hay. Let's grab this guy. If you didn't catch the beginning of the Yukon Own the Map series, which premiered yesterday based on the recording day of this episode, maybe not the release day, I was talking about I got a mount, a desk mount for my Farmstick, because I had it mounted on my desk where it was just sort of sitting there, which for a lot of tasks really wasn't much of a problem. But when you're doing a lot of joystick work, it's nice to have it mounted, and having it screwed down to the base has proven to be really, really nice for getting this type of stuff down. So if you have a Farmstick or another similar product that you're using with FarmSim, I do highly recommend getting it secured down. Could use double-sided tape, could use a mount like I have, There are a number of different options, but I got to do a little tweaking on mine. It's a little low, but in general, I am very, very pleased with having it mounted. Makes things so much easier to do. So here we are. Yeah, that filled up. It's taken off the top bale, which is sort of funny, because we're still registering 8,000 on this one. Let's see, we can watch the fill plane. Yep, that one's filled up now. There are no animals in these 3 back igloos. This one doesn't even have 5. I think this one has 4, right? All right, that one's topped off. That one we already got. Fresh hay right off the field. Farm to table. It's more farm to igloo, but, you know, you get the idea. These animals are getting well taken care of, getting a bunch of fresh food, and bring it down a little bit. There we go. All right, so we should be good. I know these guys are always looking for food, so let's give them these 2 bales. Yep, there goes one. May have to nudge the other one. Let's give it a nudge. There it is. Just get close to it and it went away. Let's check the bullpen. Calf igloo. Let's see. So calf igloo, they already drank some water down. That is crazy. But their food is all topped off. Okay, so the breeding barn, where we are now, they have 26,000 liters of hay. That is not a lot. They're going to need a lot more than that. Get to the bullpen. TMR over here, they're at 102,000. They're in great shape. The bullpen has 56,000 liters of hay, so we need to put a couple more bales into the breeding barn right now for sure. And then we can figure out collecting the rest and getting all that done. But I want to make sure we don't run out of food in those barns. So that's going to be probably the remainder of the episode, getting the rest of this stuff done. The baler is doing a great job. We got to run over there and help the worker turn the corner. They have a hard time, you know, it's that right turn. I think we hired a NASCAR driver, and, you know, we talked about it, and we talked about the ups and downs, and they said they could probably handle it, but when it came to turning right going around the outside, they just didn't feel comfortable with it. They said they were more of a left-hand turn kind of guy. So I assured him it wasn't going to be a problem. I could jump out here and help him figure out how to turn that wheel to the right. So we'll jump over there and give them a hand and teach them how it's done. So let's get this situated. And then we'll jump out of here, run over them, and just show them how easy it is to turn the wheel to the right here. Just not a big deal at all. We can all learn new things, new skills. I might even, just because this little transition here looks awfully thick. Man, oh man, there is so much hay there. That is such great news. All right, so we've used the pickup truck, we've used the JCB, we've used the Massey. Maybe we should do our bale collecting with the TLX and the flat deck. Just get all of our other vehicles used today. All right, we figured out how to turn the wheel to the right. It was touch and go, pretty scary, but we did get it figured out. Look at that big old mound of hay. Love it. Love how much hay we're getting for the animals here on the ranch. Let's go dump this in the breeding barn since they are running low, and then we'll pick up the TLX, assuming it's not hooked to anything that's critical. I assume it isn't. We can always reconnect, but you know, if we have to, we can pick up the pickup truck and use the old bale trailer that we got early on in the series. Haven't been using that one as much because it just doesn't hold as much, but certainly nothing wrong with it. There we go. Made it through without dumping any bales. Didn't check on the nursing home pen to see if they needed hay, but they generally do really well. There aren't very many animals in there, so they get a lot of use out of it. Man, we might need to muck some stalls here, some igloos. Those things look bad. Maybe we should muck those real quick before we head on out. Alrighty. Let's go over here and swap our bale spikes for a bucket. And then we will do a quick mucking. It won't be too bad because we only have 5 pens, so it's not a big deal. I almost wonder we could try putting it into the trailer to take to the BGA. Because sometimes filling that trailer we need the ramp, so we'll have to give that a test. Alright, let's see if maybe getting in first person here makes this a bit easier. Excuse me, guys. Just gonna get you mucked out. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, didn't think we were gonna get full on the first one, but we're at 89% of the way full after the first pen. Definitely time to get these things mucked. A lot of little baby cow poop. Alright. Drive this over to the trailer. Let's see. Ooh, we might even be on a low side of the trailer. This could be a real challenge. Let's see what we get here. Just gonna sort of get pushed up to the tires here. Alright, and does not like it. It rolls back downhill on me. What do we think? Think that one in? Let's see. Oh, it went in. Nice. That is good news. Alright, back to the first, or the second pen that we left partially cleaned. This little project like this, we could get a bigger bucket, we could get a bigger tractor, but a couple of trips here and there, really not a big deal. And having huge equipment on the ranch is not going to make us that much more efficient. I suspect we end up just with more issues getting around. Our yard's pretty tight, not a lot of space to work, so nice size equipment for what we have. If you're not running this Massey Ferguson 711 from Black Sheep Modding, don't miss it. It is a stellar piece of equipment. Has been an absolute workhorse on this series, used it in a bunch of different playthroughs. A very, very cool and very well done, like all Black Sheep modding stuff. Very cool mod. Alright, let's keep it up against the side of the trailer. Feel like we're pushing it maybe. If I don't give it gas, we fall back. Couple more to empty, then it sounds like the baler's done over on the big field. May need to go back over there and just get some of the corners and some of the bigger spots. Maybe the baler didn't pick all of it up, but should be pretty close to done. And then we will go get the bales off. We'll go bale the small grass field as well. Yeah, these cows are definitely... Wow, this one filled it up. That is surprising to me. Would not have guessed that. Maybe the different kinds of cows with realistic livestock produce different levels of manure. Could be. I don't know. Could also be just there were more cows in there longer term, or maybe that was when we didn't get fully cleaned out last time. Always a possibility, but been getting 1,700 liters fairly consistently here the last 2 pens. And that one, we got 2,000, and we're not done yet, so that is a surprise. Okay, get a couple more of these done. Head over and grab the baler, wrap that process up. And then I think we got to make sure we get food into the cow barns. Critical part of the ranch, keeping the animals fed. This thing cannot, 114 liters. So it could not have that much more manure in it. It's bizarre that one had so much more than the other one. Like 20% more almost. Little cows are helping scoop up the manure and put it in the bin. Yeah, see, this one only had 14. Maybe we did miss it when we cleaned it last time. Maybe we just didn't get all of it out. Maybe that was the explanation. It would be very cool, though, if Realistic Livestock left it so that animals produce different levels of manure. Yeah, like this pen here, getting this one cleaned out with a bigger tractor, like a bigger front loader, would definitely be a pain. Alright, that's going to require another empty. I thought maybe we would get low enough on that one that we wouldn't feel the need to come back and empty it, but I can still see manure, and we want our animals to have nice, clean pens. So not a bad episode. Got some good stuff done. Just waiting to hear back from the dealership about the about the Fiat. Just figure out what's going on with that. Don't know why it wouldn't start this morning. Wasn't running great last month when we were working it, but didn't think much of it. So hopefully they can figure out what's going on and get it back to us. In the interim, we certainly can get through with what we have. Alright, here we go. 400 liters. Nice and easy. Get this put in, and then we'll go grab our baler. I guess at this point there's no reason not to top off this scoop. We're gonna fill the trailer anyways. Won't make much of a difference, but at least this way we're making the most of the trip. Need the skid steer to stay pushed up here. There we are. Very nice. Right tool for the right job. Always much appreciated. And we'll park this guy back in the shed. Get him back out of the way. We're going to have... Hopefully the shed feels full when we're done. Okay, let's go find our baler. At the far end. Excellent. Seeing the pH is not great. Nitrogen's at 0, so we're definitely going to have to do some manure spreading and consider some lime work. Let's turn this on, and let's grab a couple of little strips here. Not worried about getting absolutely everything. It always looks like a lot on the field, but by the time you go back and get it, it adds up to like 220 liters of excess material. It doesn't miss very much, but since we're sitting here and we're right next to it, may as well grab a couple little bits as we head off the field. Don't see any reason to empty the baler between here and the other field since we're doing all square bales. Oh, it did miss a pretty significant amount on the corners. We might have to go back and do the corners then, because this is notable. This will be a decent amount. I wonder if that's just the baler tracking inside. Yeah, I mean, that completed a bale. So maybe let's hit the rest of the corners and just see what that does for us. This one may not be bad. Take a quick look. Got one little bit right here we can pick up. I think this is worth grabbing. Yeah, I think overall it did pretty well for having those huge rows. Nothing to complain about. Worker did well. Baler did well. Let's grab this, and then we'll head on over and we'll do the small field. I don't think we reset the bale counter, so I don't know that we know how many we got. Yeah, 418. That's not going to be the number we have for this. So let's reset the bale counter here, and then we can figure out how many we get off of this field, which ironically is small enough that we could just count if we really wanted to. So it's not really like it matters that we know how many we got off of this field. Okay, can I be as good as the AI worker? We'll see. Struggle can be real, and this is a big swath of hay. Look at that. The bales are just nearly continuously coming out. Wow, that is so much hay. Just trying to keep it where it needs to be to get the whole swath. It is not easy when the swath is that big. Deep focus. Alright, that corner went quite well. Okie dokie. Almost done with the headland, which, as you know, is basically 75 to 80% of this field when it comes to the hay. We did the one little strip up the middle. Oh, got out too wide there. Alright, a couple cleanup spots on the way back, perhaps. Get zoomed in a little bit, see if that helps us. And this strip is not even going to be as thick as the other one, so not as big a deal. The baler should be able to handle this one pretty easily. Alright, let's see about grabbing a couple of spots here. I think we'll grab this one. Just try to get the field cleaned up a little bit. Like I said, it's always way less material than you think you're missing. But we're here, we gotta drive this way anyways, and this little bit over here I think is worth getting. Okay, and last but not least, a little bit that we missed here, and then we'll get a couple of partial bales, or a partial bale on the way out. Yeah, like here we are, so we're at 124 liters. We pick up these two spots that look like a big deal, and we're at 183. So we got 60, basically 60 liters out of there. Not a big deal. Excellent bale count on that field. Let's take a look. 12. Not bad at all. I think our nitrogen and pH is good on both of our grass fields for cutting, maximizing our yields, and we are good to go. Baler goes over here. I think we probably will sell the windrower moving forward. I don't know that we'll... I mean, we could use the windrower to grab straw swaths, but I don't think that's really all that beneficial for us either, so we'll have to just wait and see. Here is the TLX. Let's grab the bales. I think this is going to be about it for this episode. Ooh, interesting. We have some wood products on our flat deck. Huh. Maybe we unload those somewhere and then deal with those later. Those are the leftover bits from the cabin build. Okay, I think they can stay there. I don't think that's a big deal. Not going to hurt anything. Don't think we're making this corner. When we talk about the big equipment on the small ranch yard, this is a perfect example of why bigger equipment is not necessarily in our favor. Need to cut this corner a little better and get... There we are. Oh, let's see. Okay, we did get the bales. Only 12 on this field. We are going to take these over to the TMR mixer and drop them off so we can get going with more TMR, since we didn't need them for silage. And then the other field we'll pick up real quick, and then we will get that all put in the barn for feed. I suspect I will, after the episode, drop some of these off in the breeding barn, and I'll check the bullpen as well, make sure they have enough food. They should be fine. We looked at them earlier, but no point in, you know, not topping them off. So I think we got one or two more bales than the 12 we made over there, because I think we had one in the hopper and one partial. Not a big deal either way. Come on, you got it. Alright, let's check that real quick. And the TMR mixer, we just put in 96,471 liters of hay. TMR is on, and is it working? 927, 951. Yep, there we go. Producing TMR again. All right. We can probably get a head count on the bales on this field after we pick them up, since we didn't reset the bale counter. Should be easy enough to figure out how many are on here. Gonna get the outside headland. Then I think we start zipping in and grabbing some of the other ones. I don't think it's as many as it looks, guys. I bet we're 24-ish. Twice as many as the other field, but it feels like this field's much bigger. But again, we did have one full one and one partial in the baler when we unloaded. So that would put us at 26 or 27, if that's the right number, if my estimations are correct. So nice having the TLX to pick these up. Remember early on when we had to do everything with the Massey Ferguson, it was fun, but it was definitely tedious. Alright, so we got 4 on the front, and then 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 26, and 4. 30 bales, so actually it's a lot more than it looked like. Get the straps on. There we go. Plus the other 2, so yeah, I mean, we were 31, 32, so we were 3 times, almost 3 times as much as the other field, which that feels better as far as how big this field should be compared to that one. So, well, guys, I think that's going to wrap it up for this episode. Let's see, anything else? Oh, I did hear back on a voicemail from the dealership. There are some parts they need to source for the Fiat. They're not sure if they're going to be able to find them. Something about engine parts and how old it is and the fact that it's in bad condition to begin with. So as of right now, the Fiat is out of commission. As I said, they're not sure they're going to be able to find the parts. They're calling around to figure it out. If they can't get it fixed, then I guess we'll have to consider scrapping it or seeing if we can sell it to somebody. I don't know why I would want to buy it if it won't run. And picking up another tractor, but they're going to call around and see if they can get us some parts. I told them, hey, even if they're used, just to get the tractor back and running, it's sort of our, it's sort of the face of the farm. That tractor's done. It got us to where we are today. So would love to have it back, but they did say that just because of the age and everything else, that it could be very difficult to get that done, to find the parts and get it back on the road. So we will have to see what the shop comes up with. But thank you so much for joining me today. This was a lot of fun. Really happy we got the hay done for the animals. We desperately needed food for the cows on the farm, so glad that's done. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further. And channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's going to be all for this one, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to the Realistic Cattle Ranch Challenge on Sunshine Forest. I'm BP, and it's time to get to work. Just doing some quick trimming out here in the forest, getting our initial area cleared off. As you guys just saw, after the episode last month, I did figure out, or I did discover, that our solid fertilizer that we put in was at its best price. So I wanted to make sure you guys were along for selling that the first time. Got that sold. Also had a couple, not a lot, of barrels and buckets and tubs and that kind of stuff that was slowly producing up at the carpenters that was ready to sell. I think we made $20,000 or $25,000 on that stuff as well. Also have a couple of pallets of wood chips as a byproduct at the carpentry that was not ready to sell. So I got those stacked up and ready to go. So just wanted to start clearing out here. Not exactly sure what I want to do in this area. Could be an expansion to the new grass field we put in. Could be a spot for some more husbandry activities or another production. Just wanted to start getting it cleared, and also it just always makes sense to have the sawmill running in the background. Helps out a little bit here. Got to get rid of this little piece here, cut down a couple more trees. I did not run, I did not bring a tractor back with me because the JCB is over there on a worker getting the manure spread on the grass field that we cut last episode. So that tree is going to fall the wrong way, but the other one's going to fall into the sawmill now. So that's good news all around. Just getting that stuff going. So a couple more trees. Like I said, just want to keep the clearing efforts going. This really isn't for the money that the production brings in. It is helpful. It's not a whole lot, and if you guys remember, we did commit to going through the sawmill, going through the carpentry, and then selling, and the carpentry is very, very slow, so not a big deal, but as you could see, we could clear over that way pretty easily and expand this grass field over here, the new one we put in, because even though we got 31-ish hay bales off the field yesterday, which was tremendous, I think I put 10 of them into the animal pens between episodes, so we are, you know, we're not sitting pretty. We're good, but we're not sitting pretty. This field looks tremendous. Love the new grass field. Stage 3 of 4 on the growth will be ready to cut in, let's see, that would be June, so coming up, and that will certainly help. Have a couple ideas of what I want to do for today's episode. Haven't fed the animals, haven't done the shift, probably not going to do the shift in the episode. We've done that a couple times, including last episode, and there really isn't that much more to it. If the process changes, I promise to keep you guys updated, but realistically, it's fairly repetitive at this point. So where is our worker stuck? It says blocked by an object. Did we forget a bale? Or why is he all the way... Well, he's not blocked by an object. He's at the edge of the map. Okay. Well, you know, we've done this thing now. Not exactly sure what the purpose of being out here is. We do only have 20% of the manure left in the spreader. I suspect he finished the headlands and was heading to the interior ups and downs, the center of the field. But maybe we should... Let's see, he was coming this way. You know, maybe we get him going. We'll stick with the worker for just a minute and see, let him get emptied, and then we can fill him up before we go. But need to get the animals watered and fed at a minimum. And then I'm thinking this area right out here in front of us... Oh, definitely hit the wrong button there. Trying to get rid of the course play lines, not turn the driver on and off. Let's see. Let's get them back here and get them rocking and rolling. Okay. But that area back behind us, we've talked about putting a field in, and interestingly, today we have the ability to put in soybeans. Now, we're committed to not doing any productions that don't directly come from the dairy. You know, like we've been selling our wheat instead of making flour and bread and all that kind of stuff, or even pasta, depending on the, you know, whichever production we went with. But you know, so I don't want to plant a crop that we need to put into a production to make money. So soybeans give us two advantages. One, there really isn't any production that we would do with soybeans. There are a couple, you can find them, there's soy milk and that kind of stuff, but, you know, we're not interested. We would just sell the soybeans, and I think it's worth planting soybeans to sell them because they tend to fetch a good price. Number two, and equally as important, soybeans don't have a fertilizer requirement. So that means that we wouldn't waste manure or have to sell our solid fertilizer, or use our solid fertilizer, sorry, to get them planted. We could just use a little bit of lime, which is cheap and easy, and get that done. So I think once we have the manure spread on the fields, perhaps we'll come out here and let's get the map up here, guys. You know, I think we own, like, we're running through here. I mean, let's go into the map and see where does field 11. Yeah, I mean, I guess field 11 does come right up to it. So we'd have to buy field 11 for $178,000. I feel like we'd make our money back on that in soybeans, because we really could. I mean, farmland 11, we could pull some trees out of here, like 15 or 20 trees. I mean, we're not even at the halfway point of the property yet. And we could plow up all the way to this path here, and then all the way back. I mean, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, that's 15-ish trees. And then come down here, we could have a huge soybean field. And with Yos's extended crop mod, we would be getting straw from the soybeans, which is what we so desperately need, which is why I would put the time and energy into planting another field, would be to get the straw so we don't have to buy it. And I know straw is cheap and we could probably make it work, but I like the idea of the self-reliance of the ranch. You know, not that farms aren't self-reliant or hard work and everything else, but the ranch has that sort of homestead self-reliance piece to it that I want to keep within the vibe of the place. So yeah, I mean, I think that's probably what we'll end up doing today. Once we get the manure spread, we are going to have to place at least one water fill station, because we just don't have any. And I mean, we can double check here, but the cows were not receiving water as of yesterday. So let's see, the nursing home needs water. Their water's at 58, but they don't use a whole lot. Yeah, again, the calf igloos, 14 liters, 0 liters, 54 liters, 0 liters. Yeah, we are putting in a water supply. It's going to cost us some money, but, you know, that's the animals. They cost money. That's how it works. So, let's see. We have this one here, this free water mod, which, I mean, isn't... The last one we had was like a little spout, and it sat right between, like right in here, which made it nice and easy. Where do we want to put the free water mod so we can get to it easily? I mean, we could just move the truck and put it right here on the front side, and that'd make it pretty easy to do. Maybe we just do that. It's a little bit in the way, but not really. I was thinking we could tuck it back behind the Teen Town barn, but realistically that's just, I mean, that's just asking for more driving, which we don't want to do. So, do want to make sure that's locked in on the grid. Done. Let's hit this with a quick smooth, and just make sure that's as blended in as possible. Coming in over here. Alright, let's get topped off with some water. We can also dump some water right into that first calf hut, which is great. I don't think we're going to need a whole lot. Let's again check our greenhouses and make sure that they are still getting water. Yeah, 80,000, 80,000. So they are good to go. So the groundwater pump is working well. It's just not distributing. I mean, what it is distributing to, it's distributing well. It just isn't distributing to all the places we need it to. So, Very interesting. I want to double check and make sure the water went into this calf hut. It did. 400 liters there. We don't even need to be full, to be honest, guys. It is... We use so little water with a 400-liter capacity on those calf huts. This will last us quite some time until we have to do the nursing home. So grab this guy here. Make sure he's topped off. See if we can get close enough to grab that one. We did. Alright, excellent. The calves are watered. They're the ones I really worry about. The other animals we definitely want to keep watered, but they are a little more hardy than our little baby calves. So, here we go. We'll let that empty here. Oh, and it's done. That is it. Alright, I suspect the JCB is either going to be wrapping up or running out of manure very quickly. Let's get in and check and see. Yeah, look at that. Just about done. Perfect. I think they had one more pass before it ran out. This little Forschites spreader has been great. Hasn't been huge. Wasn't one that I normally use, but has been really, really nice on the cattle ranch. Been working well, serving its purpose. Alright, got the rest of the manure from there. I did put another 45,000 liters of manure into the fertilizer production last night. Could do a little bit of slurry redistribution today, get some into the production as well. I did run 2 trips of manure up to the BGA this morning. So our monthly co-op BGA commitment for manure is met. We do need to still take an entire tanker of slurry up there. We owe them 100,000 liters every month. So we just bring it up there, and that keeps our co-op membership in good standing. So this guy is going to be done very, very soon. Then I think we will manually go do the small grass field and have that one ready. And then from there, I think it's on to this field expansion. I'm trying to think if there's a better piece of land to buy. I really don't think there is. 14 we can go visit. Yeah, I mean, this is all wooded, which would be great financially to clear all this and put a giant field in. But I don't think we have the time to cut down an entire forest to put in a large soybean field for the purposes of selling the crop for cash and getting the straw for the animals, which is what so desperately where we need the straw. Thinking we're probably going to have to buy some either this episode or next episode regardless, just to get us through the soybean and the wheat harvest. The wheat, I think, is at stage 5 of 8, so another 3-ish months we'll be ready to go. So maybe around August we'll get into the wheat, but until then we have to rely on what we already have or what we buy, and we don't have anything, so it's going to be what we're going to buy. Alright, here we go. Final strip. Done and done. Oh, there's a tiny, it's just getting the tiniest little bit left. There we go. Let's head over to the other grass field. We'll get that one done manually. See, it's still, you know, I don't have the Iceria Pros on the JCB, so we added some, but we didn't get quite enough manure on there. Just keeping it going. Maybe we need to buy, maybe we'll ask see if they can do an upgrade on the Fiat, if they can get it fixed and put the Iceria Pro on that one, because we definitely could use it for the tractor that we use for the manure spreading to keep the field at its maximum. So this one will be nice and easy. Just a quick trip around the outside. I think it's like 2 little passes around after that. Maybe a third to get the little bulge at the top, but not a big deal. Just trying to see where we've already spread manure. Yeah, coming back around. We are in good shape. Should have plenty in the muck spreader to get the job done. I think we'll have to do a little out and back here, but this strip is going to get the rest of this done. You can just see the line there where we've already been. Okay, not too bad. Make sure not to drive into our wheat field. I think we'll miss a tiny bit there at some point, but not worth coming back for. And that's it. Look at that. Used it up perfectly. That worked out like a charm. So the grass fields have been muck spread. I checked them. They don't really need lime. You can always sort of improve a little bit, but I don't think it's worth the time, energy, and cost of putting lime down. Maybe after the next cut we will do that. Try to get this thing tucked in sort of behind the post so we can make sure that the Massey Ferguson has room to get out. We have had enough hay and straw in this shed that it has been tight to get out. So I think next thing is going to be to get the winch. And oh, that's the pillar of the shed there, guy. We don't want to be hitting that. Come on. Gotta be better than that. Not paying attention to where I'm driving. Alright. Can we... Well, should we? You know what we should do? Turn this guy off. We should throw some food down real quick. We should not skip that. So let's grab our cart. Put it over here. Let's grab some bales. Yeah, we're down to 10 hay bales. Ooh, that makes me feel stressed about our food supplies. All right, here we go. Let's jump in. And I don't think we need to strap it down for the feeding part. We'll strap it down for storage just so it doesn't wander on us. But here we go. They're all topped off. And like I said, I'll do the shift after the episode since we did it together last episode. But excited to see, you know, we moved 30 animals last month into the birthing barn. We are going to be, our herd size has got to be getting big. There's a reasonable chance we could have 500 animals on the ranch by the end of the series, which would be way more than the 300 that we needed to get it done, which would be very exciting. So I'm going to leave this tucked in over here. And then let's see about our other animals. So the nursing home where they just go to a year and get sold, 90,000 liters, looks good. These guys are at 30. Oh no, that's straw. They're at 26,000 out of 30, so they could take a bale or part of a bale. These guys are down to 67,000. They got them up to 120. So probably need to put a couple in there to make sure they make it through till tomorrow. And the trigger for this one for the info is down here, is it? This one's always hard for me to find. I don't remember where it is. All right, well, the easy way to do it is to come in here, so we'll just do it that way. Bullpen, 76,000. So they're in pretty good shape. So let's make sure Teen Town is topped off. And then we'll put the rest into the birthing barn and maybe even throw one at the bullpen. To be careful when we pick them up with the Massey, not to push them back into the trigger because they like to go right back inside. And go back into the shed and we would get them back out. It's happened several times. Sort of assume it's only going to take a second or two for that one to do what it needs to do. And food 30 out of 30. Good to go. Maybe loop this way. Take this one back to the bowls. Give them 4,700 more liters of hay. It's a nice scenic drive. It's a warm May morning, almost 60 degrees already. Should get, says the temperature, the forecast doesn't get close to 60. So got the doors open on the breeding barn. Keep those animals, keep the air moving in there. Be in a closed shed. We don't want to let the air get too stagnant in there, so try to keep that going. Still need to run that slurry up to the BGA and maybe even put some in our fertilizer production. So we'll have to see how that goes today. I suspect the field prep will be all we get done today. It is field creation and prep always takes longer than you think it's going to. And we have to drag a bunch of trees out of the way first. So definitely have a bunch to do. Okay, these guys didn't really set that up very well, so let's get squared up a little better. And careful not to push these into the shed trigger. You know, I can almost see what I'm doing here. Sort of go by feel. Done this a few times, so hopefully I got it figured out. Alright, 8,000 per liter. There's 24,000 liters of hay for you. That should keep them busy for a bit. We'll assume the rest of those will drop in here shortly. Okay, so heading to the field. We got to make a purchase here. Excited. Did not know if we were going to get this piece of land on the series or not. Glad we're about to purchase it. With the money we made selling the bales and the fertilizer, I do think we made like, I think we spent like 5,000 buying animals today with the herdsman, but we made 16 or something, maybe 18. So it was a good haul with the animals. I think it's going to be worth, just in a temporary fashion, putting a sawmill down in the area over here. So I don't think it's worth dragging all of this into the trees where the other sawmill is. I think that will be an absolute disaster. All right, gravel. Sort of give us a little working area here. Okay, perfect. Love it. Okay, here it is. Let's hit a save real quick. Always save before making big purchases or placing things on the construction menu. All right. Sometimes I hit it twice just to make sure, guys. Makes me nervous. Okay, good to go. Come into the menu. Come on down here. Farmland 11, 73 acres, $178,000. Yep, we're buying it. On our way to making $4 million, we're buying another piece of land. Okay, we did it. So now it's time to get to work with the saw. Let's get some things cut down and let's get some things cleared out. Got to get these all zipped down. You know, when we talked about it a little while ago, I claimed it's going to be about 15 trees. We'll see how that number fares. I do think we want to go pretty far out here. It's going to leave a pretty open space back here, which, you know, we have a lot of forest, so it's not a big deal, but it would be nice to leave some of that. Let's see. Come on, give me the... We got some weird interaction going on here with the stump and the tree as far as getting the stump removed. That may be the tree as well. It is not. That worked out well. Okay. Sticking to our land. We'll come down here. Man, keeping track how many trees we cut down could get awfully interesting. Funny that I can't cut them at the bottom. I don't know if I'm standing too tall or what. But get them zipped down either way. I think this one is going to be the last tree we're going to cut as far as distance goes. We'll cut some on the way back, but I think this, I mean, this is going to be a massive, massive field if we stick with this. Definitely having some fun with the stumps today. And then there's a little piece right in here. Can barely see it. Try to get rid of that. Those little slivers end up making a mess out of everything. You leave them on the field. Create all kinds of havoc. Alright. Zip this one down. Getting another sliver. It's almost like these trees were planted pretty high up. Usually I can cut them lower, but doesn't seem to be the case today. Alright, so that's about 6. 15 may not be a bad guess, guys. May not be at all. I think we got another sliver here. Glad that we have the JCB for this project. Speaking of tractors, we don't really have an update on the Fiat yet. Still waiting to see what if they can find parts. They did say it could be a while because it, they're just having to try to find, someone with these parts, and it is not an off-the-shelf kind of situation with it being the older tractor and the condition it was already in. Are we still on our property? Oh yeah, we are still well on our property. This piece of land is huge. Put in a giant free-range pasture over here for the cows. Don't need to, but it would be a nice benefit to them. Alright, here we go. I'll probably put the rest of this as far as the tree cutting on and collecting on a time lapse. We've already seen me cut some trees and don't think there's a whole lot more to do as far as seeing that process, but I'll put the rest of the tree cutting on the time lapse, and I'll put the dragging them over there on a time lapse, and we'll come back when we get the plow out. You know what? I may even put the plowing on a time lapse now that I'm thinking about it. It's going to be a lot of plowing. We have a good plow, but it's not huge, and this is going to be a very, very large field. So I will probably just see you guys when the field is plowed. So enjoy the time lapse, and I'll see you in a minute. Just getting back to the farm with our new Kverneland planter. Got the field plowed, got the trees cleaned up and off of it. And even got the stones picked, which we got a ton of stones, over 10,000 liters. And then went to grab our little orange planter back there and realized it doesn't do soybeans. So here we find ourselves. Have to get out here and get this thing unfolded. So let's see. I don't think I've ever used this one before. Unfold seeder. Are we going to get that unfolded? Doesn't seem to want to cooperate. Let's check and see. Alrighty. Maybe a different button. Corn, bulk enabled, unload, open cover. Open cover shouldn't do anything that we need to do. Oh, you want to know what? I know why, guys. I know why I've never used this one as well. Because it has 2 attachment points. So we can't unfold it from there because it's in transport position on the end. And it doesn't rotate like the Kinsey. I'm guessing we attach right here. Then, watch this, lo and behold. Is it going to fold now? Yep. That makes a ton more sense. And let's get over to soybeans. Excellent. And we're going to hire this guy up on a worker. I'll give you guys a quick recap of everything else we got done. But I think we're going to do... Let's see. That was the stone collecting. So let's come in here and clear the current course. I think we want 3 headlands, 0 rounded corners, mapped. We want to start on the center. Excellent. Let's generate that course. Okay. Let's get started. We're going to get a new folder called Planter. And this is going to be... let's save the current course. This is just going to be big soybeans. Alright, and let's get all that turned off. And away we go. We are planting soybeans. Not sure how many times we're going to have to fill this planter up, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was a bunch. Now, do we have automatic? Oh, you want to know what? I know what we're doing here. Hold on. We didn't buy the soil data for this, so we have no way of knowing. Precision farming and purchase soil information, 22,000. Man, this is becoming an expensive soybean field. Alright, let's get it back out there and get going again. Should be right here on this one. Oh, we got a little piece of wood there we can grab on our way out too. Alright, he's working. Oh, we don't need solid fertilizer. I filled it up, and I even told you guys earlier the reason we're doing soybeans is because we don't need solid fertilizer. And yet here we find ourselves using solid fertilizer, but it'll be in there next time if we decide to do something else. Let's get this guy and head over to the sawmill and get this guy put in. And I'll show you guys what we got done while you were away. So all those trees went into the sawmill over here, and that gave us just about 110,000 liters of wood. So that's going to be good for producing the long beams and planks. And then the ELO, 16,030 liters of stone. So that is really exciting news. I don't know what we're going to do with it. I don't know if we're going to sell it. I don't know if we're going to get a lime production. Because with this big field, I mean, we are going to need lime. So maybe, maybe that's what we need to do while we're waiting, is put a lime production down and see if we can get that turned into lime. So let's see. what do we have for productions on here that might do lime? Got a whole bunch of them. Reserved. Sawmill. Yep, none of that stuff. That's fertilizer. Fermenter. May not have a lime production mod on here. Unless we go with the base game one, which isn't a terrible option. Not even sure what that one looks like, to be honest. The cement factory takes wood chips and stones. Actually not a bad idea. Maybe we buy the lime and just put the wood chips and stones in there. Well, let's think about what we want to do. I don't want to spend a bunch of money since we had to buy a planter as well. But I'm going to let this guy work. I'll bring you guys back in at the end when it's all done and rolled and limed and everything else and give you guys an update. But it has been a busy month of May getting this stuff done. Let's go for a quick ride along. And yeah, we're already at 59% of the seed, so we are going to be buying a whole bunch of seed. I gotta go check and see what we have in the shed, but I can't imagine we have enough to keep this guy going. So I'll check in with you guys when we're wrapped up with this field work, and we'll call it an episode. See you guys soon. Just hitting the final headland on the planting for the soybeans. It was a huge undertaking, just absolutely massive. Had to go back and get some. Planter did miss a couple little bits here and there. Not the end of the world, but would have preferred that it didn't. So I think we went through about 6,000, not quite, let's see, 4,800 liters of seed. Had a bunch in the shed, so ended up in pretty good shape. Still think I have a couple partial bins of seed over there on the field edge. So let's see about getting topped off, but all planted and done, so very exciting stuff. I'm going to get this rolled and then limed between episodes, but absolutely massive addition to the ranch. If you guys take a look at the PDA here, I mean, that is the size of the field. That is bigger than all of our other fields combined. Hoping it's going to be a moneymaker. Spent $47,000 on the Convertland. It was in the sale. Spent a bunch of money on seed. Had to buy the land, $22,000 in precision farming soil data. So we really need to make this money back. In addition, we're doing this primarily for the straw, which we won't get until it is harvest ready. So we'll have to just see how all that goes. But thank you so much for joining today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for this one, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to the Realistic Cattle Ranch Challenge on Sunshine Forest. I'm BP, and it's time to get to work. We're pulling back onto the ranch early in June. Had to go pick up some straw. Just did not have any straw. The birthing barn was empty. The other barns, the breeding barn was empty. We were getting low in the other barns, so I did grab some last night to spread with the JCB and then went and picked up a big load this morning. But the more exciting news on the front of picking up straw is what's on the back of the trailer. The Fiat is back, guys. They were able to find some parts. They had to fabricate some parts. But the old girl is back on the ranch and ready to go. So excited to be back up to 2 tractors. Get it unloaded. It was touch and go whether we were going to be able to get it fixed. But it is here and it is back. And I am excited to have it. The JCB in the barns getting the straw blown last night was not the best option. So let's go ahead and get pulled over here out of the way. We're going to have to load a bunch of straw. There are additional changes on the farm we have to talk about. So first and foremost, let's get the easy stuff out of the way and get you guys caught up. So the JCB's got to go back to its side of the farm. It belongs over on the field side where it is more suited size and power wise. So we did get the soybean totally taken care of between episodes. It was limed, it was rolled. Before that, obviously, it was plowed. We did the stone picking, all that stuff. But the liming did not happen with our old lime spreader. Had to upgrade. There was a Colossus lime spreader in the sale. Went ahead and picked that up and got the job done. Even with this, we weren't able to complete the field in one go. Had to get more lime and load it up. I think we loaded it twice, if I'm remembering correctly. So definitely a huge field of soybeans, forcing us to buy a planter, upgrade our lime spreader. Just absolutely enormous. But this morning, as you can see, and still have the seed over here from planting, we are good to go. Stage 2 of 7 on the growth. And the soybean field, guys, look how incredibly huge that is. Looking forward to recouping some of that money. So that's the update on the arable side of the farm. Now, in regards to the cattle, big change this morning was just could not keep up with the sick animals on the farm. When you're getting, I think we had 3 new sick animals in the birthing barn, 11 new sick animals in the breeding barn, a couple of sick calves this morning, I think 1 or 2 sick animals in the Teen Town barn. And as you guys know, love the realistic livestock mod, but the navigation of the menu and determining who's sick and getting over to be able to treat them is, I mean, I can spend 45 minutes just trying to treat animals. So welcome to the quarantine barn. Part of our shift now in the morning is we gather up all of the sick animals. We're going to put them all in here and we're going to treat all of them. So these guys have no food or water because I just literally put them in here. 27 sick animals this morning. At least that's how many we have in here. Let's see what we have. Jumping in here, and now we have to go down and we have to still treat all of these individually. So foot and mouth, start treatment, and the keybinds aren't working, at least for me, to go in and select the diseases. So we have to do all of this manually. All right, we got even a bull that's sick. This bull can go back into the breeding pen. This is one of our breeding bulls. So we had to pull him out. I did think initially that you couldn't have sick calves. It didn't seem like we were getting any, but I believe we have one. At least some teenage cows got sick. So we know they can get ill that low in the process. So here we go. You can see just even getting all these animals in here and treated is a process in and of itself. All of this back and forth in the menus. Wish there was a way to say, hey, herdsman, grab the sick animals and treat them, or at least move them here or whatever else. On one of our other series, we did just decide to sell the sick animals because the process of treating them was just so labor intensive. It was easier to sell, and I think we were selling the chickens that were sick, and it wasn't even, weren't making big money or anything. So continuing through here, but we're going to have to get this barn topped off with food and some straw for these animals. I think the plan is to treat them in here overnight. So we'll bring this. So there's a calf. Oh, this is the infertile calf. This is not the sick calf. Oh, but it is also sick. So we have a sick and infertile calf. So this one's going to have to go over to the nursing home pen when it's done. But anyways, the plan is to leave them in here overnight so they get a full month of treatment before they're put back in Gen Pop. And then we'll redistribute them to where they need to go. But you guys are watching in real time what it takes to get these animals treated. Our herd is in excess of 400 animals at this stage. So this is a full-time job just getting these done. So now when we click through and we look at the disease side of things, it should say being treated on that right-hand side all the way down. Make sure we got every single animal. All right, they have been treated. So that is the quarantine barn. Now, let's grab the Massey Ferguson. Let's throw some straw down in the quarantine barn and get it distributed everywhere else it needs to go. We can use the Fiat now that it's back on the straw blower. Like I said, got, I think, 4 bales into the breeding barn last night because it was just so low. I couldn't wait till this morning to get the straw in there because, as you guys know, manure is a big part of our farm production around here. Not only in the fertilizer production, but also we have our BGA requirement as well that we have to keep. So trying to make sure we keep good on our productions. And I put a bunch of manure into the fertilizer production last night to try to get our income up there. So we need to make sure we were full this morning to get up to the BGA. Now this barn, I just dropped it in literally as the episode was starting. It was sort of a last second thought. We were just testing it. So at this stage, I mean, I don't even know how half this barn works. Let's see, is this going to require a straw blower? It sure seems like it might. Let's see, straw is still at 0. So this is going to have to be blown in as well. Now, regardless, we did do some ground leveling, and that is steep getting back down there. So let's pull over here, and let's try grading that down a little bit. Try to smooth this out. There, that's going to be much, much better getting in and out of there. And then maybe even hit it with a little bit of gravel around the outside. You guys know how I feel about my gravel. Alright, let's see. Just do this. Come around here. There we go. That should take care of it. Now this one also doesn't have a manure heap, so we're going to have to figure that out as well. The manure heap on this one's going to be tough. I don't like my manure heaps overlapping when it comes to the different barns, so we'll have to see where we're going to put it. Maybe out back behind. Alright, well, if we know we need to get straw blown in there, or at least we know we have to put it into the breeding barn, let's head over here, grab our blower. The Fiat's so glad to have it back on the farm. Like I said, we could do everything with the JCB, but it is just such a large machine for what we're trying to do. This is just a much, much better option. Now, I'm hoping we left enough space here to be able to turn around. Now, it's definitely tight, but I think it'll be all right. All right, let's get the forks down a little bit. Let's see about loading these in. Getting 4 of these loaded into the back of the straw blower could be an interesting project. Might go well, might not, we'll have to see. I gotta get over the forks in the rear, tip those in, and then, oh, nailed it. Could be a good day on the cattle ranch. Look at that. Alright. We're going to let this guy run a little bit because the blower is a little bit slow. And we're going to go get some hay bales to get these ladies and these, I guess there's one bull in there, ladies and gentlemen, fed. I suppose we do have to be a little bit careful. Do we have to worry about breeding in that barn? I mean, I guess if there was a bull in there and we had open females, then there could be breeding, but I'm not sure that's really a problem. Those animals would be bred either way, so I'm not sure it really matters. To see if we can't stab ourselves on the forks here real quick. Alright, 6 hay bales. That's all we have left from that big cut, guys. Literally, that's it. So I think 3 of those are going to go into the breeding barn, because that barn always needs food. And then the other 3, maybe we'll put 2 into the new quarantine barn and use 1 for Teen Town. I think we still have a bale available for the igloos. Now we pulled 50, guys, 50 animals out of the birthing barn this morning. 21 of them were new bulls. We had 21 bulls overnight. Absolutely crazy how many bulls we're getting. We should go look at the bullpen when we feed them and just and check and see how many we have, because it has got to be getting to be a lot of bulls. This was tight with the truck here. We got it done. And maybe we have a big bull sell-off towards the end, because I think that pen will hold plenty. We won't run out of space. But my goodness, do we have a bunch of bulls. Oh, and there's another update I almost forgot. Can we sneak the food in behind? Can we? Maybe? I don't think that top bale's going anywhere. Let's pull the feed up. Put another straw bale in there. Alright, these guys should take these bales. That should be the feed trigger on this new barn. It is. Alright, so they have, let's see. Ooh, that is a finicky info trigger. Could be inside, is that better? There, that's better. So they have 16,000 liters of food for 27 animals, 30,000 liters of straw. I'm thinking that's going to be plenty for the straw. Let's start putting some straw into the breeding barn. That's where we know we need it. That's where all of our, I shouldn't say all, but that is where the majority of our manure comes from. Gotta do some quick gravity filtering on these bales. Make sure gravity applies to them today. Alright, let's get in here. Alright. Man, am I happy to have the Fiat back. Such a good... It's just the right tractor for the barn. Alright, so these guys... Here's the question. Does this barn take water? Health, animals, sexual reproduction, offspring, food, slurry, straw. Yep, okay. So there's no water requirement. Now, there is slurry. And then there is also, oh yeah, we gotta do a little bit of, let's do a little bit of smoothing back here so we can get a manure heap placed. Let's just do this. Alright, let's see if I put one back here behind the barn. Will it tie in to... Man, that is going to be tight. I have to remove that tree. I think maybe that tree has to go. Put it right back here. We want to move it. I'm trying to figure out the best spot to put it in hopes that it only gets triggered by this barn. And then obviously we want some gravel. Don't like the mud. Gonna have to remove a couple more trees, but like I said, this was a very, very last second. Connected to the Hall Cow Barn. That's the one. Alright, so let's fell this tree out of the way. Did not think we'd be putting in another barn on the ranch for cattle before we wrapped up the series, but hey, here we are, and this is where we find ourselves. This is the situation we have, and this is how we deal with it. So we'll figure it out. Just want to get this little bit here cleaned out. Maybe sort of blend in the entrance over here. I think that looks pretty good. One more soften just for good measure. Try to make sure everything is smooth back here. And then, man, that is... We certainly didn't leave a lot of extra room to get turned around back here. So let's maybe bring this out. Square that up a little bit, because we're going to have to bring the... Oh, we're going to bring back here. The truck and the trailer could be tough to get in there. Well, that is a problem for future me. Alright, so they have slurry, they have manure. This barn is set. Great news. The quarantine barn is up. Should we name it? Why not? Rename. QUAR. There we go. Quarantine barn. May even have spelled it correctly. We'll have to see. Not a word I think I write very often. Okay, let's get another load of straw off the flat deck and get that into the blower. And then we need to feed the little baby cows. We did have so many calves. We're into a new igloo. Have not been into a new igloo in a while. It has been a bit since we needed to open up a new igloo, but that's why we keep them stocked and ready. It's not a big deal. Alright, let's see if we can hit the middle of these. Lift and tilt. It's always a bit sensitive coming out. Bring them down. And we are snug as a bug in a rug here. Are we fully wedged or just a little bit wedged? Just a little bit wedged. See if we can do over the shoulder in-cab driving. I don't know if I've ever tried this trick before, guys. Watch out. Alright, well, it went fairly well. Can't complain too much. Trying not to lose that bale on the left side. It is making a run for it, though. Yep, the one on the left we knew was going to be a problem. That's okay. We can get it loaded in. I suspect we also still need straw in some of the calf huts too, so let's have to wait and see how that goes. Alright, we said we'd take this one over to Teen Town. This is the easy run. And then I believe we have our new grass field to cut today, guys, which could be exciting because we are out of hay again. So, how did these guys do? Are they basically full? Okay, they're full. How's the nursing home doing? 89,000. So that bale can sit there. It's under the awning, so it'll be safe. That'll keep them in good shape. All right. Let's try unloading on here, can we? Are we wide enough to use the ramps? Or have we ever done this with the Massey before? Grab a couple of bales. Oh, we're going to be wearing that one. Recovered. Run these on down to the bullpen. We can check the bullpen and see how they're doing. Probably need to put a little bit of straw into the birthing barn as well. Just a heavy day on the cattle work. Not surprising since we are on a cattle ranch. Just a whole bunch of it. Alright, yeah, they already took the straw. So let's check on the bullpen. So the bullpen, it doesn't tell us how many animals are in. I always get frustrated about that. Let's see. Straw, they have 100,000. Food, they have 70. So they're not in bad shape, but they certainly could be better. Can we get the trigger on this one to give us the information on how many animals are in here? It does not seem to work for me. I don't know if there's a different spot I gotta stand. Somewhere in the pen. I don't feel like it's unreasonable to want to know how many... Oh, whoop, whoop, whoop. I had it there for a second. You guys see that? Nope. That's the animal info. Yeah, there's like no trigger here to tell me the info for the pen. Down here on the front. Nope. Alright, well, I can tell you, it's a lot of animals. You know what we can do? We can cheat. Alright, let's see. In here, 107 bulls. So we have 107 bulls, and I think we have 200 and, let's see, 260, I think, was the number of animals in the breeding pen this morning before I shifted everybody. 244, so we have 351 animals in the bullpen and the breeding barn alone, plus, what do we say, 27 over here? 27, so we're basically at 375, plus the breeding barn. Let's see, 375, plus another 100 in the breeding barn, 475, 480, 490, 495, 500, there's 504, 508. This is all still ballpark math. Plus another 10 in here. So yeah, we're 520-ish animals on the ranch. This is getting to be a full-time job, as they say. So, taking care of the cattle. Just get this bale tossed in here. This barn single-handedly handles the most slurry and manure production, which is one of our biggest sources of income on a regular basis. So important that we keep them in order and happy and topped off. So straw in here, we're down to 23,000. Doesn't seem like we go through a ton of straw there, but that's okay. So let's grab maybe 2 more straw bales, put them in the breeding barn. And then I think it's going to be time to get some grass work done and get some hay. We do need to feed the little baby cows before I forget. So let's do that as well. This is going on the end here. Seems to be easier and faster than trying to pick them off the sides sometimes. So I'm hoping we can put a couple of these straw bales in the shed. I think we bought 35? No, is that right? No, we bought 25 bales. There was one in the sale that we bought, and we bought 3 stacks of 8, so 25 straw bales. And as I said, put a couple in last night, just drove up with the pickup truck and got a couple. And then we have what we're putting in today, and we're going to have, what, 6 left it looks like? So we went through 9,000 liter straw bales since last night. As I said, that soybean field, I'm sure hoping that's going to be our savior, because we need a lot of straw on the farm. Keep the bedding fresh for the animals. Okay. You want to know what? It might be time to take the coat off. 83 degrees today. Let's switch that out. Let's get down to something. Enjoy the nice weather while we have it. 83, I'm thinking it's t-shirt weather here. Alright. Gotta be orange, right? Perfect. Okay, let's get the calves fed and watered, and then let's go mow and ted some grass on the new field and get some hay in, because we are, as usual and as always, low on food. So here we go. Jump in here, take off the strap. All right, that's the new igloo, the one we just started. All right, that guy's topped off. The old behind the back trick, running backwards. That's why we are the master cattle ranchers, our ability to move the hand cart. So yeah, it has become quite the process with the realistic livestock mod. Still really happy with the ranch, the series, the way everything's going. I will say, and we've discussed it a couple times, the realistic livestock mod is game-changing, and I'm hoping that a lot of the features get brought in as base game in the next iteration of Farm Sim. But the navigation of the menus and the filtering of the animals and being able to access the animals and just the menu process of getting through everything still needs a bunch of work. And I know Arrow, it seems to be that every time a big update comes out, we sort of get these frustrating menu situations, and then very quickly thereafter the updates tend to clean up the menus. So I think that's coming. That's been the pattern. I assume that's how we're going to continue. But with, 500 animals on the ranch, having to sort out the sick ones individually, I mean, there was no way for me to effectively treat them without having to build a second barn or a fifth barn or sixth barn, whatever it is, and basically pull all of them out on one menu so I can treat them on another without having to find them. Because in addition to the menu navigation just being a challenge, we went ahead and named a bunch of animals, and the disease menu only has the animals labeled by their individual numbers, which don't show up when you name the animals. So if you have an animal ending in, let's say, 78 that's ill, and you've named it Sparky, you'll never see 78. You'll only ever see Sparky. All right, I thought we could blast the calves with straw. Wasn't that a thing we were able to do in the past? Oh, maybe not. There was an update to the igloos. That may have changed. Interesting. I was wondering, they said something about the straw mask being updated. So apparently now either the trigger's different or they don't take blown straw. You just gotta bring the bale over to them. So that is an interesting change on the calf huts. So we'll have to get that later, but for right now, we should have the pickup truck hooked up to water. Let's make sure our calves have water. More worried about them than anyone else as far as the water goes. Alright, here we are. And again, it doesn't take much water. They really... It's saying that the buckets hold 400, so topping them off easy. Wow, we have a bunch of eggs. We have to get those into cold storage. I want those out on an 83-degree day. That would be bad. That is another update. I did sell all of our roosters again and buy new roosters. We tend to have just way more roosters in the chicken coop than we could possibly use. Alright, and let's see if we can hit a loop here. Probably can get rid of that 3-point bale spike we had in the first episode that we haven't used since the Massey Ferguson made it onto the farm. But who knows, maybe we'll keep it there as a backup. Alright, calves are taken care of. That is the important part. Getting things done. Now we gotta fly and get the mowing done real quick. So grab the JCB and grab our Batwing mower. Head on over there. get it done. And I think we're going to have another cut of grass here real soon in regards to our original fields. Did not do a very good job of backing that up, guys. I'd say that's about as poor a job as you can do and still be successful. Yep, on stage 3 of 4 on the grass here, so another cut coming, so I think we'll be okay with the hay, but still just not keeping up with this many animals. And we always could choose to sell, you know, a couple of animals. There's no reason we couldn't drop our herd down to, say, 450 or 425 animals. Just know that when it comes to making money, the more cows we have, the better off we are. So, all right, let's get this done. I'm going to throw this and probably the baling after we do the windrowing on a quick time lapse for you guys. And then we'll come back in and collect the bales here at the end. But this is the first cut on the newest grass field here on the ranch. I'll see you guys in a minute. 15 bales is what we got off of that field. I am very happy with that. That field was nice and easy to cut and clean up. Going to be a nice addition to the ranch long term, having access to that additional grass to turn into hay. So need to get those bales collected. We'll probably just run the TLX back there. This probably was not the way to take this baler back. I do love this little John Deere baler. It has such a great pickup area, barely misses anything, pulls nice and easy. Definitely overlooked compared to some of the bigger balers, but gets the job done. So very, very pleased. So let's go pick up those bales. But before we do that, guys, one last little update and surprise on the cattle ranch this morning. We had the herdsman set to buying animals for the breeding barn. And I was checking, and this episode is coming out, well, it's being recorded the day after the Highland DLC is released. So we have Highland cattle on the ranch. Super excited. 3 of them, 1 adolescent, 2 adults. Probably need to pick up a bull for these guys. Maybe we'll do that next episode if the herdsman doesn't do it for us. But very, very cool to have Highland cattle on the ranch. So let's go grab these bales. Let's get the ramps up. Let's get the straps on. Making some of these corners to get to that field with this truck is going to be an interesting exercise. Let's see how all of this goes. We're going to need just about every inch of space we can get to make these corners, and do not want to touch our wheat crop. Alright, once we're on the straightaway, it's not too bad. Remember, we still have the cedar up here because it took a little bit of crop out on the way down, and we are not interested in having any more crop loss. So let's get those off. Let's turn on pickup mode. We are on stacking, which isn't my favorite, but had to get the bales on there so we get the feed out. And for loading the bale barn, this is actually the better way to do it because the trigger is not as long as the trailer. So, not a bad thing to have them stacked up at the front. Alright, get our 15 hay bales. I think 15 hay bales will last us another... It'll probably last us more than a month. I don't know that it gets us 2 months. So... But the good news is our other 2 grass fields are going to be ready to be cut tomorrow as well, or I should say in July. Let's get the straps on these guys, make sure we don't lose any. Head on back, and I think that's going to be it for June. It was a crazy busy month. Super excited that we got the Fiat back from the shop. So glad they're able to figure out the issues that we were having, so that is no longer a concern. All fixed up and ready to go. We had to add a, I mean, what do we have? We have, not including the calf igloos, because I don't count those as pens, we have the nursing home, teen town, the breeding barn, and the birthing barn. So we had 4. We had to add a 5th barn today to quarantine our sick animals. We had 20 plus sick animals this morning. And just, you know, just how you got to handle having the livestock. So glad that we were able to get that done. Glad it worked itself in. Got the animals fed. Brought back a whole bunch of straw from the store to get the pens all filled up. And we are still already have burned through the majority of that straw, and we'll need to find a way to get more here soon. The soybeans are not going to be ready until, you know, let's take a look at that here real quick. Let's get parked. Soybeans will be ready in, I mean, it's going to be a while. We just put them in the ground in October, so we have 4, actually we have to go to November because we planted them in May. So we have 5 more months before we get any soybeans and their straw. So we may have to buy another batch. Well, I'm going to walk through here and see if I can find any of the Highland cows. I haven't seen any, and we're certainly not going to find them if they're hiding. But that's all for this episode. So thank you so much for joining. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for this episode, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to the Realistic Cattle Ranch Challenge on Sunshine Forest. I'm BP, and it's time to get to work. We are in July, and once again, another busy month coming up on the ranch. Have the JCB hired a worker from town to get the grass mowed over there while we get some other projects done. Need to get the manure onto the new grass field that we mowed last episode. So we're going to hire another worker and get the Fiat out there in the field working away at getting that done. And then we are going to go do some of the shift. We're not going to do all of it, but I wanted to bring you guys in for the new part with the quarantine barn. So we'll go through, we'll distribute those animals, we'll go then back to all of our barns, collect all the sick animals, put them in the quarantine barn, and go from there. So A lot to do this morning as always. It is a beautiful morning in July, 71 degrees and sunny here on the ranch. Just the Sunshine Forest map is just such a great map. And look at that, we have wheat to harvest. So guys, when I said it was going to be busy, I meant it was going to be busy. So here we are. Let's get the Fiat out here. We don't have a course for this yet. So let's jump in and get all that done. So let's see here. We want to do 2 headlands. The corners can be rounded. That's fine. Let's start on the center. And perfect. Let's get him rocking and rolling. Manure, save current forest, grass 3. Get him off and running. Okay. Good to go. I guess we were... Oh, I dragged the Fiat with me. That's going poorly. Let's get them back out of the way. Oh, not sure if they're back on track. Let's take a look and see where they think they're supposed to be. And make sure they get back on there. Alright, seems like... We're getting back on track? Maybe? That was an exciting way to start the episode. They are... Let's see. Come on, you can do it. You can do it, little Fiat. I think we're good. Alright, now let's step away from the tractor without throwing things around. So, before we get the... I guess we should do the shift. Because we don't have... We could use the TLX to get the wheat off the field. We have nowhere to put the wheat. We might be in a position of selling... or buying a silo or selling the wheat. Not sure which would be better. We can at least go ahead and get staged up. Man, part of that with the wheel turned all the way around. So head over here. We have both wheat fields. We're going to have to manage a whole bunch of workers and contractors today to get everything done. That is A-okay. It's good to have stuff to do. It does mean that we get to have more straw on the farm, which is something we so desperately need. So let's get these tanks moved. And let's see about... Maybe I said we'll use the TLX and the Diamond tipper trailer to empty the harvester when the time comes. Alright. Getting on track. Go grab our header. Got our New Holland harvester with our case header. It's going to be an interesting combination when it comes time for the soybean harvest, because this thing does not have a very large capacity. And I think our soybean field is going to be quite large. So let's jump in here, and yeah, that course doesn't look like it. Let's see, lawn manure, don't have a harvest course yet. That's interesting. All right, well let's make one. Let's get on that and make that happen. Get all unfolded here, ready to go. Turn everything on, and let's cut right into the field here. Perfect, that worked very well. Okay, now let's get on a course. 2 headlands, 0 rounded corners, makes sense. Start on the headlands, generate the course, get them started, and create new folder, call this one Harvest, save this course, and we'll call this Small Wheat. Alright, And he is off and running. Probably worth getting the TLX hooked up so that we are ready to go when the time comes. Where is the TLX? Oh, I bet I know where the TLX is. Let's take a look-see. Last night at the end of the episode, doing my usual nightly check, discovered that we had several items to sell. So the TLX brought up our fertilizer. You guys can see we're over $2 million. So the TLX brought the fertilizer up to the bulk fill sell station, and we sold it there for about 80 grand, I believe. We also had a whole bunch of wood products. We'll do a quick drive-by here so you guys can see. We're continuing to produce buckets and bathtubs and barrels and reams of paper and just a ton. You can see my stack of wood chips there. So I've been selling that stuff at night when the price is good. We'll check again. Probably get some of that sold on stream here eventually. But for right now, sort of odds and ends. It's like 5 barrels, 2 bathtubs, that kind of stuff. The paper sells for a great price. I didn't realize how expensive or how profitable paper was. So I've been getting that stuff sold, but that definitely helped refill the coffers a little bit in regards to, you know, having money in the bank. So keeping those 2 productions fed. Do need to do a little bit more tree work at some point here. Keep clearing that area in the back behind the bullpen. Not only, again, to keep the sawmill and the carpentry filled, but also just got to keep reclaiming more and more land. So, let's see. Cover off. I did have the county come out and do some work on the bridge, but we were having some problems with it, and so far it seems like the grading they did has worked well. Okay, this guy's just going incredibly slow, but he is still moving. Thought maybe he would be full. I'm assuming that's the Fiat that is blocked by an object, but we will see. I'm wondering if some of the settings got reset on this guy. He should be, yeah, this is all, that's not correct. I mean, 15 is fine for harvesting. Reversing, he can go a little bit faster. Turning, he can go a little bit faster. Alright, he is off and running. And let's see if we can get a quick empty on the fly on this edge of the field. And then we'll go check on the Fiat, and then maybe we'll get to do the sick animal shift, which is all I wanted to start with this morning. But ranch duty calls. Gotta get stuff done. Alright, there we go. And if I remember correctly, we'll just park this guy here. If I remember correctly, the silo is still completely full of wheat. And we put that silo in to have enough for the chickens, but the chickens just don't seem to be eating very much wheat at all. Not that we, expected them to burn through all of the wheat, but I don't think we filled it since last harvest. I mean, there's 75,000 liters in there, and then in the actual chicken coop. And man, guys, I put all those eggs in last night at the end of the episode. Yeah, they sell 72,000 liters of food. They just don't eat very much food, so who knows what that's about. Okay, the worker needs help transitioning, so let's go up there and help with that. Trying to keep everybody moving here. Drop this guy down. Teach him how to do a headland. And let's see, pick it up right there we left off. Excellent, excellent. Run back across the ranch, getting our cardio in today. Have to get down here and see what the Fiat is caught on in the forest field. Yeah, just found a tree, that's all. I thought giving it 2 headlands would give it enough room to turn around, but the Fiat's turning radius is not great. So let's jump in. Yeah, We don't need to be just spreading muck for the sake of spreading muck here, guys. Let's reserve that for when we're actually on the field and doing some work. Yeah, so he needs to be turned around here, pointed the other direction. May need to do 3 headlands on this field just because of how close the trees are. It's okay, though. Send him on his way. Maybe. Well, let's see what's going on here. We definitely aren't doing silo work. That's a weird one. Worker's very confused. Somehow got bumped over to silo work, which is clearly not what we're trying to do here. Okay. Hopefully that is... they can do a bit of work on their own, unsupervised. I realize that's asking a lot of an AI worker, but we're hopeful. We have positive thinking on our side. Do wonder if we need to cut a path through here to get manure out of this to refill. But let's do the sick animals first, right? So that's what we've been talking about doing. The rest of the shift remains generally the same. So here we are. Pick up the herdsman stick. And we're going to go. So step 1 is going to be to go to the quarantine barn and pick up all the healed, treated, medicated animals and transition them back to the appropriate pen. So come in here, and everything in the pen needs to be moved onto the herdsman stick. 24 animals. That seems... Thought we had 27 in here, guys. Did we lose some animals? That would be a bummer. Let's put that down, and let's come back over here and see. Okay, give me the animal trigger, please. There we are. Messages. So... the herdsman shouldn't be hired to do anything in this. Yeah, he's not active to do any buying or selling. So we did have deaths. Died of foot and mouth. Died. That all happened this morning. So are we getting messages for all the barns? Or I wonder if this barn is so close to the breeding barn, we're getting crossover. I bet that's the case. Yeah, so there's all the treatment we started. So we did move 27 animals in. We started treatment, then 1 gave birth, 2 gave birth, 1 died to an accident, another gave birth. I don't know why there was an AI, unless they were AI'd before they left. Maybe they were AI'd in the birthing barn. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 animals died, and 2 more contracted foot and mouth. Oh boy, guys, this is why I said the setup is just not quite right. So what we actually have to do here, we are learning on the fly. We need to select all and move all to husbandry, because there's a note in here that a couple of these contracted, okay, some disease. So these babies were born in here. No, 9 months. Immune. This one was born in here. So I just don't... okay, not treated. Okay, so this animal here, the limousine bull, needs to be treated. Start treatment. I suspect this one, foot and mouth disease, immune. Right. Okay, so we come back over here, come back down to limousine bull, being treated, immune. This one had mastitis and now has foot and mouth, and it's not treated. So Moody, jeez Louise, Moody, having a rough go of it. Watch out. Okay, foot and mouth. duration 3 months, but we treated it. Do we maybe we only treated one of its illnesses last month? So no disease, immune. So just double checking. We either need to be immune or being treated if we have a disease. Okay, so we had to treat those animals. Again, we had to do an additional treatment this morning to get them where they needed to be. Now, first order of business, any new bulls need to be put in the bullpen, because those were born to our existing genetics and are not going to be useful for breeding. Then I know there's one animal in here that is infertile that needs to go over to the nursing home. So let's see. Brown Swiss bull, 0 months. Limousine bull, 0 months. This one was 1 month old, and that's fine. And then, let's see, how old is this one? 0 months. Right, and then we did have one bull we pulled out. So move selected. So the 3 animals in here that need to go into the bullpen are in there. Now, let's run across the yard here. Oh boy, we just threw the herdsman stick. Where did it go? You guys are watching. It is a comedy of fun and errors this morning. Yeah, I saw it fly at least to this point. Holy buckets, we threw that thing super far. Where did it go? Did it hit the building? Did it end up past here? It's got to be right in here, right? Give me the ability to pick it up. Well, this leads to a very interesting situation. Okay, there's always more than one solution. So let's come down here and go to animal transport. And the herdsman stick is gone. We threw it off the map. Oh, wait, what about down here? No, we found it. Okay. Okay. View on map. That is the straw blower, so it's past the straw blower. Oh, here's the herdsman stick. All the way in the barn. Couldn't make that up if we tried, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, so let's head over to the nursing home. And, great, so we need to find the one animal that is infertile. Should be easy to find. Move selected. Okay. We do have a couple of teen animals. So let's go ahead and put them into the Teen Town barn. Any other, that's a bull that we're going to need to go put, oh no, that one goes back into the breeding area. Move selected, 2 animals. So now we have one bull that goes back in, and then all animals. Are any of these animals 90% pregnant? This one is. Okay, so we have to move one animal back to the birthing barn. Hold on to the herdsman stick there, guy. Come on. We have to move the one animal back to the birthing barn, because it is at 90%, and there's no point in I'm dropping that one off and then picking it up again. This one right here, move selected, move to husbandry. Okay. So guys, I hope you're in for a lot of husbandry work, because that's what this series is becoming. The realistic cattle ranch has gotten very, very real. So here we are. All of these animals can be moved into the barn. Okay, so that is literally what it takes to get just that portion of it done. Just the treated animals back into their appropriate spaces. We're going to drop the herdsman stick off. We're going to go check on our workers and try to keep everything moving there. We have so much to do in July. Let's see what happened here. Did this guy finish? Well, they still have manure in there. That's the good news. Let's see what we have here. I think we just got to get them flipped around, help them out with the headland a little bit. Yeah, they're on their 2 headlands. Okay. Glad that's almost done. We are getting tasks completed. I imagine it's the mower that is complete. I'm not real sure why the New Holland hasn't called for an empty yet. The New Holland is just stuck. It's just high centered. Alright, so let's figure out what that has to be done to get that fixed. Seems like that is the case. Let's raise this and lower it again and see if we can get a little better glide over the ground, because the New Holland is not moving very fast. 4 miles an hour seems like maybe not enough speed to get the harvest done, but hey, you know, we'll get to it. Love to see the straw, such a needed commodity on the ranch. And this guy, you know what we need to do? We're going to have to... Oh, this is going to be tight. If the New Holland makes the turn, getting it emptied is going to be a mess. It's going to have to do the pull off and everything else, because it will be full coming down the other side. So can we catch it before it turns? That is the $1,000,000 question. Or we have 2 headlands. Oh, we're safe still. Good news. Can we encourage it to put its pipe out? Nope. Nope, does not want to have anything to do with putting its pipe out yet. We want to get it emptied regardless. Okay, so I think we ran out of manure. Alright, come on, little New Holland, you can do it. It is so slow. It was not this slow last harvest. This is a weird problem to be having. Yeah, your lights are on like you want to be emptied, and I would like to empty you. There we go. New Holland's going to have to be faster than this if we're going to do that soybean field. Not a chance we can afford to have that one. Or moving at that speed to do that harvest. So, on to the next task. Running around, still haven't even gotten the shift done. The grass is all mowed up on the big field. It feels good after running out of both straw and food for the cattle in spring this year, being in July, having a few bales in the shed, plus all of our grass to harvest, plus the wheat coming in with the straw. Sure feels like we are in a much, much better spot. So, let's drop this off. We're going to set this guy back out with the tedder windrower and keep him moving. Try to keep the progress for the day in good shape. I do think we can sell the windrower we have now that we're using this prototype Colossus. Does feel like we're in good shape. So here on the field, do we have a tedding course set up for a worker? Let's take a look. We do. Grass field 1. I mean, let's load it. Let's take a look and see what it looks like. Oh yeah, this is the one we used last time. Okay, I like this one. Okay, send him on his way. And then, believe it or not, it's back to the new grass field for the Fiat to get it refilled. Can we snake through the trees and grab some manure from that heap? We might be able to. I bet we're real close to it. I bet we're like right on the last headland. We are. Alright, well, let's turn on the waypoint so we know where we are, where we're coming back to. And then let's go fill the bad boy up. This muck spreader certainly has seen its time on the ranch. We have burned through a whole bunch of paint. We are down to a lot of shiny metal. Yeah, I can't imagine why that New Holland is driving so slow. Should have plenty of power for that header. Shouldn't be an issue. Very, very interesting. So we'll have to wait and see if maybe switching to a different field helps it out. Alright, all topped off. The one thing we are not in short supply on the ranch is manure. Between, I think we have, what, 5 manure heaps now? Between the 5 manure heaps, we always have manure available. Just got to get back to a heap and get it filled up. So, we'll run the Fiat back, and then we're going to have to go through and find all of the sick animals in the barns. And today, that's going to be even more challenging. We put a bunch of treated animals back in. So yesterday, I just grabbed literally every animal that was sick because we hadn't been treating them. Now we have to discern if they've been treated or not and see where that puts us. If you remember, we started with 27 animals in the quarantine barn to get their treatment yesterday. I'm hoping we're getting ahead of the curve and there won't be nearly that many sick animals in July. We'll have to just wait and see. Excuse me, ladies, it's cutting through. Still haven't seen a fluffy cow. Still hoping for that Highland cow to show up. Now, it is unclear if there is a model for Highland cows in the Realistic Livestock mod, so we might be seeing the animal, but we may not be rendering as a Highland animal. I don't know if Realistic has that capacity. I'm guessing it probably doesn't, and I have not updated Realistic, so something to think about. Now, in the barn, here is an infertile animal. We're going to grab that one to save us a step later. Just going through, looking for, okay, foot and mouth immune. Okay, not treated. Wild eye, there's another animal with a name. The name makes it so much harder to find. Another infertile animal. Looking for infertile animals and animals with diseases. Foot and mouth, immune, okay. Continuing on, not treated, foot and mouth. Oh, that one's immune. We've treated that one already. This is what I was saying, that it's going to be a matter of just sort of getting through them all and figuring it out. Not treated. And this does not even encompass the general shift we have to do to get all of the animals to the proper barns and igloos and pens that they need to go to. So this is why running this mod at this scale is such a huge production. So just got to check on our little baby cows. Oh, transportation vehicle, we went just a little bit too far. All right, everyone here is disease-free and not infertile. Everyone here is disease-free and not infertile. This is all good news so far. As I said, I did think for a while that calves couldn't get sick because we just didn't have any, but we did have one yesterday, so it is possible. It does seem like it is much less likely. I am wondering if, because we weren't treating the cows, if maybe the mother was sick and a calf born to a sick parent or diseased parent has a higher chance, or that's the only way. So things that need to be figured out. More testing is in order. This mod has so many options and facets. It's incredible. It is just super hard to stay on top of. So any animals really having a good time holding on to the farm or the herdsman stick today? Any animals, the question is, do we bother treating the ones in the nursing? We probably do, because we're raising them for money. So, all right, anyone who might have slipped through the cracks here is infertile, and then anyone who got sick we need to pull out. Okay, excellent. No sick animals there. Now we jump back over to here. And let's jump in here. There are going to be a bunch of infertile animals in here. We know that. Okay, this one's immune. That's when we treated. Excellent. Herdsman Stick and I are having a difference of opinion today on whether we're going to be moving together or not. It's okay. We're getting through it. Yeah, we are 30 minutes into the episode and have not gotten the full, just the quarantine shift done at this point. So that is what it takes to run with the realistic livestock mod. All right. Anyone who is infertile or sick in here, this is our big barn. This is the one that's going to take the most time. All of these animals are immune. Just want to make sure I'm not missing any. I have to check each one individually. And so far, generally speaking, okay, not treated. Butterscotch. Maybe having a name makes you more likely to get sick. It does seem like more often than not, they are the animals with the names that prove to be the problem. Just checking everybody in here. Okay, so let's see. Not treated, not treated. Immune. Immune, yep. Immune. Immune. Okay. Oh, being treated. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's the one that we got that was double sick this morning. Dixie, another cow with a name, got sick. Just seems like a coincidence. Okay, here's one that doesn't have a name that is sick. So we are getting many fewer animals that are sick each month because we treated a bunch last month. So getting ahead of that curve is important. So now all of the sick animals go back in here. Select all. Move selected. 12 animals. So not even half as many animals as we had last month. But now we get the joy of coming in here and treating them. So let's see. Switch over to here. Okay, and disease. Oh, we grabbed an infertile one. That's okay. It can live here for a month. I'm not that worried about it. Another infertile one. We may just need to move those, but that's okay. Let's get them all treated. Treatment. Okay, disease. Start treatment. So really, if we have 3 infertile, it means we only have 4 out of 500 that got sick. So it does seem like 1% seems like a fairly reasonable way to do this. Is that true? We have 12 in here, so it's going to be, yeah, it'll actually about 2%, perhaps, is what it seems like. So, disease, foot and mouth, and we got the last couple here. And Sporty Unagi, last one to get treated. Okay, so all that, let's see. Switch back to this menu. This is the problem with the menus. Okay, so infertile doesn't matter. Being treated, being treated, being treated. Okay, so let's grab the infertile animals. They don't need to hang out here. I'm assuming there's a chance that they could get sick. And if that's the case, then we would just be paying to treat them. And that doesn't make sense to me. We don't need to spend almost $1,000 treating animals that aren't currently sick because we left them in the wrong pen. I sort of assume that if we leave like foot and mouth disease untreated, that it spreads through the herd more quickly. So getting ahead of it is definitely going to be the bigger, the better course of action. So we'll just have to see. All right, so let's drop these infertile calves off. Move to husbandry. Move selected. Perfect. Okay. So that is a small portion of the shift necessary to stay on top of the animal care with the realistic livestock mod. and while trying to spread manure and mow and harvest. So quite a few things going on today. It does say that the case or the New Holland wants to be emptied. Let's make that happen. Need to keep that moving. And I think the rest of this episode, we're just going to try to knock out a little bit of this work, and I'll call it a day. I'll probably have to wrap up a lot of it off camera. And I think the only thing we really need to consider is putting in a silo. We can take this stuff over to the chickens now and get them topped off. I think this field will probably fill the chickens in that regard, which is fine, but we definitely don't have space for the soybeans, and it's not the best month to sell the wheat, right? Let's just double check. Wheat, 354, 530. No, it's best in January. So realistically, we need more capacity because our silo is full, and we're going to have all those soybeans. And soybeans, it is going to be important to sell at the right month. So let's get this guy emptied. We'll head over and get the chickens topped off in regards to food. Man, he is slow to unload. Alright, is he going to get back to work? He is. Perfect. Love when a plan comes together. Chicken feed. Here we are. I think it might take all of this. Right? Maybe. Feels sort of like we should have had the trigger there. No? Say I'm a bit surprised by this turn of events. Did sort of think we'd pull up and drop off the chicken feed. Maybe it's on this side of the little mini silo. We just didn't approach from the correct side. That could be an easy solution. You guys are seeing this, right? I'm not getting the trigger to empty. We've put plenty of wheat into this silo before. So I can't imagine what the problem is that we're having. Oh, there it is. Just had to find the trigger. Let's see how much it takes. And I suspect it takes almost all of it, if not all of it. Get the chickens topped off. Yep, there it goes. Took it all. Okay, so they got to be, what, like 99,000 liters? 96, so yeah, they're all but full. So here is our existing silo. Has served us well, but only has a 75,000 liter capacity. We have this nice space over here that maybe we should take advantage of and put in a little bit of a better silo. That's also a good spot for getting off the soybean field, because that's where we're going to have the most crop coming out of. So let's move our trailer. Yeah, because we'd have a nice shot right through the parking lot there. We could get down and get everything in here. So let's see what we have in regards to silo options. Alright, we are going to hit with a quick save before we do any construction. Always a good idea. Don't forget to save before doing any big changes on your farms. Okay, excellent. Now, construction... silos. I mean, here's the one we have. That one holds double, but I mean, guys, look at the size of that soybean field. I mean, that's... we have to assume it's going to be more than 150,000 liters. 200. This one holds 400,000 liters. For an additional $8,000, we could get one that holds 500. So we get an extra 100,000 liters for $8,000. That seems like bang for your buck value. That seems like the way to go. We're going to spend about 100K on a silo no matter what. So why wouldn't we get the most for our money? Now that is an interesting... Now, see, so if we put it back up against here, we can't come down the back side of the shed and really make that turn. If we put it this way, we could drive between and then loop. That's actually not a bad idea. So let's do a quick... Just want to have a good prepped surface to put this in. Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of an elevation change there. Come back here, 125,000. Yeah, that's basically as good as that's going to get. Then we jump back in here. We grab a smoothing tool. Let's make all those edges nice and pleasant to drive over. We'll grab the gravel here. And run it back as well. And then I think we actually come back in here. I see no reason for this not to be grass around underneath the silo. If it had been here for a while, it feels like it would have... grass would have grown up around it. And then we'll grab some medium grass, because that's what we've been using in the yard. And let's just sort of fill these areas in. I'm liking the way this is coming together. This little strip here can be replanted. Okay, that's looking good. Yeah, this is I like the way this is coming together. I'm glad we decided to rotate that silo and put it in this way. Definitely keeps that nice sort of tight farmyard we've been building here. Okay, so all that looks pretty good. Maybe we come back in here, the touch of gravel, and just round a few corners. Just sort of soften them up a little bit, because that would be, we'd definitely be rubbing a little bit as we come in and out with the trailers. Get that going that way. Okay. Let's see how that looks. I like it. That looks good. Still have our path back here. Maybe we put a couple of trees in just to top it off. Give us a nice, solid, established look. Something that's not going to interfere with the silo. Need something generally sort of tall. That's a little bit too wide. Too wide. That's too big. That's too big. I have to go with something smaller. Go with like one of these, and then... Not finding the options I want. Hit it with a rotate. Okay, and then lastly, maybe come in here with a couple of shrubs. Just to establish it in its space a little bit. Alright, yeah. I like it. It looks good. So now we can go empty the New Holland again, and we can start transferring the wheat to the new silo, and we can sell the old silo. So I think that's going to be about it for this episode. There is still a ton left to do, but I will get the fields harvested, probably leave the straw on the ground for next episode, get the rest of the animal shift done, get the animals fed, cut the other grass field, bale the grass. I'm going to have to do some investigating into whether we want the small grass field to be turned into silo or if we're going to square bale it and keep it as hay. So I'll have to check our TMR. I can help with that real quick while we're sitting here. Let's take a look at our TMR production. So we have hay, we have straw. What we don't have is silage. So yeah, those are going to be made into silage bales off of the small field. So that was an easy decision. So I'll get the small grass field right there mowed. We'll get the other wheat field harvested. I'll leave the straw for next episode. We'll get the animals taken care of. And we'll have a whole bunch of baling to do. in the month of August to get the straw back on the farm. But thank you guys so much for joining. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further. And channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for this episode, but I'll see you in the next one.